Welcome to my CompTIA Security Plus course videos. This course is specifically designed to help you prepare for the latest version of the Security Plus certification exam. I will guide you through the key objectives outlined by CompTIA, ensuring you understand what's required to pass the exam confidently. Be sure to like, subscribe and hit the bell icon. Now let's dive into the domain 1 and get you one step closer to becoming Security Plus certified. Welcome to the CompTIA Security Plus exam course. This course is prepared following the updated SY0-701 exam objective. The exam is structured into 5 domains, each contributing a specific percentage to your final score. As you can see, domain percentages vary with the most weight given to domain 4, that is security operation, but nonetheless, each domain is important from the exam perspective as well as your future practical career. So let's dive into the domain 1, that is general security concepts, and the objective 1.1 is compare various types of security controls. So first let's explore the categories of security control. So there are 4 main categories, and these are technical, managerial, operational and physical. We will see the examples as well as definitions of these categories in a moment. But first let me flash the types of security control. So as you can see, there are 6 types of the security control, and these are preventive, deterrent, detective, corrective, compensating and directive. And again we will see the definition, explanation as well as examples of each these types of security controls in a moment. So first let's define the categories of the security control. So the first category is technical, and that is the hardware or software mechanism used to manage access to resources and systems and provide protection for those resources and systems. So the keyword is here is the technical or technology. So these are implemented through technology, including the software and hardware. For example, an example of the hardware may be a router or a firewall. And for the software, you can say that an antivirus on a server or on a PC as an example of a technical control. And the second category is the managerial. So managerial, as the name indicates, here the technical is derived from the technology. Managerial is the policies and procedures that comes from the top management. So the name of each category or the type of control also give you a hint about the purpose of the specific type and category of control. So the managerial control are basically policies, procedures, administrative controls defined by organization's security policy. And the security policy basically comes from the top management. Use planning and assessment methods to review the organization's ability to reduce and manage risks. So these are basically the procedures, the policies that are defined by the top management to reduce risk and mitigate risk, such as risk assessment policy, vulnerability assessment policy, etc. And then the third category is operational, and as the name indicates, it deals with the day-to-day operations. So help ensure that the day-to-day operation of an organization comply with their overall security, primarily implemented and executed by people. For example, your organization may have the daily backup procedure, and that backup procedure is done through operational control and executed by the people. And the fourth and the last category is the physical, and the name, as the name indicates, security mechanism focused on providing protection to facility and real world objects. So what is a facility? Facility is basically, you can say, maybe a building that houses the let's suppose data center. So this category is basically physical in nature, such as let's suppose you can protect the building by employing the guards, or you can also say perimeter fences. So so in short, the physical category of security control are those that can be seen or can be touched. You can say that these are tangible and can be touched, such as guards, fences, etc. We will see examples of each these in a moment. And these are basically the examples. So the technical example include encryption, smart cards, passwords, biometric. So encryption is a software security control. Smart card, you can say a hardware type of technical security control. Password and biometrics again are security controls. Access control list again are implemented through firewalls and router, and again IDS, IPS. So as you can see, these all are technical control are implemented through technology. And then the second category is again managerial, and in this category we have the example of policies, procedures, vendor management, hiring practices, background checks, data classification, security training, risk assessment, and vulnerability assessment. So most of these are basically directions or policies and instructions, etc., to guide the organization towards a secure environment. Third category is operational. So these include backup and recovery procedures, awareness training, change management, configuration management, and media protection. So these are something that are done operationally by people in their day-to-day operations, such as change management may include changing the configuration of a firewall. So this will involve change management process. Again, the configuration management, you want to maintain a specific baseline of configuration of a firewall. So this comes in the configuration management. And the media protection may include the data at rest, or your, let's suppose, flash drives and your HDDs, their protection procedures. And the last category is the physical. So again, the examples are physical in nature, such as guards, man traps, fences, lights, motion detectors, guards, video cameras, alarms, and laptop locks. So the lock here are basically a physical lock, not locking the computer windows or laptop windows. This is basically physical in nature. And this is a summary slide of these categories of control. So again, the purpose of all this control is to secure and protect your valuable assets. And these are implemented in layer to give you a phenomena that is defense in depth, or this is also known as layered defense. And to remember, the physical category of control are basically they are tangible and touchable. Operational deals with people doing day-to-day stuff. Technical are implemented through technology, that is hardware and software. And managerial are basically policy based. And now various types of security control. Number one is deterrent. So what is deterrent? So deterrents are basically deployed to discourage violation of security policies. So it discourages a potential intruder from taking a potential intrusion or a attack, you can say. And again, the preventive are basically deployed to prevent or stop unwanted or unauthorized activity from occurring. Detective are deployed to discover or detect unwanted or unauthorized activity. And the number 4 is compensating, which provides options to either existing controls to aid in enforcement of security policies. And the fifth one is corrective, and these are measures taken to fix security vulnerabilities or mitigate damage after a security incident has occurred. So you can say that this one and this one, these are proactive, while the corrective is not proactive because it corrects a vulnerability or a damage that has already occurred, a vulnerability that has been discovered, and a damage that has occurred due to any incident. And the last one is directive, and these are again the proactive measure designed to guide behavior and enforce compliance with security policies and procedures. And as we saw in the managerial, again, these are from the top management, which includes different policies and procedure to guide the behavior of employees towards a secure environment inside the organization. So let's now explore few examples of these different types of security control. So in deterrent, we can have security guards, lighting, security cameras. So as you will notice that these control basically falls in multiple types of security controls, such as the lighting can be deterrent as well as detective. Same is the case for security camera, they as deterrent as well as the detective, and this all depends upon the context. And we will see in a while that how to determine or how to identify that these control types in which category and in which type. From the example perspective, I will give you a few tips. So the second is preventive, and the example include again fences, which is a physical category, locks, as we study the physical, biometrics, man traps, alarms, systems, job rotation, data classification, penetration testing, access control methods, and firewall. So job rotation means that you do not want to carry out a specific job by a single employee all the time throughout the year and the whole time, because if that one employee is unavailable due to any reason, you may have the you may have damage to the organization in the form of unavailability of, let's suppose, services. So that why if you have job rotation, then you will have multiple employees trained on a specific task, and if one is not available, you will have the backup that will carry out the task. Detective, again, we have the security guards, as we can see that this is both in detective as well as deterrent. And again, the guard dogs, motion detectors, job rotation, mandatory vacation, audit trails, intrusion detection system. So IDS, intrusion detection system, is detective, while IPS, intrusion prevention system, will be in preventive. And violation reports and honey pots. And the compensative examples include the security policy, personal supervision, monitoring, and work task procedures, while the corrective include backup and restores, patching, antivirus and malware, forensic analysis, and disciplinary action. So backup and restore is a corrective because if an incident occur, let's suppose a disaster occur and your data is deleted or destroyed, you may restore it through backup. Similarly, if you discover a vulnerability, you can remove or correct the vulnerability through patching. Similarly, if your system has virus, you can remove it through antivirus, you can correct the system. Again, the forensic analysis is done after an incident, so it is also a corrective measure. And disciplinary action is taken after a violation is done by an employee, so again this is also a corrective. And directive, as we studied, include the policies and procedure from the management, including standards, guidelines, physical signage, verbal instruction, contracts, and agreements. So as we saw in the previous slide, a single security control can be identified as multiple types depending on the context of the situation. As we saw, the security guard can be both a deterrent as well as a detective. Similar is the case for the security camera. So security controls are designed, and why this overlapping? It is because security controls are designed to work together, and their functions often overlap, such as a security camera and security guards often work in conjunction. For example, a security camera system is both deterrent, deterring unwanted entry. Any potential intruder, if sees the camera, if sees that the cameras are installed inside the facility, he or she would be deterred from entering the facility. And it is also detective because it records potential security incidents in real time or for later review. So, how to identify a security control and put it in a specific category or type? It all depends upon the context. The classification of a control can depend on how it's implemented and the specific risk it is addressing. For example, an access control list or ACL can be primarily preventive. So ACL are basically configured to prevent unauthorized access or to block certain type of traffic. If it blocks unauthorized access, or detective if it mainly logs access for later investigation. You can also configure ACL to allow the access but only log the access time and other information, so you can later review for any unwanted access. So how to identify the overlapping security controls? So because in the exam you will be asked questions about specific type of control and where to put these control in which type or in which category. So the tip is that in the question, there will be specific words or phrases that will hint towards the specific control type. For example, when a control is deterrent, there will be phrases like a warning, a sign such as "Be aware, dog inside the facility." This type of sign, or a warning. Let's suppose high voltage warning at the perimeter fence. Visibility, perception. So if you see these words or phrases containing these words, then it should hint towards the deterrent type of security control. Similarly, for preventive, if there are access controls such as ACL inside a router or a firewall, authentication, because if you don't have username and password, you cannot log into a system. So when authentication is required, practically it prevents the access to a system without the credentials. Again, the firewall is basically used to prevent unwanted traffic, and again encryption is used to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data. And when you see words or phrases containing words like monitoring, audit, logging, or logs, alerts, then these type of control are basically detective. For compensating, there will be alternative. Let's suppose there is a primary control and maybe there is an alternative control. So alternative control or secondary control is always compensating control. Backup is also a compensating, because you have a database that is being used by users in active production, but you also take backups of that database in case disaster occurs and the production database is destroyed. You can always have a compensating control such as backup to restore the data. And again, the redundancy means that you have multiple controls, such as let's suppose you have two web server. Okay, let's suppose you have web server 1 and web server 2. Although user need only one, but you have two in parallel, so that if one fails, you have a backup or a redundant server as a compensating control to keep your operations running. For corrective, you have backup. Again, as we saw that in case of a disaster, if you want to correct the damage or if you want to back up the data, if you want to restore the data, you need the corrective control, that is backup. and again the restore, these are related. You if you have data deleted, you can correct the damage through the restore process. And the incident response is also a corrective, because incident response takes place after the incidents and tries to correct any damage to the organization through these mechanisms such as restore, backup. And the last one is directive. So again, in the if you have words or phrases containing words such as policy, procedure, guidelines, and standards, then these all hints toward the directive security control. Objective 1.2, that is information security concepts. The CIA triad. So the CIA triad is a fundamental concept in information security that stands for confidentiality, availability, and integrity. So C stands for confidentiality, A for availability, and I for integrity. Understanding the CIA triad is crucial because it's forms the backbone of all information security concepts and strategies. So we will explain each one of these and their examples in the coming slides. Number one is confidentiality. So what is confidentiality and what is the purpose of confidentiality? So confidentiality ensures that sensitive data is only accessible to authorized people, systems, or processes. What does this mean? That unauthorized persons cannot see, or unauthorized system cannot access the sensitive or protected data. Similarly, the purpose of confidentiality is prevention of unauthorized access. It stops unauthorized users from seeing, stealing, or altering private information. And how to ensure confidentiality or use of security measures. So techniques like encryption, access control, and passwords help maintain confidentiality. Let's explore a few examples of the confidentiality. So, or you can also say the methods through which confidentiality is ensured. So the first one is encryption. So protecting emails or files so only authorized recipients can read them. So encryption can be used for data at rest. For example, you can encrypt your hard drive through inside Windows through the BitLocker. You can also use encryption for data in transit, such as inside VPN when you communicate with some party over the internet or untrusted public media. Another example is access control. So restricting access to sensitive systems like financial databases to specific employees. What does this mean? That not all employees are required to see the sensitive financial database, and you can ensure this through access control. Data masking, so hiding parts of sensitive information such as displaying only the last four digits of a credit card number. As you must have seen that the credit card numbers is hide and asterisk is written instead of the actual number, and only the last four digits are visible. So this process is known as data masking. Two-factor authentication or 2FA, so requiring a password and a code sent to your phone to access an account. So this also ensures that unauthorized user or system cannot access your phone or sensitive data on your phone. Similarly, non-disclosure agreement, legal agreements to ensure individuals don't share confidential information. So this agreement basically legally binds individuals from sharing the sensitive information of organizations outside the organization with competitors or with other third parties. The second CIA triad pillar is the integrity. So the purpose of integrity is that integrity means keeping information correct and unaltered, preventing unauthorized changes. So it ensures correctness, protection from tampering. It ensures data cannot be modified, deleted, or corrupted by unauthorized individuals or systems. Verification. So techniques like checksum or digital signatures verify data has not been altered during transmission or storage. So the digital signature is a very important concept, and we will explore and define as well as explain this in our coming video and slides. So these are the few examples of the integrity. Bank transactions ensuring that the amount transferred from one account matches the amount received without unauthorized changes. So it would be a disaster if someone sends you $10,000 and you receive the amount with one zero absent, that is $1,000. So this means that integrity was not ensured. So insurance of this integrity is very, very important, and we can see is this bank transaction example. Similarly, software downloads using checksum, for example, like MD5 or SHA to confirm that a downloaded file has not been tampered with. You must have seen that when you download files from websites, there is also an MD5 or SHA-256 hash with the software. So how you can verify? You can take the hash of the software and then compare the hash with the hash that comes with the software. If both are equal, it means the software is unaltered and original. Medical records. So protecting patient data to ensure that no unauthorized edits or deletions occur in health records. Similarly, this is also very important. Email security. So digital signatures verify that an email has not been altered after it was sent. Database protection. Ensuring logs and entries in a company database remain unmodified by unauthorized users. So in short, the purpose of integrity is that the information during transition or during at rest must be unaltered or uncorrupted. And the third and the last pillar of the CIR triad is availability. So the purpose of availability is to ensure that systems, data, and resources are accessible to authorized user whenever needed. And it minimizes downtime. So it focuses on reducing disruptions caused by hardware failures, cyber attacks, and or maintenance. Backup and recovery. So strategies like backups, redundancy, and failover systems are used to keep services running and smoothly. So we'll explain the examples of these redundancy and failover in the next slide. So availability example. So the first one is web servers with a load balancer ensures websites stay online even during high traffic by distributing load across multiple servers. So what does this mean by load balancer and web servers? So you have, let's suppose here multiple servers. Let's suppose one, two, and let's for this example we have three web server, and this is the load balancer. So what does load balancer do? When it receives traffic, it basically distributes traffic equally among these servers so that not a single server is overloaded with the traffic, and so that it performs optimally and does not cause slowness or disruption. Similarly, the other function of the load balancer is that if one of these servers fails or shut downs due to any reason, the load balancer will stop sending traffic to this server, and instead the traffic will now be distributed among these two servers. And in modern systems such as in cloud, if one server fails, there is automatically pin out of another server so that the capacity is as per the requirements of the user. So load balancer ensures that users does not receive any failure of a server or any load caused by high traffic is not experienced by the user. Rather than the traffic is equally distributed, and if required, new servers are created, such as in cloud, so that the user does not experience any delay or any performance degradation. Cloud storage backups allow users to access their files anytime, even if one storage server fails. So, suppose you have a data center offline, on-premises data center, and you have a backup storage inside the cloud. So, if your on-premises storage fails, you can always connect to the cloud storage, and thus your services will be always available because the cloud can be accessible from anywhere, and cloud is basically highly available and accessible system as long as you have the connectivity such as the internet connectivity. Uninterrupted power supplies, that is UPS, keep system running during power outages to prevent downtime. So the UPS is used for shorter duration. For longer duration, if the outage is for longer time, then you need generators and sets. Okay. So redundant internet connection. Business uses multiple ISPs, so operations continue if one connection fails. So organization usually have multiple connections from different ISPs, so that if one ISP have some issues or if their connection fails, this internet connection is still available through the secondary ISP. So these all are mechanisms of availability. Similarly, disaster recovery sites. Secondary data centers ready to take over if primary center goes offline. So let's suppose you have a data center here. You can have a secondary data center either inside the cloud, or you can also have on a secondary data center inside another city. Let's suppose you have, this is one city. Let's suppose this is New York, and you can have a secondary data center in Los Angeles. So if this data center fails, users can still access the services from the secondary data center. Non-repudiation. So what is non-repudiation? The purpose of non-repudiation is that it ensures that a person or system cannot deny actions they perform, like sending a message or signing a document. What does this mean? That if someone sends you a message, he or she cannot later deny that she or he did not send the message. This is the purpose of non-repudiation. Digital evidence. So it uses methods like digital signatures and logs to provide solid proof of those actions. So digital signature is the primary method used for non-repudiation. Accountability. This builds trust and accountability in communication or transaction by holding parties responsible for their actions because they cannot deny their action later on. So some examples of the non-repudiation: digital signature. So non-repudiation is ensured mainly through digital signature. So signing a contract electronically with a private key ensures the signer cannot deny it because the private key can only be available or accessible with its owner. So if he or she signs a contract with his or her private key, he cannot or she cannot later deny that it didn't take place because only he or she has the access to their private key. Blockchain transaction. Cryptocurrency transfers are recorded immutably on the blockchain. Audit logs. So system logs user actions like accessing sensitive files as evidence. So any action that takes place inside the system, such as user logs in, user deletes some data, user accesses some application, these all actions are recorded inside logs. And later on, he or she cannot deny having taken those actions. Biometric access. So fingerprint scans for system access prove individual responsibility. Remember the credentials such as username and password can be shared, but it is impractical or impossible to share your finger with someone else. So that's why the biometric access ensures individual responsibility for accessing a system. Payment confirmations, so receipts and transaction IDs verify completed purchases. Triple A, that is authentication, authorization, and accounting. So as with the case with CIA triad, triple A, authentication, authorization, and accounting are also very important concepts in information security. What is authentication? So authentication is the process of verifying the identity of a user, device, or system to ensure that only authorized entities gain access to resources. Example, it typically involves validating credentials such as passwords, biometric, such as fingerprints, or security tokens. So authentication takes place through these mechanisms such as password, biometric, such as fingerprint, and security tokens. So these are different types of authenticating factors that we will study in a moment. The second triple A pillar is authorization. So authorization is the process of determining and granting a user's permission to access specific resources, perform certain actions, or use particular services based on their verified identity. So authorization usually takes place after authentication. So it is logical that first you have to log into a system using the authenticating credential, and then you can access the resources. Such as if you log into your Gmail account, then you can access the Google Drive or your email drive or your inbox. And the third pillar is accounting. So accounting or auditing refers to tracking or recording a user's activities such as access to resources, perform actions, and system usage. Example include login and audit logs, command execution logs. So accounting basically ensures accountability. So how to authenticate people or how people are authenticated? So these are, you can say that different authentication factors, and these are very important. And the first one is something you know. So use knowledge-based authentication like password or pins. Example, entering a password to log in. So this one is known as something you know. Similarly, a security question that what is your first school name is also the factor that is known as something you know because it is based on knowledge. The second one is something you have. It means something physical you possess. Physically you possess involves possession-based authentication like a smart card, security token, or mobile device. So when you log into a Gmail or Yahoo and you receive authentication code on your mobile device, that is something you have. If you have the smartphone, you can log in. If your smartphone is not available with you or is stolen, then you cannot log in. Similarly, security tokens or smart cards have the same functionality. If you have ATM card, then you can withdraw the cash along with the PIN. If you don't have, if you only know the PIN and don't have the ATM card, again you cannot access the cash. So this factor is known as something you have. The third one is something you are. Employs biometric authentication such as fingerprints, retina scans, or facial recognition. Example, locking a phone with a fingerprint. So this is known as something you are, and this is primarily based on biometric. And the last one is somewhere you are. So relies on location-based authentication using GPS or IP address. Example, restricting system access to specific regions. So for example, there may be a service or a website that is prohibited for access inside certain countries. So that if you are in those countries, you cannot access the specific website, and this is because this authentication also requires that you must be somewhere to access the resources. So these are very important, and you must know and differentiate between these authentication factors. So how to authenticate devices and system? So authentication purpose ensures only authorized devices and system can access the network or resources, reducing risks of unauthorized access. Methods include certificates. So as the users or person have the biometric or password, the devices usually have the certificates to for their authentication, and the certificate is basically bonded with the device. Similarly, device have their fingerprints. Doesn't mean that physical fingerprints. Here fingerprints mean that the device have certain characteristic or certain um, data that can be associated with them, and these whole identification factors are collectively known as fingerprint or biometrics. And unique identifiers like MAC address or TPM, trusted platform module. Similarly, mutual authentication, both the client and server verify each other's identity for secure communication. So during SSL or TLS handshake, when you access a website through a web browser, mutual authentication takes place. So the your laptop or your PC and the web server such as google.com, they both authenticate each other. Device certificates, as we studied, digital certificate assigned to device verify their identity in secure environment. So device have basically certificates, and each device is identified through its certificate. And zero trust model, devices must continuously verify trustworthiness even if inside the network perimeter. So zero trust model basically implies that you should never trust and always verify that even if the device is your own device, it is inside the network, your private network, even then it must be verified or authenticated for absolute security. So another topic in Objective 1.2, that is authorization models. So authorization models define how access to resources is granted based on rules and policies. And we have different authorization models, and the first one is DAC, that is discretionary access control. So what is DAC? Owner control. What does this mean? That the owner has complete control over the resources, and the resource owner decides who can access their files or data. As the name indicates, it is at the discretion of the owner to whomever he or she wants to give access to the resources. Such as in this picture, if this admin has this resource, he or she can give access to whichever user or group he or she wants. So it is at the discretion of this admin. It is flexible. User can set permissions such as read, write, execute for others, offering high flexibility. Identity-based access is based on user identity or group membership. Risk of misuse, less strict than other models. So this model is less strict than other model. If you have something of very high security nature or very sensitive, you won't want to use this model. You will need to use other model which have more strict access control, such as MAC, mandatory access control. So less strict than other models, making it prone to accidental or malicious permission changes. So for example, if the admin gives permission to a specific group mistakenly, the whole group, all the users inside that group will have access to the resource. Common in operating system. So frequently used in operating system like Windows and Linux. So you must have seen in Windows there are user groups such as administrators group or admin group. So whoever user is part of this group, let's suppose user 1, he will have all the permission of this group. So that how it's work. So it is commonly used in OS. The next was in RBAC or role-based access control. So what is role-based access control? It depends on role assignment. So users are assigned roles based on their job responsibility. For example, manager or HR. So there are roles made. There is manager role, there is HR. When a new user, let's suppose John, comes into the office and he is in HR, he will be given the role of HR. Okay, so that's how it works. Permission based on role. Access is granted based on the user's role, not on their identity. So role permission will be given not as per the John, but as per his role, because he belongs to the HR. As we can see in this picture, if this user 1 belongs or has the admin role, he or she will have permission to these resources. He has the permission to all resources 1, 2, 3, and 4. While user 2, if he has the role of a regular user, he will have access to fewer resources such as resource 1 and resource 3. So actually you can say that this role is basically the hat, and this hat has specific permission to resources. So it is the user that wear these hats, and based on this hat he or she gets access to the required or desired resources. Simplified management. So adding or removing access is easy. Just update the role, not each user. So let's suppose there are 10 users, 10 regular users in this regular user role. So instead of updating the permission of all the 10 users, what you need to do is only update the permission of this role. So all the permission of the users will be automatically updated. So it is easy to implement and the management is easy. Example, a salesperson role might allow access to customer data but non-financial records. So a salesperson will wear the hat of a salesperson, not that of the finance. So he or she will have access only to the customer data, not other such as financial record or HR data. Limits over permission. Limits over permission. Ensure user only have the access they need to do their job. Principle of least privilege. So how does this ensure principle of least privilege? So if this role regular user have access to only 2 resources, this user 2 will also get access to these 2 resources. Even if the user 2 wants to access the resource 2 or 4, he or she cannot, because it is the role that defines the access permissions, and the user 2 cannot get access permissions. Next one is the MAC, that is mandatory access controls. So the mandatory access control has a centralized control. Access is strictly controlled by an authority like a system administrator, not by users. So as against to DAC, it is not at the discretion of the user, rather than it is controlled centrally based on classification. So resources and user are assigned security levels, or you can also say labels, such as top secret, confidential, secret, and access is granted based on these levels. So top secret will obviously have more access, confidential will have less. So the access is given based on the classification level. No user override. So user cannot change access permission or share resources without permission. So as we saw in DAC, discretionary access control, the user can share resources with other users. But same is not the case in the MAC. User does not have the permission to give access to other users, or user cannot override. Highly secure. So this authorization model is highly secure, commonly used in environment like military. So remember, whenever there is in military, there is extreme requirement of secrecy. So this model MAC is used because it is highly restrictive. Or government system where strict security is essential. Example, a user with confidential clearance cannot access top secret files even if they try, because their clearance is only confidential, so they cannot get the top secret files. Next one is ABAC, that is attribute based access control. So access is based on attributes. Decisions are made using attributes of the user, resources, environments, or actions such as user role, file sensitivity, time, and so this is a dynamic and complex type of authorization model where access is defined based on many factors such as user attributes, environmental attributes, and data sets. Dynamic and flexible rules can include conditions like allow access if the user is in HR and accessing during business hours. So these are different attributes. The user is in HR, let's suppose this is user attribute, and he or she is accessing the system during business hours. So you can say that this is an environmental condition or an environmental attribute. So multiple attributes from these three sets are combined to give access to specific user. Context aware evaluates real-time contexts such as device location or network security level before granting access. So for example, let's suppose a device wants to access a system. So there may be a policy that the policy engine will first check whether antivirus is installed on this device or on this PC. So if antivirus is available and updated, the PC will be granted access, and if antivirus is outdated or not available, the access will not be given. So that's why it is called that it is dynamic in nature and it is context aware, or you can also say another term is used that it is risk based. So if antivirus is not available, it means the risk is high, access will be denied, and if antivirus is available, firewall is on, risk is low, and access will be granted. Granular control enables precise access control by considering multiple factors simultaneously. So why it is granular? Because you are considering multiple attributes and you can control the access based on multiple criteria, such as there may be 4 to 5 or 10 attributes of the user, similar the case with environmental and the data set. So you can combine all these attributes and granularly control access to specific systems or users. Use in complex environments. So it is complex obviously because you are taking into consideration so many things and attributes to give the access. So ideal for organizations with diverse users, resources, policies requiring detailed control. So it is ideal for organization which is, let's suppose, multinational, where employees are spread all over the world. They are using different devices, and say you can then decide that if the user is in country X, give the permission, and if the user is in country Y, prohibit the permission. If the user is using PC with an updating antivirus, give the permission, and if the user is using PC without antivirus, don't grant the access. So you can combine multiple criteria to give or deny the access. So the next topic is gap analysis. So what is gap analysis? Definition is that gap analysis in information security is a process of comparing an organization's current security posture against a desired or required security standard or best practices. And the purpose is to identify weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and areas where security controls are lacking or ineffective. So let's suppose this is an organization, it has a current state of this, but the desired state is this one, and the desired state may be dictated by rules, regulations, security posture, etc. And there may be specific tasks that the organization has to take in order to reach this desired state. And according to these gaps or these actions, there will be an action plan in order to reach from the current state to the desired place. And how will you identify these gaps or these steps? These are done through audits. You can conduct an audit of your current state and you will identify the gaps, the vulnerabilities, and the specific action that you need to take in order to reach this desired state. You can also conduct risk assessment. Again, to identify the gaps in order to reach a desired security posture or desired state. So what is the process? How to conduct a gap analysis process? So define the target state. Determine the desired security standard or framework to be used as a benchmark. Let's suppose, for example, you want your organization to be compliant with 27001 standard. So keeping this in mind, you can set your target that your organization should be compliant to this, and then assess the current state, evaluate the organization's current existing control policies and procedures as compared to this required standard, identify gaps, compare the current state against the target state to pinpoint areas where improvements are needed. So since you have a target in sight, you can easily identify the gaps and areas where improvements are needed. Prioritize gaps, and then you will identify multiple gaps. Some will be of high priority, some will be of low priority, and then you will need to prioritize them so that the high priority gaps or high vulnerability gaps are mitigated first, and then the lower ones. So rank the identified gaps based on their severity and potential impact on the organization, and then develop a remediation plan. Create a plan to address the prioritized gaps and implement necessary security measures. So what are the benefits of the gap analysis? So it gives you an improved security posture. When you reach the desired state, you will have an improved security posture. It reduced risk of security breaches. So since you conducted the audit or the risk assessment, the breaches or vulnerabilities identified during the gap analysis will be mitigated, and you will have reduced risk of security breaches. Enhanced compliance with regulation. So when you, let's suppose, set your target for a specific standard or framework such as 27001, so you will have compliance with all the rules and regulation as per this standard, and your compliance will be updated, and you will be you will have compliance with the industry leading standard. Increase confidence in information security. Again, since you have done the gap analysis, you have mitigated the identified vulnerabilities, you will have increased confidence in your organization security posture. The next topic is zero trust. So what is zero trust? It is an approach to security architecture in which no entity is trusted by default. So this is very important statement based on three principles. Number one is assume breach. So you should implicitly assume that the breach has taken place, and you should implement your security controls as such. Verify explicitly. What does this mean? That each access request by a user by system must be verified to confirm that it is a legitimate request. And least privilege access. What does this mean? That the user or system should be given minimum permission for their desired task. So also known as the never trust, always verify. So this is very important slogan. This is the you can say the motto of the zero trust, that you should never trust. Sorry for the spelling mistake. And you should always verify. So what does this actually mean? In traditional network, we assume that, let's suppose, this is our organizations, this is external world, let's suppose, and we assume that this is our trust network or trust perimeter. So everything inside this perimeter was trusted by default because they were inside our organization perimeter. So the trusted devices were not always authenticated, or they were not always verified. But in zero trust architecture, you should never trust, even if someone or something such as a user or device is inside your organization. You should always verify their identity, replacing the old concept of trust but verify. So in the old days you trusted the networks or the network devices or the users that were inside your trusted perimeters. So again, zero trust addresses the limitations of the legacy network perimeter-based network model. So in the perimeter based model, let's suppose this is the perimeter, this is your trust network, or this is your organization network, and this is outside world. So usually the organization would do that they will install a firewall at this perimeter to check any traffic coming from outside or going from inside to the outside world. But there was a problem with this architecture, and the problem was that if a system, let's suppose a device was compromised here, it was no longer checked because the check was only at the perimeter. So this device might then infect other devices as well, and maliciously this can communicate with the outside world. So the zero trust model, it removes this limitation of the traditional perimeter-based network model. It assumes compromise breach in verifying every request. So every request is verified even from inside the trusted network. Nothing is trusted by default, even inside the private trusted network. So this is a general architecture of the zero trust. So you have a control plane and you have a data plane, and inside the control plane you have this PDP. This is known as policy decision point. So PDP is policy decision point. So what does this mean? That the policy decision is takes place at the control plane. So again, this PDP includes the policy engine, also known as PE, and the policy administrator, also known as PA. We will explain each of these in a moment. And in the data plane, we have the decision taken place here is then enforced here. So this is policy enforcement point, also known as PEP. So any security policy or any routing or any other decision that are taken by the PDP are enforced by the PEP. And once this policy is enforced on any access requirement or any access attempt, then the access is given to the enterprise resources. So we will explain these control plane, data plane, and the other parameter in coming slides. So what is access policy enforcement? As we saw in the data plane, so policy enforcement point. What is the policy enforcement point? It is the point where the access policy is enforced. So responsible for enabling, monitoring, and terminating connections between a subject. So what is subject? A user or a device and an enterprise resource. So this is, let's suppose, a point where a resource, let's suppose this is a resource, and an access request by an entity such as a subject, user or a device known as subject is terminated. This PEP decides whether the access should be given or denied, acts as the gateway that enforces access control policies. When an access request occurs, the PEP evaluates the request against predefined policies and applies the necessary controls. So these policies, as we saw, are usually taken in the PDP, the control plane, and then these are pushed to the PEP, that is policy enforcement point, and then policy enforcement points evaluate each request against these policy and grants or denies the access. So what is policy decision points? Remember, this is inside the control plane, and the PEP is inside the data plane, as we saw in the architecture. So it is PDP is where access decisions are made based on various factors such as user identity, device health, and risk assessment, evaluates the context of an access request, and decides whether it should be allowed, denied, or subjected to additional controls. So the PDP considers the 5 W's, that is who is trying to access the resource, what resource is being accessed, when is it is being accessed, what is the location of the device or user, and why it requires the access. So in short, the PEP, that is policy enforcement point, it enforces policy at the connection level, while the PDP makes access decisions based on contextual information. So another two elements of the zero trust architecture were the control plane and the data planes. So the control plane, it has the adaptive identity. Its function is threat scope reduction. So we will study each of these in a moment in detail. It is policy driven access control. It has these two parameters, the policy administrator and policy engine. So it drives the policy based decision logic for zero trust. So where the policy based decisions are made. Data plane, so it is implicit trust zone. So it is not explicit trust zone, because each request is always verified. It has subjects and system. Subject is the and system are the resources that are being accessed, and it has the policy enforcement point where the policy is enforced. It enforces the decision defined in the control plane. So what is the control plane inside the zero trust architecture? Adaptive identity. So it changes the way that the system asks a user to authenticate based on the context of the request. For example, location, device, app, and risk. What does this mean? That the identity is adaptive. If a location is changed, then the access may be forbidden. If a user or a device inside X city or X country, he or she may be given access. On the other hand, if it is in the Y country, he or she may be denied the access. So it is based on the context of the request, including the location, which type of device is the user using, whether it is Windows, Linux, Mac OS, whether it is smartphone, which application is he or she uses, which browser is he or she uses, and what is the risk factor. Risk factor may include that if the device firewall is on, antivirus is updated, etc. So threat scope reduction. So an end goal of zero trust network architecture, which is to decrease the risk to the organization. So the control plane purpose is to decrease the risk through these parameters, through the policy decision point. Policy driven access control. So control based upon a user's identity rather than simply their system's location. So control is given, or access is given based on the user's identity, including the user location, user device, application he is using, the risk factor, and not simply on the system's location. And policy administrator, so what is policy? It is responsible for communicating the decisions made by the policy engine, and policy engine decides whether to grant access to a resource for a given object. So the policy administrator and policy engine, they both combinedly make the policy decision point. So what is the data plane inside the zero trust architecture? So the data planes contain implicit trust zone. So part of the traditional security approach, in which firewalls and other security devices formed a perimeter, systems belonging to the organization were placed inside this boundary. So the implicit trust zone is basically, as we previously saw, it is the trusted parameter of the organization, but it is no more a trusted zone. It is an implicit trust zone. Subject and system. So subject refers to the entity such as user, device, or application requesting access. Subject may include the user, device, or application, while system refers to the resource or service the subject is attempting to access. And these may include the database, it is a resource, of course, the cloud services and the servers. And then the important parameter, or the important point inside the data plane, is the PEP, or policy enforcement point, where a user or system requests access to a resource. The PEP evaluates it against predefined policies and applies the necessary controls. For example, so what are the example of the PE-NAC? That is Network Access Control Solution. So what does this solution does that whenever a device wants to access a network resource, it is first verified or authenticated through the NAC solution. And again, this verification is based on multiple criteria such as let's suppose if a Windows device wants to access a system or a network, it may be checked for the antivirus, it may be checked for the Windows version, it may be checked for the firewall of the Windows, whether it is on or off, and so on and so forth. Cloud CASB. So Cloud CASB is the Cloud Access Security Broker. So it is a solution that sits between the client's request and the cloud, and each request goes through this Cloud CASB and is verified, and only authorized application are given access through the authorized clients or authorized user and devices. And similarly, API gateway also acts as the PEP or policy enforcement point. Our next topic is physical security. Physical security is the protection of physical assets, including hardware, data center, and personnel from unauthorized physical access. Importance of physical security is that strong physical security is crucial for information security as it prevents unauthorized access to sensitive data as well as the infrastructure hosting the sensitive data. So few of the key components of the physical security are: number one is access control. So implementing measures to restrict access to authorized personnel only through biometric authentication. And biometric authentication include fingerprint, facial recognition, and iris scan, access cards, tokens, and security guards. So these all measures can be employed to prevent someone from entering or accessing the physical facility or your physical assets such as hard drive, servers, database servers, etc. Perimeter security, so protecting the physical boundaries of the facility such as fences, barriers, surveillance cameras, and alarm system. So these measures are employed to protect the outer perimeter of your facility. And environmental control such as maintaining optimal environmental condition for hardware and data, including climate control, fire suppression systems, and power backup solutions. So these environmental controls also comes in physical security because they prevent the degradation of hardware as well as the data hosted inside the hardware. So now some of the measures that are taken for the physical security, and the first one is bollards. So bollards are sturdy vertical posts installed to block vehicle or unauthorized personnel from accessing restricted areas. So primarily bollards are employed for vehicular access. As you can see that it cannot prevent personnel from entering the facility, but so the primary purpose of installing the bollard outside a facility is to prevent the vehicle from entering or damaging the facility either intentionally or by some disoriented drivers. So the purpose is that they prevent physical breaches such as ramming attacks through vehicles, which could lead to data theft or damage to critical infrastructure. An example of use: protecting server rooms, data centers, and outdoor IT equipment like backup generators or telecom cabinets. So you can install this outside your server rooms, your data center, so that no one can ram inside your facility. Material: so typically made of steel or reinforced concrete for durability and impact resistance. So they are mainly made of steel as in this picture, but they can also be made of concrete. And integration often used alongside access control system like gates or barriers for comprehensive perimeter security. So bollards alone are not enough. After the bollards, you must have other access control systems such as gates and other access control system to allow control access inside your facility. Access control vestibule. So an access control vestibule refers to a mechanism or process that provides control entry to secure area or system, and here's the brief explanation. So it actually looks like this. It has two doors. So anyone that enters the first door must close this one in order to open the second door. So this is a secure area. This, you can say, this is an air gap system, and it prevents another person from entering behind you, or you can say that it is effective against tailgating or piggybacking. So intermediate access point acts as a transitional space between an unsecured area or network and a secure one, like an airlock in physical security verification layer. Enforces multi-factor authentication, identity verification, or additional scrutiny before granting access to sensitive system or data. So this door is basically, it have access control system installed either through fingerprint or through access badges. So anyone not having the access control cannot, of course, enter or open this door. Mitigation of tailgating and piggybacking. So the important point to remember here is that it prevents tailgating or piggybacking, which are physical intrusion attacks. So prevents unauthorized as user from accessing secure areas by ensuring each subject undergoes individual verification. Granular access control, so limits access based on specific roles, policies, or contextual information such as device trust or location. This one is not very relevant to this physical control, so forget about this last point. But the main point to remember here is that it prevents tailgating or piggybacking, which are basically physical intrusion attacks. Fences. So fences are barriers designed to prevent unauthorized physical access to a specific area, typically around facilities, data center, or restricted zone. So if you see the fence in this picture, of course, this would not prevent unauthorized physical access, but there are fences, reinforced fences that can do the same. But fences are mainly used as a deterrent security control. So anyone seeing the fences would be notified that this is a secure area and should not be crossed. And the purpose is that they serve as the first line of defense by creating a clear boundary between the secure and public areas. Deterrent, as I said, it acts as a deterrent. Visible fences discourage intrusions and signal that area is protected. Types. So fences can vary based on security needs, including chain links, barbed wire, or electric fences. This one is looks like made of wood or plastic. So it can be of barbed wire. You can also install barbed wire on a heighted fence to even prevent the intrusion. Integration, so often paired with additional security measures like surveillance cameras, motion sensors, and security personnel for enhanced protection. So you can also install other measures such as security camera and motion sensor. You can install motion sensor over here, so anyone crossing this fence will set up an alarm that the perimeter fence has been breached. Video surveillance. So cameras and video surveillance provide a way to monitor and record the property perimeter for intruders and potential attackers. The important point is that they are considered detective physical controls, but their presence may also be a deterrent. So they both act as a detective and as deterrent security control. And how would you know? As we studied in previous slide, based on the context. If you only want to detect the intrusion, let's suppose by the security guards, and then they can prevent the actual intrusion, or you may simply install dummy camera as well to deter any intrusion. So if you only intend to deter someone from entering your facility, you can also only install dummy cameras, and anyone seeing these camera would be deterred from entering the facility. Access badges. So access badges are used for identification and authentication. Access badges verify the identity of individuals entering secured areas, ensuring only authorized personnel are admitted. So by hey, you mean that you have smart cards or smart badges that are integrated with the system and on the doors to prevent unauthorized access. Access restriction configurable to allow entry to specific zones based on roles and permission, enhancing security. Tracking and auditing. So the badge records badge usage. So anyone when entering a facility enters a facility using the badge, his access is recorded and providing logs for monitoring an incident investigation. So later on, if let's suppose there is some incident or theft inside the server room, you can then check the logs that who entered the server room and at which time, and then investigate the incident. Multi-factor integration. So badges can be integrated with pins or biometrics for enhanced security. Deterrence. So one example of this is that your ATM card, when you use your ATM card, you use both the pin as well as your ATM card. Deterrence. So they act as a visible reminder of security protocol, discouraging unauthorized access. So any facility that require badges for access would deter personnel from entering the facility because of lack of these badges. Lost or stolen badge management. So they can be easily deactivated to prevent misuse if a badge is lost or stolen. Since the badge is integrated with the system, if a badge is stolen or lost, it can be deactivated from the system so that no one can use it to access the facility. Security guards. So security guards are employed 24/7 but could just be present during business or non-business hours, and they fit into multiple security control types. So this is important. They can be detective to only detect intrusion. They are also deterrent. Anyone seeing the security guards would not dare to enter the facility and provide a deterrent. And they can also prevent someone from entering the facility. So security guard basically fits into these three categories. So they can provide, and again, depending upon the context, if you are given a question inside the exam, you should read the context and select the appropriate control type. They can provide rapid security response if an intrusion or incident occurs. Robot sentries are rapidly replacing human in certain scenarios. Lighting. So lighting acts as a deterrence. Well-lit areas discourage unauthorized access and criminal activities by increasing the risk of detection. Visibility. So enhance visibility for security personnel, CCTV cameras, and authorized users to monitor and detect suspicious activities effectively. Access control so illuminates entry points such as doors, gates, and parking areas to improve monitoring and control of access. Safety so reduces the accident and hazard for authorized personnel by improving navigation in dark areas. And strategic placement critical in high risk zones such as perimeters, pathways, and critical infrastructure areas to enhance overall security. Integration with technology works in conjunction with motion sensors, CCTVs, alarm system for automated threat detection and response. So types of sensor. Multiple sensor can be used to enhance your physical security, and this includes infrared. So infrared detects heat signatures in the form of infrared radiation emitted by people, animals, or objects. It can be integrated into security cameras and alarm system to improve detection capabilities. So the infrared integrated into security cameras can be used to detect people during night. Pressure sensor, so designed to detect change in pressure on a surface or in a specific area, such as a person walking on a floor or stepping on a mat, and then you can set alarm. Use in access control system to ensure that only authorized individuals can enter. Microwave sensor, so uses microwave technologies to detect movement within a specific area often used with other types of sensor to reduce false alarms. And the last one is ultrasonic. So ultrasonic sensor emits high frequency sound waves and measures the time it takes for the sound waves to bounce back after hitting an object or surface, commonly used in parking assistance, robot navigation, and intrusion detection. So let's suppose this is a facility and you have installed an ultrasonic sensor over here. It emits the waves. So the waves will bounce back from this. Let's suppose there is a door over here from here and will come back, and this will measure a specific distance. Let's suppose 2 meter. But let's suppose if an intrusion enters the door and comes over here, so now the distance will be reduced and so the alarm will be set. So how does the ultrasonic alarm or sensors work? So the next topic is deception technologies, including the honeypot and honeynet. So what is honeypot? So honeypot are basically decoy systems designed to attract and trap attackers. So these are decoy servers or databases to attract and study the attackers. They mimic real vulnerabilities to lure cyber threats. To lure cyber threat or cyber attackers used to study attackers' techniques and tools. So once inside these decoy systems, the attacker can be studied as to how they unleash their arsenal of cyber tools and how do they compromise the systems so as to better prepare for their attack against the real resources. Provide early warnings for emerging threats. Help organizations improve security defenses. So what are honey-nets? So a network of interconnected honey pots. So honeypot, you can say that it is a single network. Honeynet is a combination of honeypots, simulates an entire system environment for attackers, collects comprehensive data on cyber threats, delay and distract attackers from real assets, and used in advanced threat intelligence and research. So these are some of the benefits of the honey nets and honeypots, that it improves understanding of cyber attack patterns, it enhances proactive defense strategies, it reduces risk by identifying vulnerabilities, and it also exhausts the resources and times of the attackers by uh, keeping them busy in these decoy systems and preventing them from compromising the real systems. So the next in the disruption and deception technology is the honey file and honey tokens. So what is honey file? It is a decoy file designed to attract attackers, placed in strategic locations to monitor unauthorized access and triggers alerts when access are modified. And honey token, these are decoy data such as fake credential and API keys embedded in systems or documents to track misuse, and they generate alerts when used, indicating a breach. Objective 1.3, Importance of change management process and the impact to security. So what is a change management? Change management is a structured process to plan, evaluate, and implement changes in IT systems. It ensures minimal disruptions, proper documentation, and stakeholder approval. So these are the key points for the change management process, that it should introduce minimal disruption inside the business operations. The change should be properly documented and it should be approved from the stakeholder. So it is important because if you introduce new IT systems or bring changes into existing IT systems without a proper change management process, this may result in the disruption or unavailability of key business operations such as IT systems and may disrupt the business services. Similarly, configuration management is a related term, and it is the process of maintaining and controlling the settings of IT system. What does this mean? That there should be a baseline configuration set of each IT system, and it should be maintained. This baseline IT configuration ensures consistency, traceability, and compliance across all infrastructure. So let's suppose you have an OS image of a Windows which is hardened, which has all the security features enabled, firewall enabled, unnecessary services disabled, and you can say that this is your baseline OS, and then you can compare all your devices with this baseline OS to ensure that the configuration that is in this baseline is available in all the organizations. So what is change control? Change control basically is a subset of change management focused on evaluating, approving, and implementing the specific changes. It ensures that changes are assessed for risks and align with organizational policies. So what is the difference between the change management and the change control? So change management is basically a broader process covering planning, communication, and documentation of changes, while change control is the step within change management ensuring each change is reviewed and approved before implementation. So you can say that the change control is actually the action that is taken during each change, while this is the change control is basically the action that is taken during each change, while the change management process is basically a broader term like the overall policy that how to introduce changes. This is the change management life cycle. So the initial step is that the change required is submitted to the change advisory board or change management board, and the change advisory board or the change management board then approves the request for change, and if it requires some changes, it is submitted back, it is sent back to the requesting party, and then they introduce the changes and it is sent back to the board. Once approved, the change is documented so that the documentation is updated. The fourth step is important, the testing, because if you implement the change without testing, you may introduce disruption in the IT system and services. So first it is tested in a controlled environment so that it does not introduce any breakage to the IT system or softwares. The fifth step is implementation. The change is implemented, and then the reporting. It is the overall process is reported and documented. Business processes impacting security changes. So the purpose of this is that a change management program should address important business process issues. If you want to introduce a change management program, it must address these processes, business processes. And what are these? The first one is the approval process. Ensure changes are reviewed and authorized to prevent unauthorized modification. So in change management program, there must be an approval process. All changes must be approved by a change advisory board. The second is the ownership. Clearly define responsibility for implementing and managing changes securely. So the changes should be done by some stakeholders and it should be implemented so that there is ownership if something happens, or if there are some changes required so that the ownership or accountability is in place. Third one is stakeholder. Involve relevant parties to address security, operational, and business concern. So the stakeholder must be incorporated so that security, operational, and business concerns are incorporated. What does this mean? It means that if you want to introduce some changes into the HR application, the HR personnel must be involved so that they introduce or they are in the loop with respect to the security, their operational requirements, and the business concerns. The fourth one is impact analysis. Assesses how changes affect security system and business operation. As we studied, the change must be first tested so that the effect on the system, security, and business operation is evaluated. The fifth one is test results. It validates the security and functionality of changes before deployment. So the required change is tested to ensure the validation of security and the functionality before final implementation inside the production system. Backout plan, this is important. It provides a strategy to reward changes if issues or risks arise. So even after testing, if you implement the change and there are some issues, you must have a backup plan or a rollback plan so that you can quickly shift to the previous stage and resume the operations without disruption or downtime of the services. Maintenance windows, so allocates a secure time frame to implement changes within minimal disruption. So it is important that the changes are implemented during maintenance window so that minimum disruption are introduced to the customers or to the business operations. And standard operating procedures, that is SOP, defines consistent secure methods for executing changes. There must be an SOP or standard operating procedure to carry out the whole process. So these are some of the technical implications of the change management process. So there are several technical implications that should be considered as part of the change management process, and these are allows list and deny list. What does this mean? That changes may require updates to security policies or firewall rules. So let's suppose you are introducing a new system, let's suppose a new application. So the new application will incorporate new servers, new IP addresses. So these IP addresses must be included, let's suppose, in the allows list. So these changes, the security firewall or policies may require updation as you are introducing new IP list. So impact is that modification can affect system access or communication, potentially causing disruption. So you must make into the account the impact of introducing new system and new IP addresses with respect to the existing system, and the impact should be studied so that the change or the modification of allows or deny list does not impact existing applications or resources. Restricted activities, so specific activities may be limited to authorized personnel only. Impact can slow down change process and affect efficiency. What does this mean? That there may be some activities or some applications that are accessed or operated by specific individuals, and this can have an impact on the change management process, because if those individuals are unavailable or they are busy in some other activity, the whole process may slow down. So this must be taken into account. Downtime, so changes may require planned downtime to prevent conflicts and ensure stability. So as we studied, the changes should be carried out in maintenance window so that there is minimum disruption and downtime. Impact is that downtime must be scheduled carefully to minimize business disruption. As we studied, it should be done during maintenance window. Another small topic is documentation. So documentation is the process of documentation current state of and changes to the operating environment. So your operating environment should be documented, and any changes in the operating environment should be also documented. Record all aspects of the change process, including planning, approvals, and implementing steps. So the all aspects of the change process, including planning, approvals, and implementation, should be documented through documentation, so that later on, if the personnel and the employees change, there is a clear documentation as to why was the change carried out and how it was carried out. Ensure traceability by documenting the reason, risk, and impact of each change. So the documentation clearly shows that why the change were taken, what were the risks, and what was the impact of each change on the existing system and business processes. Facilitates accountability, allowing teams to review and analyze past changes. So what does this mean? This means that each change, when carried out, there are stakeholder and there are accountability. Accountability means that who ordered or who approved the changes and who requested the changes, so that all these things are documented, and if something go wrong or if there were some mishaps, it may be traced back to the accountable personnel as well as to the systems and resources. So supports compliance by maintaining detailed logs for audits and regulatory requirements. So documentation also supports compliance because it maintains the logs which are required during audit and regulatory requirements. Helps in future planning by providing insight for similar changes. So when you document a change, you can, if you in the future you want to make another change, you can review the previous past changes and learn from the lessons by improving upon the future changes. Another small topic is the version control. So what is the version control? Version control is used to track changes to files, documents, and code over time. It helps manage updates and ensure the integrity of configuration, software, and system file. So version control is not limited to the software version control. It is for the configuration of, let's suppose, the network devices, the servers, the PCs, the software, as well as the system files. It facilitates collaboration, allowing multiple users to work on the same files without conflicts. It enables rollback to previous version in case of errors or security issues. So you have multiple versions, stable version, the alpha version, and the beta version. If there are some issues in the beta version, you can always roll back to the previous stable version. Critical for secure deployment by managing changes to sensitive files and maintaining audit trails. Objective 1.4, explain the importance of using appropriate cryptographic solutions. Public key infrastructure, that is PKI. So public key infrastructure or PKI is a system used to manage digital keys and certificates for secure communication. Its purpose is that it ensures that data transmitted over the internet is encrypted, secure, and trusted. So this is the basic purpose of the whole PKI, the security and privacy of sensitive information over the internet or any public media. So the components of the PKI are public key, shared key used for encryption, private key, secret key used for decryption, kept secure, and digital certificates that verify the identity of users and devices. So this is very a simplistic picture of PKI. We will see the details in a moment. So what is CA and chain of trust? So what is CA? CA is the certificate authority. It is a trusted organization that issues and manages digital certificates. So the CA basically verifies the identities of entities, for example, the user, the websites, before issuing the certificates to ensure secure communication. So for secure communication, let's suppose you have a browser inside your laptop and there is a server. So before communication, this web server has a certificate, and this certificate is issued by the CA. So how is this certificate issued? The main job of the CA is that first it verifies the identity of this domain or this website, that it is actually true. If the website says that it is example.com, it verifies all the detail, that who owns this website, what is the organization, and all the other relevant details before issuing the certificates. And once the certificate is issued, then the client can trust the certificate because it is issued by a reputable CA. What is the chain of trust? So it is a sequence of trusted certificates that starts from a root CA and ends at the end entity certificate. So this is how the chain of trust looks like. So at the top you have the root CA, and then you have a single or multiple intermediate CAs. And this is the end certificate. Let's suppose the server certificate that is finally issued that we were talking about. So the final CA that issued the certificate, it is also known as the issuing CA. So after the root certificate, there may be another intermediate CA, another one, and then finally the final CA, which is known as the issuing CA that actually issues the certificate. So the chain of trust ensures the validity of digital certificates by verifying each certificate's authenticity in the chain. So the whole trust goes to the root CA, which is the main organization behind the PKI, and this CA then signs or validates intermediary CAs, and the intermediary CAs or the final CA then signs the individual or entity certificate. So this is how the chain of trust works. If each link in the chain is trusted, the entire certificate is trusted. So each of these CAs, including the root CA, intermediary CA, must be trusted so that the whole chain is trusted. And if the whole chain is trusted, no CA is compromised. It means the final certificate is also trusted. So what is another term in the PKI and CA is the certificate revocation list, or CRL. What is certificate revocation list? It is a list of digital certificates that have been revoked before their expiration. And purpose, it allows system to check if a certificate is still valid or has been compromised. So this picture explains the certificate revocation list. So there is a list maintained by the CA that contains all the revoked certificates. So a certificate is revoked if it is expired and if it is compromised. So when the client wants to access a web server, the web server presents its certificates, and then the client checks the certificate validity from the CA through this certificate revocation list. If this certificate is available on this list, it means that the web server cannot be trusted because the certificate is compromised. If the certificate is not on the list, then the client makes connection with the server because the certificate is valid. So managed by CA, the certificate authority maintains and updates the CRL. So each time, let's suppose in the future, if this web server certificate is revoked or compromised, the list is updated and this certificate is included in the list. Revocation reason. So the certificates may be revoked due to compromise, expiration, or changes in user status usage. It helps ensure trust by preventing the use of invalid or compromised certificates. So what is online certificate status protocol? That is OCSP and certificate signing request. So OCSP, or online certificate status protocol, is a protocol used to check the status of digital certificates in real time. It provides information on whether a certificate is valid, revoked, or unknown. It is more efficient than checking certificate revocation list, and it reduces the need for large data download. So as you know, the certificate revocation list contains the list of all revoked certificates. So manually checking this list is causing delays, and it is tiresome. So for efficiency, we have the OCSP, that is Online Certificate Status Protocol, which is efficient and fast way of checking the status of certificate. And what is CSR? That is certificate signing request. So a message sent to a certificate authority to request a digital certificate. So each time a new web server or a new user or a new device wants a certificate, it is done through a CSR or certificate signing request. And this CSR, of course, contains all the data, required data about the web server or about the user or organization that is required by the CA to issue a new certificate. Contains information about the entity, that is domain name, its public key, that is requesting the website, requesting the certificate. So the requesting entity must provide all these information for the CA to issue the certificate, must be generated before obtaining an SSL TLS certificate for securing communications. So this CSR request must be generated before any entity can get this SSL or TLS certificate. So now let's define and explore different certificate types. So we have multiple certificate types as shown in this slide, and this includes the user certificate. So this user certificate authenticates an individual user's identity for secure access. So certificate can be binded to a single individual user. Root certificate, the foundation of a trust hierarchy issued by certificate authority. So it is the main certificate, as we saw in the previous slide, that provides the chain of trust, and it is the root certificate that signs the other CA certificates, that is the intermediate CAs. Domain validation certificate, it confirms the ownership of a domain, providing basic encryption. So as we studied, for a web server or for a website to have confirmation, or to have basic encryption, it must have the domain validation certificate. Extended validation certificate, it provides the highest level of trust by verifying the organization's identity. Wildcard certificate, it secures a domain and all its subdomains under a single certificate. So this, if let's suppose an organization has multiple domains, it can request the wildcard certificate, so that one certificate is sufficient for all its subdomains and other entities. Code signing certificates ensure software code integrity and authenticity. Self-signed certificate, that is the certificate created by the entity itself, not issued by a trusted CA, suitable for testing. So it is suitable for testing inside a organization if they want to test their system with the certificates. Or the organization can also use self-signed certificates if their systems only work within organization and they do not need to communicate with the outside world. So all the entities or devices of organization can use the self-signed certificates. Machine and computer certificates, so these are used to identify and authenticate devices within a network. So this is very important. Solutions such as NAC, network access control, can give access to devices into a network based on the certificate type or the certificate available with the machine or the device. Email certificate, it secures email communication with encryption and digital signature. So the encryption secures the content of the email, while the digital signature basically ensures the integrity as well as the authenticity of email. Third-party certificate, these are issued by an external CA to validate trust for non-affiliated entities. And subject alternative name or SAN certificate secures multiple domain names and subdomains in a single certificate, such as with the wildcard certificate. Objective 1.4, and that is encryption, and we are in domain 1, that is general security concepts. So encryption, this is very important. So let's explore some concepts of the encryption. So the first one is the levels of encryption. And in the levels of encryption, number one is file encryption. So the file encryption basically protects individual files by encrypting their content, ensuring only authorized users with the correct decryption key can access them. Example is encrypting a single document such as a Word document with a password. So this encrypts or secures individual document or a file. Volume encryption, so the level increases from number 1 to number 2 and then to number 3. You can say the level or scope increases. Volume encryption encrypts a specific logical storage space or partition, securing all data within that volume while leaving other parts of the disk accessible. For example, encrypting the D drive in the window. So it does not encrypt the whole disk, it only encrypts logical storage or partition such as D drive. Disk encryption encrypts the entire storage device, including system and non-system files, making it unreadable without proper authentication like a password or key during boot. Example is full disk encryption with BitLocker. So the difference between volume and disk encryption is that in volume encryption, you only encrypt a single partition or a drive such as a D, while in disk encryption, also known as full disk encryption, you encrypt the complete HDD or the hard drive, including all the partitions such as, in this case, the C, D, and if there are other drives such as E, all are encrypted, including system files. So the second concept is the data protection at rest. And in this at rest, we have the drive encryption. So data at rest means that the data is stored inside storage, for example, hard drive. And drive encryption include the full disk encryption, which encrypts the entire content of a storage drive, including the operating system and user data, ensuring data is inaccessible without proper authentication during boot. Example is again BitLocker or Firewall. And the second concept is that the self-encrypting drive, that is SED. So what is SED? It is a hardware-based encryption method where the drive itself automatically encrypts and decrypts data using a built-in encryption module, providing seamless and fast encryption. Anything that's written to the drive is automatically stored in the encrypted form. So this is a specific type of drive which implement encryption inside the drive itself, and whichever data is written to the drive, it is automatically encrypted. One example is this Samsung T7 SED. So protection of data again at rest. So data may be at rest, it may be in transit, or it may be in use. So what are the mechanisms for protection of data at each location or at each moment? So the protection of data at rest include the cloud storage encryption. It encrypts data stored in the cloud that is at rest stored, ensuring unauthorized access is prevented. For example, AWS, that is Amazon Web Services S3 server-side encryption. So S3 is Amazon Cloud Storage. Second is transparent data encryption. It encrypts database files. So this is very important. If there is a question in the exam that asks about the database encryption, always remember that database encryption type is TDE or transparent data encryption. So database file automatically at the storage level, protecting data at rest while allowing authorized application to access it seamlessly. Example, Microsoft SQL Server TDE, transparent data encryption. And the second data location or data second data protection is in during transit, that is data protection in transit. And this data protection in Transit include SSL, that is secure sockets layer. So encrypts data transmitted between a user's device and a server, preventing unauthorized access or interception during transit. So whenever you access any website from your laptop, PC, or mobile, such as let's suppose google.com, this SSL encryption takes place. Another example is encrypting email communication. So whenever you access, let's suppose your Gmail, your mail communication is encrypted using this SSL or secure sockets layer. Second is HTTPS, that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. It is a secure version of HTTP that uses SSL/TLS to encrypt web traffic. So HTTP is specifically for web traffic, ensuring secure communication between a browser and a website. For example, accessing a banking site via HTTPS colon slash slash. So whenever whichever domains come after this, it means that the communication between the client or the browser and the web server is secured through HTTPS. So the third phase of the data is data protection in use. And what does use mean? That when data is actively used by an application or user, and during usage, the data is most of the time inside the memory or RAM. So protection of data in use or during processing refers to safeguarding data while it is being actively accessed, processed, or used in memory. This is critical as data is typically decrypted during this stage, making it vulnerable to attacks. So the data can even be exfiltrated, or it can be compromised during usage when it is decrypted for application usage or for accessing by a certain device. So how data is protected in use? There are multiple ways. First one is secure enclaves. What does this mean? It isolates sensitive computations in a hardware protected environment. For example, Intel SGX. So you can say that, let's suppose there are specific portions for hardware protected environment where sensitive data is isolated and secured during computation or during usage. The other is homomorphic encryption. So homomorphic encryption allows computation on encrypted data without decrypting it. So usually when you want to use data, it must be first decrypted, but homomorphic encryption allows data to be used without decrypting it, and the data is actively used in encrypted form. Access control so restrict who or what can possess the data to ensure only authorized entities access it. So another important topic is, from the exam perspective, is symmetric versus asymmetric algorithm or encryption. So symmetric encryption, it uses the same key that is also known as the shared secret for both encryption and decryption. What does this mean? This means that symmetric encryption uses only one key. It is fast and efficient. Since only one key is used for both encryption and decryption, it is fast and efficient. It is less scalable. What does this mean? That if there are numerous parties and they was to use the symmetric key encryption, so it is less scalable as compared to asymmetric encryption. It requires secure key sharing. So another challenge with symmetric key encryption is that since the key is same for both the parties, let's suppose we have A and B and they want to communicate via symmetric encryption. So since the key is same, the sharing of the key is a challenge. So the key must be securely shared. An example of secure key encryption is AES, Advanced Encryption Standard, and it is the most widely used symmetric encryption. The second is asymmetric encryption. So it uses a pair of keys, a public key and a private key. So this is the main difference, that the symmetric encryption uses one key while the asymmetric uses two keys. One is private key, As the name indicates, it is private and kept by the user with him or herself, and the other is public, that is shared with other parties that wants to communicate. Slower compared to symmetric key encryption. So remember these points, they are important, and you may encounter them inside question during the exam. So it is slower as compared to symmetric key encryption. It supports scalability and key distribution. So symmetric was less scalable, it is more scalable. And we were discussing the secure key exchange. So this challenge of secure key exchange is solved by the asymmetric encryption. It helps in distribution of this symmetric key. We will see in a moment that how it's done. Secure key exchange but being slower. So it provides, it is, you can say that, providing secure key exchange but being slower. So for encryption and decryption, it is slower, but it helps in provision of secure key exchange. Example of asymmetric encryption is RSA, which is most popular. That is Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman. So these were the three inventors that invented this algorithm. Asymmetric keys usage or asymmetric algorithm usage. Asymmetric algorithm is used for key sharing, as we studied previously that symmetric encryption, one challenge is the secure key exchange, and here comes the asymmetric, which is used for key sharing. So public keys are shared among communicating partners and private keys are kept secrets by each partner. So when you want to do encryption using public key or asymmetric key encryption, the public key of the partners are shared among each other while the private keys are kept secure. Similarly, the symmetric key sharing is also done through the asymmetric algorithm. We will see in a moment that how this key share or key exchange take place. So the asymmetric algorithm is also used for data encryption. So for encryption, use the recipient's public key, and for decryption, the recipients use his or her own private key. Again, we will see this in a moment that how does this takes place. And the third and the most important usage of the asymmetric encryption is digital signature. So digital signature, use your own private key to sign a message and use the sender's public key to validate the message. So what is digital signature, how this is done, we will also this see in detail in a moment. But the main purpose of the digital signature is that it provides, number one, integrity of message. It means that it makes sure or it validates that the message sent from party A to party B is not altered or corrupted during the transit. And the second usage of it is authenticity. What does this mean? That the message origin is always authenticated. When the B receives the message, he or she is sure that the message was sent by the party A. So this means that both the message integrity and the message origin authenticity is made sure by the digital signature, which is also the key usage of asymmetric encryption or asymmetric algorithm. So use cases of symmetric and asymmetric algorithms. So now the symmetric algorithm is used for data at rest encryption. So symmetric algorithm is basically used for encryption. Main purpose is for encryption at rest as well as encryption in transit. So at rest, it is used for bulk data encryption such as database and full disk encryption. Remember, we studied a while ago that the symmetric encryption is efficient and fast. So that's why it is used for bulk data encryption at rest. And it is also used for VPN traffic encryption. In other words, it is used for encryption on the data in transit or the data in move. So securing data transmitted through VPNs. So VPNs, you know that when data is transmitted over a public media such as internet between party A and party B, VPN is used to encrypt the data, which forms a virtual private tunnel between these two parties. And this encryption takes place using the symmetric encryption. For example, using AES for tunneling protocols like IPsec VPN. As we study, the usage of asymmetric is secure key exchange, because when symmetric encryption takes place between two parties A and B, the symmetric key exchange is a challenge which is done through the asymmetric algorithm. So exchanging symmetric keys securely over an untrusted network such as internet. Example, RSA is used in TLS handshakes. Use the sender's public keys to validate the signature. Again, we will study how this verification of signature is done in a moment. And again, digital signature, verifying the authenticity of message or document. So digital signature, as I said earlier, does two things. One is authenticity of the origin of the message or document, and the other is integrity. So both that the message is not altered, it is same as sent by the sender, and the origin or the sender is authenticated that it is the same sender, or it is the party A that we are expecting to receive message from. Signing an email using an RSA private key. So now this slide shows how the key exchange is done using the asymmetric algorithm. So this takes place using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, DHE, Diffie-Hellman key exchange, and this key exchange basically involves complex mathematics. So such as you can see that here mathematics involved, and this makes sure that the let's suppose Alice and Bob both have the same secret key, and they can exchange this key over the public channel without revealing this key. And how this is done? This is done through Diffie-Hellman key exchange using this mathematics calculation. But it is not necessary from the exam perspective to understand how this mathematics works. But just for understanding, I have here shown another picture for you people so that you understand the process. So let's suppose this is Alice and this is Bob, and they want to communicate or a public media using symmetric encryption, but they have the challenge of sharing the secret key, because the key will be same for both Alice and Bob. So what does this mean? The common paint means, such as we know here, that they both share something here in the mathematics. P is equal to 23, G is equal to 5. It is common, or it is exchange over the public media by Bob and exchange. So here by the common paint we means that Bob and Alice exchange these paints with each other, or they determine that we will use this yellow paint. Okay. Then they combine this public yellow paint or common paint with their secret colors. For example, here the Alice chooses this color, red color, and Bob chooses another color, you can say that sky blue color. And when they combine these both color, the result is another color. And again, the resulting color, they again exchange it with each other. So Alice exchange her color with Bob, and Bob exchange the resultant color from this calculation with Alice. And again, so this secret, remember the key is this secret. This is never changed. So they again combine their secrets with their respective color that they have received from their partner, and the resultant is a common secret which is same for the both. So this whole calculation, or this whole mathematical calculation, results in a common secret key without exposing it on the public channel. So remember, they chose something common that can be shared over public media, but again they also chose something private or something secret that is not known to ls, not known Bob secret is not known to ls secret is not known to Bob, and it is also not known to anyone else. And through mathematics they receive something else, and again they exchange this mathematic result, and once again they combine their secrets with the result of their respective partner, and resultantly they receive or get the common secret key. So this is how the key exchange takes place, and as we see, this whole process takes place using the asymmetric algorithm, or DHE Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So if you want to use the asymmetric algorithm for encryption, which is very rare, because as we saw, encryption is done through the symmetric key, and asymmetric algorithm is used for the key exchange. But let's suppose you want to do it, or there are some cases that asymmetric algorithm can be used. So let's suppose Franco and this is Maria, and they want to communicate using asymmetric algorithm and do encryption using this algorithm. So Franco sends a message to Maria requesting her public key. So remember, the public key can be shared with anyone. So Maria sends her public key to Franco. So this is Maria public key. And now Franco uses Maria's public key to encrypt the message and sends it to her. So Franco wants to send a message to Maria, so he encrypts it with Maria public key. So Maria receives this message from Franco. And remember, since it is encrypted with Maria's public key, she can always decrypt it with her private key, and thus she receives the message. And again, if Maria wants to send the message, she will need Franco public key. She will encrypt the message with Franco public key, and Franco will decrypt it with his own private key. So this is how the encryption through asymmetric algorithm takes place. Now there are types of ciphers that are known as block cipher and stream cipher, and as the name indicates, the block cipher encrypts data in blocks or chunks, while the stream cipher encrypts it one bit or one byte at times, such as in the form of stream. So let's explore it. So the block ciphers encrypts data in fixed size blocks such as 1 to 8 bits, processes plain text in chunks, applying the same encryption algorithm to each block. Example, AES, so Advanced Encryption Standard. So AES encrypts data in chunks or in blocks. If you are using AES 1 to 8, it means that the chunks is 1 to 8 bit, and if you are using AES 256, it means you are using chunks of 256. So this number also indicates the key size as well as the chunk size. So it is slower, the block cipher is slower but more secure for bulk data encryption. And stream cipher, so it encrypts data one bit or byte at a time continuously, typically faster and more efficient for real-time applications. So remember the keywords. Stream cipher is efficient for real-time applications. So what are real-time applications? Such as audio or video conferencing, where everything takes place in real time. Example is RC4, Rivest Cipher 4, often used in application requiring high-speed encryption like audio and video streaming, as I already described. Another topic is TPM, that is Trusted Platform Module. So what is TPM? TPM is a dedicated microchip designed to secure hardware by storing cryptographic keys and other sensitive data. So as this picture indicates, it is a type of chip that is embedded by the manufacturer inside the hardware, such as this laptop. And this chip basically contains cryptographic keys for encryption usage, for encryption and other purposes such as digital signature, etc. Data protection, so it protects against unauthorized access and tampering by securely storing encryption keys, passwords, and digital certificates. So remember this, you cannot extract this key from this TPM. It is tamper proof. If you want to physically access this chip, it will self destruct itself and the key will be destroyed. Secure boot ensures only trusted software runs on a system during startup by verifying the integrity of the boot process. Use cases: full disk encryption, for example, BitLocker, digital rights management, DRM, and secure authentication. So, if you want to encrypt the hard drive inside this laptop, you can use this TPM encryption key to encrypt this hard drive. Compliance helps meet security standards like GDPR and enhance enterprise security posture. So another related concept is hardware security module, that is HSM. So HSM is a physical device used to generate, store, and manage cryptographic keys securely. So it is basically used for secure storage and generation of cryptographic keys. So purpose, as indicated, provides high level protection for sensitive data, ensuring secure encryption and decryption operations. So the sensitive data here is the encryption keys. HSM is basically used for storage of encryption or decryption keys. Use is common in industries like banking, government, and cloud services for key management, digital signature, and authentication. Security, again, such as in the case of TPM, it is also resistant to tampering and physical attacks. You cannot extract keys from the HSM, ensuring data integrity and confidentiality. Compliance, so often used to meet regulatory standards like FIPS 140-2 for cryptographic security. Another topic is key management system, that is KMS. So it is centralized management for keys, manages cryptographic keys for encryption, decryption, and authentication. Security, it ensures secure generation, storage, distribution, and life cycle management of keys. Compliance, it helps organizations meet regulatory compliance requirements such as PCI DSS and GDPR. So remember, the PCI DSS is the payment card industry data security standard. It is used for protection of credit card data, while GDPR is General Directive Privacy Regulation. It is an EU privacy regulation. Automation, it automates keys rotation, expiration, and auditing for improved security and efficiency. Integration often integrates with other security systems like encryption solutions and digital certificate authorities. Secure enclave, another short topic is secure enclave. So what is secure enclave? Isolated environment. It is a hardware based isolated execution environment within a processor. Remember, it is within a processor that protects sensitive data. So remember, we studied that the data protection must be ensured during at rest and transit and in use. So when data is in use, it is actively processed by the processor and it is inside the memory. So this protection of data during processing or during use can be ensured through this isolated environment or through this secure enclave. Encryption, data processed inside the enclave is encrypted and never exposed to the rest of the system. Integrity, it ensures data integrity and confidentiality even from privileged user or malware. Use cases, it is commonly used for secure computations, cryptocurrency wallets, and trusted execution environment. So remember, the secure enclave is also known as trusted execution environments. Example, Intel SGX, that is software guard extension, and Apple secure enclave are example of the secure enclave. So the last objective of domain 1 is objective 1.4, and that is obfuscation. And obfuscation includes the steganography, tokenization, and data masking. So let's dive into this topic. So the first one is steganography. So what is steganography? It is the practice of concealing secret information within non-suspicious data such as images, audio, and text. So as this image indicate, it is the process of hiding data inside pictures, audio, or videos, and purpose used to hide existence of a message, making it undetectable to unauthorized user. So by seeing this picture, you cannot see these bits and bytes or hidden message without knowing the process or without analyzing it to extract the message. Techniques. Common methods include hiding data in least significant bits of an image or audio file. Applications. So employed for code communication, digital watermarking, and protecting intellectual property. Difference from encryption. So how is steganography different from encryption? So unlike encryption, which makes data unreadable, steganography hides the presence of the data itself. So in encryption, you may see the data. For example, you may see something garbage like this, but you cannot make sense of it. While in the steganography, you cannot see even the garbage. The data is basically hidden inside the image. You cannot see it. So this is the main difference. Another topic of obfuscation is tokenization. So tokenization is the data replacement. It replaces sensitive data, for example, credit card numbers, with unique non-sensitive placeholders called token. So let's suppose your credit card number is 123456789. So it can be replaced with a token that is something like A, B, C, D. So this is how the tokenization works. And remember, this tokenization is then stored in a separate database, and this is basically used, and whenever the this actual credit card number is required, then again this is extracted from this actual database, because the actual database also contain this token. Security. It reduces the risk of data breaches by ensuring sensitive data is never stored or transmitted. So this token is used for all purposes, and the actual data is not exposed to the risks. Irreversibility. So tokens cannot be reversed back to the original data without access to the secure tokenization system. So remember, as I said, that there is a system that, let's suppose this is a system that translate this token to the credit card number and vice versa. Without this, you cannot make sense from this ABCD, or you cannot simply translate it back to the credit card number. Compliance. So it helps meet compliance requirements. For example, PCI DSS by securing sensitive data, and usage common in payment processing, healthcare, and financial applications. Another topic in the obfuscation is the pseudonymization and anonymization. So pseudonymization, it replaces identifiable data with pseudonyms such as code, numbers, or aliases. It allows re-identification if additional information is available, and it retains some data utility for processing while enhancing privacy. Example, replacing a name with a user ID. So there is a minute difference between anonymization and pseudonymization, and we will see in a while. So anonymization, it removes all personally identifiable information, that is PII, from data, making re-identification impossible. It means that it is irreversible. So pseudonymization is reversible. So remember this for the exam point of view. You can extract the actual user name from the user ID using the system, but in anonymization, the process is irreversible. Once you remove all the data, all the private data, you cannot make sense of the remaining data, and you cannot trace it back to the original data. Ensure data cannot be linked back to the individuals under any circumstances. Example, removing names, addresses, and other identifiers from a data set. So if you removed names, address, and other identifier from a data set, and you only left, let's suppose city, there is, let's suppose, some data set city, and again another identification is, let's suppose football. I'm giving just a crude example. So you cannot make sense, let's suppose New York and football, that what does this mean. But if you uh, combine it with the name, address of a person and other thing, then you can make sense of that this person lives in this city and he is a member of this football club, etc. And again, what is the difference between these two? So pseudonymization allows re-identification, so it is reversible with additional data, while anonymization makes re-identification impossible or it is irreversible. This is very important from the exam perspective. Anonymization makes the data completely anonymous, make the person completely anonymous. It is irreversible, it cannot be linked back, while the pseudonymization can be linked back to the original with the data. Pseudonymization provides more utility for analysis, while anonymization prioritizes privacy or data, or data usability. So what does this mean? Since in pseudonymization you have more data, so it is useful for analysis and research. While if you require absolute privacy, then you use anonymization, and then you can still use the remaining data, but it is of less significant utility than the data extracted through the pseudonymization. Another concept in the data obfuscation is data masking. So it is the process of obscuring sensitive data by replacing it with fictitious or scrambled values while retaining its original format. So as we can see, this is how the data masking works. By here we means scrambled values. The steric we mean by the scrambled value. So let's suppose this is credit card number. All the digits are scrambled except the last 4 digits. So this is the purpose of masking, or this is how masking is done. This is the masked value and this is the original value. You must have seen this inside websites or e-commerce website. When you input your credit card number, usually the last 4 digits are visible while the rest is masked. Similarly, when you input your password, it is masked with these sterics. So it protects sensitive information such as credit card numbers, personal identifier during testing or in non-production environments. Types: static data masking and dynamic data masking. So static is done once and dynamic is done in real time during live production of the or processing of the system. Usage: common in application development, testing, and training environments. What is the benefit of masking? It enhances data privacy, as we can see here, minimizes the risk of exposure, and maintains usability for non-sensitive purposes. So you can still use the data for non-sensitive purposes, but application can still use your credit card number. But if someone is shoulder surfing over you, if you are entering your credit card number or you are using e-commerce website and someone is looking over you, he or she cannot see the whole number, while still the credit card is being used by the e-commerce or any other application. What is the difference between hashing and encryption? Again, very important topic. So hashing converts data into fixed length string using a mathematical function. So here, if you can see, we have this plain text, the hash function, and this output. So remember, this output is always fixed. If you are using, let's suppose, hashing algorithm SHA-256, what does this mean? That this output will always be 256 bits. While the input can be of any length, it can be variable, it can be 2 bits, it can be 200 bits, it can be 2000 bits. doesn't make any difference. The output will always be same of this, and the output will always be of the same length. So it is one-way process, cannot be reversed to reveal original data. So this, you cannot reverse this hash to the original text. So this is the hash value. You cannot input it again into the hash function to get this plain text. Used for data integrity checks and password storage. So password, when you enter a password into any system, these passwords are basically stored in hashes. And it is also used for data integrity. How does this data integrity works? We will explore it in a while. Example of the hashing algorithm are SHA-256 and MD5. So MD5 is old and it is vulnerable to collision attacks, and SHA-256 is used mostly nowadays. And what is encryption? It transforms data into an unreadable format using a key, allowing reversal with the correct key. So here we can see that you have an encryption key. There is no key, remember, in hashing algorithm. There is only hashing function or hashing algorithm. So you combine the plain text with the key and you get the ciphertext or the encrypted text. And again, you use the in case of symmetric, you use the same key for decryption, and again you get the same plain text. And in case of asymmetric, you encrypt it with one key, let's suppose public key, and you decrypt it with private key. So it is a two-way process as opposed to the hash, which is a one-way process. It is reversible. It is a two-way process. Original data can be retrieved, used for protecting data confidentiality during storage or transmission. So another main difference is that encryption is used for confidentiality and hashing is used for integrity. So these were the main pillars of CIA triad. So for confidentiality, we use encryption, and for integrity, we use hashing. An example of encryption algorithm as we study AES is symmetric encryption algorithm, while RSA is asymmetric encryption algorithm. So use of different or usages of different algorithms. Symmetric encryption it is used for securing file storage, as we studied multiple times. It is used for protection or encryption of data at rest. It is used for encrypting drive, for full disk, for partitions, encrypting databases, records. Remember the important word TDE, that is transparent data encryption. When you encrypt databases, it is known as TDE, transparent data encryption. It is very important from the exam perspective. Securing communication channels, that is VPN, Wi-Fi with WPA2. Asymmetric encryption is used for secure key exchange such as TLS handshake. Digital signature to ensure authenticity such as signing email. We will see this in a moment, that how digital signature works. Encrypting small amounts of data like password or keys. So asymmetric can also be used for encryption, but for small amount of data because it is slow as compared to symmetric encryption. So what are the uses of hash function? So it is used for storing hashed passwords securely. Verifying data integrity, it is used for integrity checksum for file transfer, and digital signatures and certificates, both for example hashing documents before signing. So what are the requirements of a secure or reliable hash functions? The first one is that it must be deterministic. What does this mean? That the same input must always produce the same hash output. What does this mean? That if you have an input of 1, 2, 3, 4, it should always produce a hash of, let's suppose, Z, X, Y. So anytime you input this input, it will always result in the same output. So it is deterministic. Fast computation quickly generates a hash value for any given input. So it is fast and quick. It must be fast and quick. Collision resistant. This is important. Two different inputs should not produce the same hash output. So if 1, 2, 3, 4 produces ZXY, there should be no input that produce the same output. So if you even change only one digit, 1, 2, 3, 5, it will produce a completely different output. Okay, changing a single bit must produce a completely different output. No two inputs should produce the same output. This process is known as collision resistance. Pre-image resistance, it should be computationally infeasible to reverse a hash to its original output. So this reversing this hash to this original input should be computationally impossible. It means that it should be irreversible. You cannot reverse the hash to the original input. Avalanche effect, what does it mean? That a small change in input should result in a significantly different hash. So as I said, that even if you I am giving this for example. Actual hash function, as we saw, it is star 256 is 256 bits. So even if you change a single bit, the output will be significantly changed. This thing is known as avalanche effect. Another important concept is salting. So what is salting? Salting means adding a random value that is salt to data before hashing to enhance security. And why it is done? Its purpose is that it protects against pre-computed attacks like rainbow tables. Uniqueness, each salt is unique for every input, ensuring unique hash outputs even for identical inputs. So let me explain this. What does we mean by this salting? So let's suppose John enters a password, let's suppose 123, and it is stored in the database as a, let's suppose, hash value ABC. So when an attacker, or let's suppose an attacker, what does the rainbow table mean, or how it is used? That it is a table containing all these hashes. It contains ABC for this password and all the popular password hashes. So whenever the attacker wants to launch an attack against password, he or she does not enter the actual password into the system. He compare the hash, pre-computed hash value with the hashes stored inside the databases. So how to remove this hack? And this is done through sorting. How does the sorting work? So John enters the password 123, but this time a random number is added to this password, and this random number, let's suppose, maybe 94. So this result in a completely different hash. And another user, let's suppose there is another user, let's suppose Bob. Even if Bob enters the same password, his salt will be different. Salt will be, let's suppose, it will be 67, and it will result in a completely different hash. So this is how this salting works, that it secures the password, and even the same passwords are secure, stored as different hash value inside the database. This means that each salt is unique for every input. So for this input, salt is 94. For another input, it is 67. For another, it will be something different. Salt is typically stored alongside the hashed value. Use case commonly used in password hashing for secure authentication system. So as we studied digital signatures multiple times, so now is the time to explore that how this digital signature works. So let me explain it from this diagram. So this is a user. Let's suppose it wants to send a message to another user. Let's suppose this is LS and this is Bob. So the main concern between them is basically message integrity The message should remain same during transit and authenticity. Authenticity means that Bob will be satisfied that message actually came from Alice, and he will also be satisfied that message is original and not altered during the transit. So how does this work? So this is the original message or the document. So what does Alice do? She passes this message through hashing algorithm and produces a hash value of this message, and this hash is then encrypted by Alice with her private key. So she gets this digest, or you can say a value, an encrypted hash value. And then the original message, so this is the original message as well as the hash value, encrypted hash value. So she hashed the message and then encrypted it with her private key. Both these are sent to Bob. So what does Bob do? Bob has the plain text message. He again takes the hash of this plain text. Okay, so he gets a hash, and the encrypted hash value, he decrypts the hash value with the ls public key. So remember, we already studied that an encrypted message with a private key can only be decrypted with the relative public key. So he decrypts the encrypted hash with ls public key and receives the this hash value that the ls actually sent, and then he compares the both hash value with each other, one that he got from hashing the message in plain text and the other that he decrypted that was sent by ls. If both are same, it means the message is not altered and the message integrity is in check, or the message is validated. And the other validation that the Bob gets, that the message actually came from ls. How does he know that? Because only the ls public key can decrypt this encrypted hash value. Remember, only ls can have her private key, and only her public key can decrypt the message that was encrypted using her private key. So I'm sure this makes sense, and this is how the digital signature works. So let me now go through the slide. So it is a cryptographic method that uses asymmetric encryption. So remember, Alice used private key and Bob used public key to encrypt and decrypt the message. To verify the authenticity and integrity of digital data, how it works: created using the sender's private key, as we saw. The message was encrypted with the private key of Alice. The hash was actually encrypted with the Alice private key and verified with their public key, and the hash was then decrypted using ls public key. Use cases: authentication, as we saw that Bob was satisfied that the message was actually sent by ls. Non-repudiation, so the senders cannot deny sending the message because she has the access to private key. So Alice later cannot deny that she sent the message because Bob was able to decrypt the message with her public key, and that means that message was encrypted using Alice's private key, which is only available with Alice. And it also gives integrity, provide assurance that the data or the message has not been altered in transit. Another topic is key stretching. So key stretching is a technique to strengthen weak keys or password by applying a computationally intensive process multiple times. And the purpose is that it increases the time required to crack passwords using brute force or dictionary attacks. And the method, it uses algorithm like PBKDF2, bcrypt, or Argon2, and it iteratively hashes password with added salt, making it computationally expensive to process. And benefit is that it enhances password security without requiring users to create longer password. So what does you make sense of it, that if even if you use a simple key or a simple password, this process stretches or lengthens the strength of the password or the key through these techniques to make it more secure. So another topic is the blockchain. So what is a blockchain? Blockchain is basically a decentralized distributed ledger that records transactions across multiple nodes securely and transparently. And structure is data is stored in blocks and linked together in chronological order to form a chain. Immutability, so this is important. What does immutability mean? Once recorded data in a block cannot be altered without altering all subsequent blocks, which is impossible. Consensus mechanism ensure agreement among nodes such as proof of work or proof of stake. Use cases, it is used in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, supply chain tracking, smart contracts, and secure data sharing. So what is then the open public ledger? What is the difference between blockchain and open public ledger? So blockchain, as we studied, it is a type of distributed ledger that organizes data into linked immutable blocks, and it uses cryptography and consensus mechanism to ensure security and transparency. It can be public, private, or consortium based. Example is Bitcoin blockchain. And what is open public ledger? It is a general term for any ledger that is publicly accessible and records transactions transparently. It may not necessarily use blockchain technology, but it is focused on transparency and accessibility without needing cryptography violation. Example is land ownership registers in some countries. So another topic is that what are some common cryptographic concepts, or what are some exam tips that you can get from these slides? So low power devices. So what does this mean? That some devices are low power, such as, let's suppose, smartphones. Nowadays smartphones are also high powered, but let's suppose other embedded systems that needs cryptography. So how to deal with them? So devices with limited battery or processing power need efficient encryption, such as ECC. So remember this. Elliptic curve cryptography is an efficient cryptography algorithm. This is why it is used by low powered devices, which provides strong security without draining resources. It means that it provides strong security but with less processing power. Low latency requirements. So some application requires low latency. For real-time applications like video calls, use fast encryption like stream fiber. As we studied already, the stream ciphers are faster and they are suitable for real-time application like video calls or audio calls. ChaCha 20 is one of the uh, uh, stream ciphers are one of the algorithms that can be used for low latency requirement. Supporting integrity. So to check if data is unchained, use hashing algorithm as we already studied in the previous slide, like SHA-256 or HMAC to verify data. Supporting authentication. To confirm identities, use digital signature as we studied in the previous example. In case of Alice and Bob, digital signature can be used to confirm the identities, or HMAC for verifying messages or users. Supporting non-repudiations. To ensure someone cannot deny sending a message, again, use digital signatures combined with PKI to provide proof of origin. So these are some of the limitations of cryptography. One is speed. So cryptographic algorithms, especially asymmetric ones, can be slow and impact performance in high speed or real-time applications. So remember, the encryption is a resource intensive process, and some application may require real-time speed. So this is one of the limitation, and to overcome this limitation, you use specific encryption algorithm such as stream cipher. Weak keys. So poorly chosen or short keys are vulnerable to brute force attacks, undermining security. Longevity. So algorithm may become insecure as attackers find weaknesses, requiring frequent updates to cryptography systems, such as MD5. The hash algorithm is now vulnerable. It should not be used anymore. Similarly, DES, encryption algorithm, it is also vulnerable. So longevity means that how long an encryption algorithm is or should be used. Predictability, poor implementation or predictable random number generators can make cryptographic systems easier to attack. Reuse, reusing keys or initialization vectors compromises security by exposing patterns in encrypted data. And entropy, insufficient randomness. Low entropy in key generation weakens cryptographic strength, making it easier to crack. So entropy means that the keys and the random number should be random, and randomness should be enough so that the attackers cannot make sense of the encrypted data. So the more the randomness, the more is entropy, and the less is the randomness, the less is entropy. So that's all for this domain. I hope it has been informative for you people. So please like the video and subscribe. I will upload the video of domain 2 very soon. So see you in the next video. Thank you and bye. In today's video, we will go through the domain 2, that is threats, vulnerabilities and their mitigation. And the objective 2.1 is compare and contrast common threat actors and motivations. So the first topic is threat actor. So what are the threat actors? Threat actors are individuals, groups, or entities that intentionally exploit vulnerabilities to harm systems, steal data, or disrupt services. So commonly these threat actors are referred to as hackers, but this term is more complex, and commonly the threat actors are divided into these examples, including the nation state, unskilled attacker, hacktivist, insider threat, organized crime, and shadow IT. So we will go through all of these one by one, and we'll study what are these threat actors, what are their examples, what are their motivation, etc. So the first one is nation state. So nation state threat actor is basically a government sponsored attackers targeting specific organizations, nations or individuals. And what is the nation state actor's motivation? So the main motivation is espionage, disrupting critical infrastructure, intellectual property theft, or strategic advantages over their adversary nation or adversary country. And the skill level, since these are nation state actors, so their skill level is very high. They are highly skilled and they employ advanced persistent threats, that is APTs. And again, since they are nation states, so they have abundance of resources, they have significant funding, and they have access to zero-day vulnerabilities and state-of-the-art tools. So some of the examples of the nation-state threat actors that have occurred in the past include the Stuxnet attack. So this attack was basically by the combined operation of the USA and Israel, and this was basically launched against the Iranian nuclear facility. So the target was Iran nuclear facility, and there this attack caused significant disruption to the nuclear operation of the Iranian centrifuge and delayed their nuclear program. The second one is SolarWind. So this was a Russian operation, and this targeted SolarWind is basically an IT company that manages and operates network and system monitoring system. So they basically target their product Orion, which is used by organization to monitor and manage their IT infrastructure. And since this was used by many organizations, including many US government agencies, so all of the organizations that used this specific software were compromised. And this operation was basically done by Russia. So the threat or threat actors are attacks that are launched by a nation state are known as nation state threat actor. Second one is unskilled attacker, that is script kiddie. So the kiddie here comes from the kid. As the name indicates, these attackers are unskilled, they are new. So individuals with limited technical knowledge relying on pre-written scripts or tools. So there are many pre-written scripts and many freeware tools available that one can use to hack into systems or to play with them. So anyone who uses these tools but does not know how does they work or cannot launch sophisticated attack, they are known as script kiddie. And their motivation is basically curiosity. They want to know that how does this tool work, what is hacking. So again, hacking is a very curious phenomena for anyone coming into IT. So the basic motivation for the unskilled attacker or script kiddie is of course curiosity, personal amusement, or gaining notoriety. And their skill level is of course low. They lack deep understanding of security system as well as the tool they are using. And again, they have little resources and they rely on publicly available hacking tools and resources. An example includes here we have this example LOIC, that is low orbit ion cannon. So this is a basic tool. It is a very small application that can be used to launch DDoS attacks against websites or systems. The third one is hacktivist. So this is the combination of hacking or hacker plus activist. So these are the attackers driven by ideological or political goals to promote their agenda. Motivation is of course advocacy for social, political or environmental causes, and their skill level varies. It can range from low, such as defacing websites, or to higher skills such as data exfiltration or data breaches. And resources, these hacktivists are basically community driven and they rely on crowd source tools and techniques. So the hacktivists, you can say that there is a community of these hackers that share resources with each other. And one of the example of hacktivist group is Anonymous. Anonymous is a very famous hacktivist group which targets government or corporate websites. Another threat actor is insider threats. So as the name indicates, it is someone that is inside the organization, and this type of threat is very dangerous because it is very difficult to detect an insider threat. So definition, these are employees, contractors, or business partners who exploit legitimate access to cause harm. And their motivation may be financial gain. These may be some disgruntled employees that wants revenge or coercion. And their skill level may be moderate to high, depends on role and knowledge of internal system. So the insider threat, they does not need very high skill level because they already have access to the systems and sensitive data. That's why they are very dangerous to the organizations and resources, since they have access to the organizational system, sensitive data, and credentials. So they don't need any sophisticated hacking tools or other things because they already have access to the data and organizational resources, legitimate access with which they exploit. An example, one of the example is the Edward Snowden's disclosure of classified NSA data. So Edward Snowden, as you all know, was a contractor with the Americans agency NSA, where he took a lot of data from this agency and then published all the data of this NSA agency. And you all must know that Edward Snowden is still wanted in USA, and I think he is now based in Russia. I think he is in Russia. So the next threat actor is the organized crime. So organized crime are criminal groups engaging in cybercrime for financial profit. So their main motivation is basically monetary or financial gain through fraud, ransomware, or selling stolen data. And this data, stolen data, for example, credit card data, is usually sold on dark web. We will study dark web somewhere in this course. So the skill level, they have high skill level, often employs experts in hacking, phishing, and malware development and resources. They are well funded operations with access to sophisticated tools. Since their motivation is financial gain, so again they invest and in sophisticated tool and of course get the return. And example include ransomware gang like Revel or Conti. So the ransomware, as you all know, these are the type of attack where the attackers lock your computer sensitive data or your system and then demand ransom or money in exchange for unlocking or in exchange for the decryption key. So again, as we already studied, their main motivation is financial gain. What is shadow IT? Shadow IT is basically the technology, devices, software, or services used within organization without formal IT department approval. They are, as the name indicates, in the shadow, as this picture indicates. This may be the IT or services used by the organization officially, which is on the radar, but there may be some application or systems that are not approved and are not visible to the management, and these application or system are known as shadow IT. So what are their threat? So the motivation for employees of using the shadow IT is to seek faster, more convenient tools to meet their needs. And risk with the shadow IT is that they can lead to data breaches, compliance violations, and lack of oversight on security measures. Examples include using personal cloud storage such as Google Drive for work files without approval. So if you store your work files in Google Drive, maybe there is confidential or sensitive data inside these files, and using them or storing them in Google Drive, which is not a safe place to store these data, is very dangerous to the organization if these files are exposed. Mitigation. So how can you mitigate the threat of shadow IT? You can implement policies of not using any shadow IT applications or devices, increase awareness among the employees so that they don't use shadow IT applications such as storing sensitive organization data inside Google Drive, and provide secure and approved alternatives. So if your employees need some shared drive to store files, instead of using unofficially the Google Drive, you can give them official secure alternative. So what are the motivations behind these threat vectors? Some of we already studied. Now we will go in detail. So the first one is data exfiltration. So stealing sensitive or proprietary information such as trade secrets or personal data. This is the main motivation, and this is usually applied by the nation state actors to get industrial or technology advantage. Used to sell on the dark web, gain a competitive advantage, or damage the target organization. So this one that used to sell on the dark, these are basically sensitive data of customers or of a company, or let's suppose the credit card numbers, credit card information that are stolen by criminal organization and then sold on the dark web. The second motivation is the espionage. So gaining unauthorized access to gather intelligence, often for strategic or geopolitical purpose, typically associated with nation states targeting governments, corporations, or individuals. So espionage is usually done by the nation states. So in information security, the motivation of the threat actors to espionage is for strategic or political purposes. The third one is service disruption. So the service disruption aims to interrupt normal operations such as disabling websites or critical infrastructure. Methods include DDoS attacks or ransomware locking systems. Service disruption may also include, as we saw, the critical infrastructure. In the current Russian-Ukraine war, there were multiple cyber attacks against the power grids of Ukraine by the Russians. So this type service disruption does not only mean attacking the IT infrastructure such as websites or application. It also means the critical infrastructure such as power or maybe nuclear, as we studied in the case of Stuxnet. The next motivation is blackmail. So threatening to release sensitive data or disrupt services unless a ransom or demand is met, often executed through ransomware or leak of compromising information. So one, we already studied that the ransomware is usually the user is blackmailed for ransom, a financial gain, and this leaks of compromised information is, let's suppose if you some criminal get hold of intimate pictures or other private information of individual, they then blackmail and threaten them with releasing the data and demand ransom or other. They may have other demands. So the next one is financial gain. So primary motivation for cyber criminals targeting individual organization for monetary benefit, and method include phishing, ransomware, and fraud. We already studied that the ransomware is mainly used for the financial gain. And again, the motivation may be philosophical or political belief. So motivated by ideology to make a statement or promote a cause, common with hacktivists targeting government or corporations. The motivation may be ethical. So ethical motivation is basically motivated by a desire to improve systems by identifying vulnerabilities such as ethical hacking. So there are ethical hackers who find vulnerabilities in the system and then they do not disclose them publicly, but they reach the organization that are responsible for the system so that the organization may patch these vulnerabilities. Often involves reporting issue responsibly without malicious intent. So revenge, again, personal grievances leading to malicious action against an individual or organization. Common in insider threats or former employees seeking retribution. Again, disruption or chaos. So creating disorder for amusement, notoriety, or to undermine trust in system, often linked to unskilled attacker or cyber vandals. And the last one is war, using cyber attack as part of the nation's warfare strategy, as I already quoted the example of the Russia and Ukraine war, where Russia launched large-scale attack against their power systems. Targets include critical infrastructure, common communication networks, and defense systems. So in critical infrastructure, we may include the nuclear infrastructure, the power infrastructure, etc. So this is the summary of the threat actors. So we have these threat actors, then their skill level and their motivation. So we already studied this. You can pause the video and study it again if you like. So what are some of the attributes of the threat actors? So these attributes include that threats may be from internal or external actors. So what are the internal threats? So these are direct access to sensitive data and data breaches, data increases potential damage. So if what does this mean? That if the actors have a direct access to your system and data, the potential damage is increased exponentially because he or she does not have to use sophisticated tool or hacking to the system. The access is already there and it is very easy to steal or breach the system. Difficult to detect due to legitimate access rights. So it is very difficult to detect the insider threat because the access is legitimate. Example include data leaks, sabotage, or misuse of resources. So what are some external threats? So can exploit vulnerabilities in network defense or social engineering. So the external threat, unlike the insider threat, have to exploit vulnerabilities. It is persistent and adaptable, often bypassing traditional security measures. Examples include phishing attacks, ransomware, and DDoS attacks. Another attribute is threat based on resource and funding. So some are low resource threat actors. If the threat actors have low resources, they can still cause significant harm by leveraging widely available tools or vulnerabilities. Example, malware kits, brute force attacks, or script-based exploitation. While well-funded threats utilize advanced tools, zero-day vulnerabilities, and large-scale operations. So the zero-day vulnerabilities are those vulnerabilities which are not known to the organization that is responsible for the system, and there is, since they are not known, there is no patch or no remediation or mitigation available, and they are not publicly well known. They are only known to the well funded threat actors. Example, sophisticated espionage campaigns and ransomware as a service. So another attribute is threat based on level of sophistication or capability. So some are low sophistication, which may rely on poorly configured systems or known vulnerabilities, less targeted but can exploit weak security practices. And the actors may have high sophistication. So these are targeted attacks using advanced techniques such as advanced position threats or spear phishing, and they are capable of long-term infiltration and significant data compromise. Objective 2.2, explain common threat vectors and attack surfaces. So let's first explain the attack surface and threat vectors and the difference between these two. So the attack surface is basically the total number of points or paths through which an attacker could try to access or exploit a system. So as the definition explained, it is the total number of ways or entry points through which a system can be exploited. An example include external attack surface is any attack surface that is publicly visible. For example, public facing servers, websites, and API. An example of this is any website when you type www. Let's suppose google.com. So since this web server or website is publicly available, it is public facing, so this is an external attack surface. There may be internal databases or other servers that are not visible behind this network. They may be the internal attack surface. So vulnerabilities in internal software, misconfigured databases. Databases are usually not accessible externally. They are behind the firewalls and inside internal network or employee devices. Similarly, another example may be the physical attack surface, for example, office doors, USB ports on your laptop or PC, or devices that are left unsecured. The second thing that we need to explain is what is the threat vector. So threat vector is basically the methods or pathways used by attackers to breach or compromise a system. An example includes email phishing. So the email phishing is basically used to compromise the users for their credentials through certain websites. Email are basically used for sending malicious links or attachments. So basically email is, you can say that email or email phishing is basically the threat vector because it is the method or path through which users are compromised. Similarly, malware delivery. So basically the threat is malware, but the threat vector is It may be the USB or other infected software. Similarly, there are network-based attacks that can act as threat vectors, exploiting unpaged system via open ports or weak firewall. So, for example, you have a firewall, but the firewall policies are weak or it is not properly configured. So, this is again a threat vector to which an attacker can enter your internal or private network. Similarly, there are insider threats, employees with malicious intent or careless action. So, these are your internal employees which have legitimate access to your system and data, but they can also be threat vectors. They may be threat vectors for other organizations or for nation state actors. So let me further explain these two with the help of an analogy, and think of your system or your database or your network as a house. So for example, your assets or your network that you want to protect, it is just like your own house. So the attack surface is like all the potential entry points into the house. Entry points may include the front door, the back door, windows, chimney, or even there may be some cracks in the walls. The more entry points, the larger the attack surface. So whenever you want to secure your system or network, what you have to do, the first and the most important thing is that you need to reduce the attack surface. For example, if it was your house, you want to remove the unnecessary doors, you want to close the chimney, you want to reinforce the windows and do not let it open when the house is unattended. And the threat vectors are the ways a burglar might exploit those entry points to enter your house. For example, picking the lock of the door, breaking a window, climbing through the chimney, or sneaking through in an open window. So again, the relationship is that the attack surface represents the possible places an attack could occur, while the threat vector represents the techniques used to exploit those places. A house with more entry points, that means larger attack surface, offers a burglar more opportunities to choose a specific threat vector. So the lesser or the lower the attack surface, the more secure the system is. And if the attack surface is large, meaning there are more entry points, less secure is your system or network. So now let's explain a few of the technologies or few of the communication systems and differentiate that what are their threat vectors and what is the attack surface of these systems. First one is the email. So what is the attack surface of an email? These may include the email servers, for example, the SMTP, IMAP, and POP3. So all these have different ports number on which these email servers work. So these port number, these are basically the protocol on which these email servers work. So this is an attack surface. Instead of exploiting the individual clients, the attacker may directly compromise the email servers. User email clients, again, along with the servers, each user has a client. The user may be using the client on a desktop or a mobile client, or it may be just web-based. So when you receive email and when you do email communication, each email communication have links. There may be web links inside your email, and email has the attachments as well. So these are also the attack surface which could be exploited. So when you log into your email system, you use username and password, and you may be using multi-factor authentication such as your Google Authenticator app, or there may be other authentication factors such as biometrics. So these are also attack surfaces which could be exploited. So what are threat vectors? So the first one is, in the first most important one, is the phishing. So this is sending deceptive emails to trick users into revealing sensitive information. And another one is spoofing. So pretending to be a trusted sender to deceive recipients. For example, sending a company employees an email and pretend to be the let's suppose the CEO, spoofing to be the CEO and deceiving the employees of the company. Again, the credential theft, harvesting login credential via fake login pages or keyloggers. So these are the threat vectors. Second thing is the SMS. So this is also the messaging, but it is through the mobile. And the attack surface for SMS include, of course, the mobile devices or the smartphones that receive and send the SMS, the cellular network of your service provider, including the 4G, 5G, SMS gateways and API used by the applications, the SIM card that is used to send or receive SMS. It could also be exploited, and it is also an attack surface. So what are the threat vectors? Smishing. So smishing basically stands for SMS phishing. So this is phishing but using the SMS. Again, just like an email, sending fraudulent messages to trick users into clicking malicious links or sharing personal information. SIM sweeping. So since SIM, we said that it is an attack surface. So how could this be a threat vector? It can be by hijacking the victim's phone number by transferring it to another SIM card. You have a SIM card, the attacker may have an empty SIM card, and he or she may swap your number from your SIM to their SIM. This is known as SIM swapping. Malware delivery, so using links or files sent via SMS to infect devices. And spoofing, so as we can see that the attack surface and the threat vectors of SMS and emails are very identical. So spoofing, again, sending messages that appear to come from trusted contacts or organizations. The next one is instant messaging. Again, this is related to messaging, but this time it is instant messaging, and the attack surface include messaging apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, or Slack, and the servers hosting these messaging platforms. For example, the WhatsApp server, the Telegram server, or Slack server. These are also attack surface and can be compromised. User devices like smartphones and desktops on which these apps are used. And again, these apps have also the uh, uh, facility of links, attachments, and media can also be shared through these apps. So these are also potential attack surfaces. So what are the threat vectors? These include social engineering. The message is crafted to deceive user into sharing sensitive information. Users can be deceived through social engineering techniques. Malware, again, sending infected files or links that lead to malware installation on the devices such as smartphone and desktop. And account takeover, exploiting weak credentials or session hijacking. And the next one is image-based communication or systems. So far we are talking about mostly the text-based communication, such as the SMS, email, and other WhatsApp are primarily used for text communication. So what are the threat vector and attack surface in image-based communication? The attack surface may include the image sharing platforms such as Instagram and Snapchat, which have the primary purpose of sharing images, pictures, and videos. Image rendering library on the devices. Metadata within images. So each image has metadata such as GPS coordinates, device details, time, etc., at which the image were taken. So what are the threat vectors? Steganography. So we studied in domain 1 that steganography is the art of hiding data inside unsuspicious sources such as images or videos. So embedding malicious code or data within image files. This is known as steganography. It is very important. Malware injection, so exploiting vulnerabilities in image parsing libraries. And metadata exposure, extracting sensitive information hidden in image metadata. So the next one is the file-based communication or systems. And the attack surface include file storage systems such as cloud storage or local servers. File transfer protocol, FTP, SFTP. So the SFTP sends file without encryption. Here stands for secure SFTP use encryption. So these file protocols may also be file transfer protocol are also attack surfaces and may be exploited. User devices accessing files, for example, computer and mobile devices that use these transfer protocols for sending or receiving files. Threat vectors include malware, again infecting files with viruses or ransomware. File injection, so inserting malicious code into trusted file types, for example, PDF, Word documents. So these Word documents and PDF files may become a delivery for malware and other malicious codes. And exploitation of file sharing vulnerabilities using flaws in the file transfer protocol such as FTP, SFTP, or software to gain unauthorized access. The next one is the voice call. So the attacks for surface of the voice call includes the VoIP system, that is voice over IP system, and the popular systems that work on VoIP system that work using the technology voice over IP are Skype, Zoom, and Teams. So remember when the Zoom first came during the COVID, there were many instances since it was new that Visa and this application was exploited, and the conferences and the meeting during the Zoom sessions were hijacked. So the another attack surface for voice call is mobile and landline networks that are used for the voice communication. Voice communication devices, smartphones, IP phones. And what are the threat vectors? These includes eavesdropping. Eavesdropping means intercepting unencrypted voice calls. This can also be called as man in the middle because the voice call is intercepted by someone in the middle and he or she can listen to these voice calls if these are unencrypted. Wishing. So we saw phishing for email exploitation, then smishing for SMS. Now we have the wishing, that is voice phishing, tricking user into revealing sensitive information over the phone. And then man in the middle attack, as this same the case with the eavesdropping, it is intercepting and altering voice during transmission, voice data during transmission. The attacker can only intercept and listen to the conversation, or it can also be done to alter the voice data and then transmit it. Removable devices. So the attack surface of removable devices, of course, include the USB drive, the external hard drive, and the SD cards. These are basically used for transferring data from one computer or laptop to another. Ports on computer, laptops, other devices are connected to removable devices, such as these USB ports. These are also attack surfaces and can be exploited. Device firmware and operating system drivers that interact with removable drivers. So when you connect the USB to your laptop, the laptop firmware, operating system, and their drivers, of course, interact with this USB. So they are also attack surface and can be compromised. So what are the threat vectors? Malware. So USB is the main delivery source for the malware spread. So spreading viruses or ransomware through infected removable devices. Remember, we studied that the most famous Stuxnet virus was spread through the USB, which was used to attack the Iranian nuclear facility and centrifuge, and it was a joint operation attributed toward Israel and USA. So again, the Stuxnet was spread to the engineer's laptop through this USB, which were then used to connect to the systems inside the nuclear facilities. Data exfiltration, copying sensitive data from devices onto an unauthorized removable data, and bad USB, attacking devices via malicious firmware on USB devices. So another system is the vulnerable software, and these are either client-based or agentless. So what are the attack surface? Client-based software or vulnerable software has attack surface, which are software installed on user devices or server. For example, desktop application, email clients. So these email clients are desktop application These are the attack surface. And in case of agentless software accessed remotely without installation on devices, for example, the cloud-based tool or web application, these are agentless as they are also attack surface. What are the threat vectors for client base exploiting unpatched vulnerability in installed software? So if you have software installed on your laptop or PC and it has unpatched vulnerabilities, these are basically threat vector that can be exploited. Privilege escalation through software bugs or configuration flaws. So if these software have some bugs embedded, they can also be used for privilege escalation. And in case of agentless, the threat vectors include exploiting flaws in web application or cloud services accessed remotely. And since these applications are accessed remotely, man-in-the-middle attacks targeting unencrypted connection between client and server. Since these are agent-led and accessed over the cloud or over the internet, if the connection are unencrypted, man-in-the-middle attack can occur. Unsecure wireless networks. So the attack surface is public or poorly configured Wi-Fi network, for example, open or weakly encrypted network. So remember the open or publicly available Wi-Fi networks such as the airport or at the cafes, they are very dangerous from cybersecurity security point of view to use. And the poor encrypted means if you use the legacy encryption mechanism such as WEP, which is very weak and compromised, it is also an attack surface and it is easily compromised. Again, the routers and access points with default or weak password. So if you have the Wi-Fi access points or routers with their default username and password, these can be easily guessed because each company router or access points have default username and password that are easily available over the internet and anyone can find it. So the device is connected to these wireless networks, for example, laptop, smartphone, and IoT devices, Internet of Things devices. They are also an attack surface for the attackers. So what are the threat vectors that can be used in the unsecured wireless network? The first one is the eavesdropping or packet sniffing. So intercepting unencrypted data transmitted over the network. So if you have no encryption employed over the Wi-Fi network or the encryption is weak, such as WEP, the packets can be sniffed and intercepted. Man-in-the-middle attacks, redirecting or altering communication between devices on the network. Again, these both go hand in hand. Once you receive or intercept the traffic, you can redirect it, you can alter it, and of course you can view it. And the last one threat vector is the rogue access points. So setting up fake network or access points to deceive user into connecting and then stealing their credential or their data. And the next one is the unsecure wired network. So wired network unsecured is has also attack surface and threat vector. The attack surface include, of course, the network cables and the physical connection, for example, Ethernet. The switches, routers, and network infrastructure devices. So these physical networks or LAN are of course connected through routers and switches. So of course they are also attack surface. And your devices that are connected to this wired network, including your desktop, your servers, and your printers, they are also an attack surface for the potential attackers. So the threat vectors include again packet sniffing, intercepting the unencrypted data transmitted over the network. If you use unsecure or unencrypted protocols, such as, for example, if you use FTP for the file transfer, so FTP uses unencrypted or plain text file transfer that can be easily intercepted. Similarly, if you use Telnet, it also uses unencrypted data transmission, so these can be easily intercepted. Man-in-the-middle attacks, again inserting malicious devices to alter or redirect network traffic. and unauthorized physical access, connecting unauthorized devices directly to the network to gain access. So if your network is exposed, and let's suppose you have open network ports, so anyone can easily connect their devices to these ports, let's suppose Ethernet patch cord, Ethernet cable, and connect to your network if it is open and there are no security policies or ACLs applied. Next one related to these network attacks is open service ports. So what are these? These are ports or services that are left open over the network and accessible from the public network or from the internet. So the attack surface include, of course, these network ports left open to the internet or internal network. For example, HTTP, FTP, and SSH. So if these ports are left open unnecessarily, they can be accessible. They can be accessed by the potential attacker and can be exploited. So they present an attack surface. Similarly, services running on these open ports. So, for example, web server run on the HTTP. FTP is used for file transfer. So, file transfer services run on FTP, and the SSH is used for remote connection and for remote administration. So services that run on these ports, such as database, if database port are open, and remote access services such as SSH, they can also be exploited. And network devices and firewall that control access to open port. So the network devices that connect these physical network or these open port, they can also be exploited, and they also present an attack surface. So what are the threat vectors? These include port scanning, identifying open ports to find vulnerable services to exploit. So the threat vector is that if your ports are open, anyone can easily access, scan these open ports and access it. For example, as you can see in this picture, this command, the nmap and these flags along with this network given, you can run this command from any Linux operating system, and you can see the open ports available. Similarly, on Windows, the nmap is a very small application. You can download it. You can give the target IP address or even the network, and it can scan it for you and give you the open or available ports. So exploiting on-page services, attacking vulnerabilities in service running on open ports. So once you have these open ports, you can then look for the ports that has vulnerabilities. For example, let's suppose this 514, this has the service shell. Now the vulnerability database is available, and you can look for the vulnerabilities that are available in this particular service and then exploit it. Brute force attack, attempting to gain unauthorized access to services like SSH or FTP through password guessing. So as we said that SSH is used for remote login. So if SSH port is open, SSH basically works on port 22. You can launch the brute force attack by launching different combination of passwords and username, and if the attacker is lucky, he or she can gain access to your system, whether it is the network device or a server. Default credential, very common and very dangerous type of attack, because mostly when we use the network devices or all type of appliances such as these access points, all of these have some default credential, and the default credentials are also available on the web published by their manufacturer. For example, if you have particular router and you just look up its model number or its name on the internet for default username and password, you can easily get it. So if you don't change these default credential, anyone having access to this router or any device can easily look up the model on the internet and can potentially access it. So devices and software that come with preset or factory default username and password, for example, router, IoT devices and databases, access control system and login interfaces that still use default credential. So access control system, again, it means the firewalls and these routers that have the web interfaces to access it, but they have the default credential. Threat vectors include brute force attacks, attempting the default credential across many devices to gain unauthorized access. So if these devices have the web interface available over the internet, anyone can launch the brute force attack, exploiting default admin accounts, gaining full control over the system using easily guessable default password. As I said, the default credentials are easily available over the internet, and if someone knows that this model is connected over this IP, he or she can easily access it. Privilege escalation using default credential to elevate access rights and compromise systems. So once inside this device, the attacker can then connect to other devices and escalate his or her privileges. Next one is phishing, wishing, and smishing. And phishing is of course for email, wishing is for voice call, and smishing is for SMS. So the attack surface of all these include email system is for phishing, as we already studied, voice communication for phishing, and SMS for smishing, and of course the user authentication mechanisms such as login pages and phone numbers that are used across all these services. Threat actors include phishing, so sending fraudulent emails with malicious links; wishing, using voice calls to impersonate trusted entities and trick victims into sharing sensitive data; and smishing, sending fraudulent SMS messages containing malicious links or phone numbers to steal personal information or install malware. So next one is misinformation or disinformation. So this is also a threat, and the attack surface includes social media platforms, Facebook and Twitter, news websites and blogs, and messaging apps and email system used for sharing information. Threat vectors include, of course, through these fake news or disinformation. Social engineering of employees can be done, spreading false information to manipulate or deceive individuals or groups. Media manipulation, creating or altering content, for example, images or videos to mislead or cause harm. And the fake website and ads, creating fraudulent website or ad to spread false information or direct users to malicious content. The next one is impersonation. The attack surface include the communication system, for example, email, social media, and phone networks. These systems can be used by the attackers to impersonate digital identities and user profiles, for example, usernames, social media accounts. So you don't know who is behind this username, who is behind this social media account, for example, Facebook account, because it can easily be made with any name and with any profile picture, but you don't know the true identity of the account holder. Authentication mechanisms such as password recovery and two-factor authentication. So these password recovery and two-factor authentication, they can also be exploited. And the threat vectors include email spoofing, again, sending emails that appear to come from a trusted source to deceive recipients. So, for example, the email sender can impersonate to be the CEO of your organization. So, this comes in spoofing. Social engineering, pretending to be someone else over the phone or via text messaging to extract sensitive information. Again, the same example. Someone may be pretending to be CFO and can trick an employee of the company to send to extract sensitive information or transfer funds, etc. And deepfakes, so using AI to create realistic fake images, videos, or audio of a person to impersonate them. So this is a new and upcoming threat vector. With the advancement of the AI, very credible looking video of someone, let's suppose, for example, your company CEO, can be made and sent to the employee for any malicious purpose. Business email compromise. So again, we are talking about the business, and the attack surface again include the email system and corporate email accounts. internal communication networks and documents, for example, invoices, payment request, and user authentication mechanism against login credential and the two-factor authentication. And threat vectors include, again, email spoofing, sending, again, fraudulent emails that appear to come from a trusted executive to manipulate financial transactions, social engineering, that is manipulating employees into wiring money, disclosing sensitive information, and phishing, using fake emails to steal login credentials and gain unauthorized access to company systems. And the next one is pre-texting. So what is pretexting? Again, pretexting is something like impersonation. It is basically a social engineering attack where the attacker fabricates a very convincing scenario or makes a very convincing identity to manipulate the victim into exposing or divulging sensitive information. So the attack surface again includes the communication channel, phone, email, social media, and the personal or corporate information used as a basis for deception, employee record, financial data. So if your company has an official website and publicly available information that can be used to deceive the employees of your organization, authentication system and procedure, for example, security question, identity verification, etc. And threat vectors include impersonating authority, attackers pretending to be a trusted figure, for example, HRIT support to extract sensitive information, fake scenarios, crafting false stories or pretext to persuade victims into disclosing confidential information, and social engineering attacks such as using gathered information to build credibility and manipulate victims into trusting the attacker. So watering hole. So the watering hole attack is basically compromising a website that is frequently visited by the target or users to deliver malware. So the attack surface include popular public-facing websites and third-party plugin ads or widgets that are available on these sites and user devices accessing these sites. And threat vectors include malicious code injection into these websites, exploiting vulnerability to embed malware in the website's code. Drive-by download means that automatically downloading malware when visiting the infected site. Brand impersonation. So the attack surface include official websites, social media accounts, and communication channels of the brand. So let's suppose, for example, we have a popular brand, something like, let's suppose, Nike. So the official websites of Nike, their social media account can be impersonated. Instead of Nike, the attacker can use an impersonated domain such as NIKEE. So something like that. Customer service and support platforms, for example, live chat and help desk, this can also be can also present an attack surface. And of course, the email system and digital advertisement. Threat vectors include fake websites. So creating counterfeit websites that look like the legitimate brand site to steal customer data or conduct fraud. Social media impersonation, using fake social media accounts to pose as the brand and trick customers, and fake advertisements, running deceptive ads that mislead users into thinking they are engaging with the brand. So a related attack is the typo squatting. So what does this mean? It means that, let's suppose here we can see we have a popular website google.com. Type of squatting means that slightly changing this name, like this google.com, and impersonating again as a brand, but this time specifically for the domain names and email names. By typo means that you have a slightly changed typo from the original brand domain name or email name. So attack surface include domain names and URL that resemble popular websites or brand names with minor typographical errors. Internet browsers and search engines that autocorrect or suggest similar domains, or publicly available websites and online services. Threat vectors include fake websites creating domains that closely resemble legitimate sites to trick users into visiting, such as this one. Phishing, using typo-squatted domains to send emails or ads that appear legitimate, leading to fraudulent sites. And brand reputation damage, misleading users into thinking they are interacting with the original brand, damaging trust and causing confusion. Objective 2.2, explain common threat vectors and attack surfaces. So let's first explain the attack surface and threat vectors and the difference between these two. So the attack surface is basically the total number of points or paths through which an attacker could try to access or exploit a system. So as the definition explains, it is the total number of ways or entry points through which a system can be exploited. An example include external attack surface is any attack surface that is publicly visible. For example, public facing servers, websites and API. An example of this is any website when you type www. Let's suppose google.com. So since this web server or website is publicly available, it is public facing, so this is an external attack surface. There may be internal databases or other servers that are not visible behind this network. They may be the internal attack surface. So vulnerabilities in internal software, misconfigured databases. Databases are usually not accessible externally. They are behind the firewalls and inside internal network or employee devices. Similarly, another example may be the physical attack surface, for example, office doors, USB ports on your laptop or PC, or devices that are left unsecured. The second thing that we need to explain is what is the threat vector. So, threat vector is basically the methods or pathways used by attackers to breach or compromise a system. An example includes email phishing. So the email phishing is basically used to compromise the users for their credentials through certain websites. Email are basically used for sending malicious links or attachments. So basically email is, you can say that email or email phishing is basically the threat vector because it is the method or path through which users are compromised. Similarly, malware delivery. So basically the a threat is malware, but the threat vector is, it may be the USB or other infected software. Similarly, there are network-based attacks that can act as threat vector, exploiting unpaged system via open ports or weak firewall. So, for example, you have a firewall, but the firewall policies are weak, or it is not properly configured. So, this is again a threat vector to which an attacker can enter your internal or private network. Similarly, there are insider threat, employees with malicious intent or careless action. So these are your internal employees which have legitimate access to your system and data, but they can also be threat vectors. They may be threat vectors for other organizations or for nation state actors. So let me further explain these two with the help of an analogy, and think of your system or your database or your network as a house. So for example, your assets or your network that you want to protect, it is just like your own house. So the attack surface is like all the potential entry points into the house. Entry points may include the front door, the back door, windows, chimney, or even there may be some cracks in the walls. The more entry points, the larger the attack surface. So whenever you want to secure your system or network, what you have to do, the first and the most important thing is that you need to reduce the attack surface. For example, if it was your house, you want to remove the unnecessary doors, you want to close the chimney, you want to reinforce the windows and do not let it open when the house is unattended. And the threat vectors are the ways a burglar might exploit those entry points to enter your house. For example, picking the lock of the door, breaking a window, climbing through the chimney, or sneaking through in an open window. So again, the relationship is that the attack surface represents the possible places an attack could occur, while the threat vector represents the techniques used to exploit those places. A house with more entry points, that means larger attack surface, offers a burglar more opportunities to choose a specific threat vector. So the lesser or the lower the attack surface, the more secure the system is. And if the attack surface is large, meaning there are more entry points, less secure is your system or network. So now let's explain a few of the technologies or few of the communication systems and differentiate that what are their threat vectors and what is the attack surface of these systems. First one is the email. So what is the attack surface of an email? These may include the email servers, for example, the SMTP, IMAP, and POP3. So all these have different ports number on which these email servers work. So these port number, these are basically the protocol on which these email servers work. So this is an attack surface. Instead of exploiting the individual clients, the attacker may directly compromise the email servers. User email clients, again, along with the servers, each user has a client. The user may be using the client on a desktop or a mobile client, or it may be just web-based. So when you receive email and when you do email communication, each email communication have links. There may be web links inside your email, and email has the attachments as well. So these are also the attack surface which could be exploited. So when you log into your email system, you use username and password, and you may be using multi-factor authentication such as your Google Authenticator app, or there may be other authentication factors such as biometrics. So these are also attack surfaces which could be exploited. So what are threat vectors? So the first one is, in the first most important one, is the phishing. So this is sending deceptive emails to trick users into revealing sensitive information. And another one is spoofing. So pretending to be a trusted sender to deceive recipients. For example, sending a company employees an email and pretend to be the, let's suppose, the CEO, spoofing to be the CEO and deceiving the employees of the company. Again, the credential theft, harvesting login credential via fake login pages or keyloggers. So these are the threat vectors. Second thing is the SMS. So this is also the messaging, but it is through the mobile. And the attack surface for SMS include, of course, the mobile devices or the smartphones that receive and send the SMS, the cellular network of your service provider, including the 4G, 5G, SMS gateways and API used by the applications, the SIM card that is used to send or receive SMS. It could also be exploited, and it is also an attack surface. So what are the threat vectors? Smishing. So smishing basically stands for SMS phishing. So this is phishing but using the SMS. Again, just like an email, sending fraudulent messages to trick users into clicking malicious links or sharing personal information. SIM sweeping. So since SIM, we said that it is an attack surface. So how could this be a threat vector? It can be by hijacking the victim's phone number by transferring it to another SIM card. You have a SIM card, the attacker may have an empty SIM card, and he or she may swap your number from your SIM to their SIM. This is known as SIM swapping. Malware delivery, so using links or files sent via SMS to infect devices. And spoofing. So as we can see that the attack surface and the threat vectors of SMS and emails are very identical. So spoofing, again, sending messages that appear to come from trusted contacts or organizations. The next one is instant messaging. Again, this is related to messaging, but this time it is instant messaging, and the attack surface include messaging apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, or Slack, and the servers hosting these messaging platforms. For example, the WhatsApp server, the Telegram server, or Slack server. These are also attack surface and can be compromised. User devices like smartphones and desktops on which these apps are used. And again, these apps have also the uh, uh, facility of links, attachments, and media can also be shared through these apps. So these are also potential attack surfaces. So what are the threat vectors? These include social engineering. The message is crafted to deceive user into sharing sensitive information. Users can be deceived through social engineering techniques. Malware, again, sending infected files or links that lead to malware installation on the devices such as smartphone and desktop. And account takeover, exploiting weak credentials or session hijacking. And the next one is image-based communication or systems. So far we are talking about mostly the text-based communication, such as the SMS, email, and other WhatsApp are primarily used for text communication. So what are the threat vector and attack surface in image-based communication? The attack surface may include the image sharing platforms such as Instagram and Snapchat, which have the primary purpose of sharing images, pictures, and videos. Image rendering library on the devices. Metadata within images. So each image has metadata such as GPS coordinates, device details, time, etc., at which the image were taken. So what are the threat vectors? Steganography. So we studied in domain 1 that steganography is the art of hiding data inside unsuspicious sources such as images or videos. So embedding malicious code or data within image files. This is known as steganography. It is very important. Malware injection, so exploiting vulnerabilities in image parsing libraries. And metadata exposure, extracting sensitive information hidden in image metadata. So the next one is the file-based communication or systems. And the attack surface include file storage systems such as cloud storage or local servers. File transfer protocol, FTP, SFTP. So the SFTP sends file without encryption. S here stands for secure. SFTP use encryption. So these file protocols may also be file transfer protocol are also attack surfaces and may be exploited. User devices accessing files, for example, computer and mobile devices that use these transfer protocols for sending or receiving files. Threat vectors include malware, again infecting files with viruses or ransomware. File injection, so inserting malicious code into trusted file types, for example, PDF, Word documents. So these Word documents and PDF files may become a delivery for malware and other malicious codes. And exploitation of file sharing vulnerabilities using flaws in the file transfer protocol such as FTP, SFTP, or software to gain unauthorized access. The next one is the voice call. So the attacks for surface of the voice call includes the VoIP system, that is voice over IP system, and the popular systems that work on VoIP system that work using the technology voice over IP are Skype, Zoom, and Teams. So remember when the Zoom first came during the COVID, there were many instances since it was new that Visa and this application was exploited, and the conferences and the meeting during the Zoom sessions were hijacked. So the another attack surface for voice call is mobile and landline networks that are used for the voice communication. Voice communication devices, smartphones, IP phones. And what are the threat vectors? These includes eavesdropping. Eavesdropping means intercepting unencrypted voice calls. This can also be called as man in the middle because the voice call is intercepted by someone in the middle and he or she can listen to these voice calls if these are unencrypted. Phishing. So we saw phishing for email exploitation, then smishing for SMS. Now we have the phishing, that is voice phishing, tricking user into revealing sensitive information over the phone. And then man in the middle attack, as this same the case with the eavesdropping, it is intercepting and altering voice during transmission, voice data during transmission. The attacker can only intercept and listen to the conversation, or it can also be done to alter the voice data and then transmit it. Removable devices. So the attack surface of removable devices, of course, include the USB drive, the external hard drive, and the SD cards. These are basically used for transferring data from one computer or laptop to another. Ports on computer, laptops, other devices are connected to removable devices, such as these USB ports. These are also attack surfaces and can be exploited. Device firmware and operating system drivers that interact with removable drivers. So when you connect the USB to your laptop, the laptop firmware operating system and their drivers, of course, interact with this USB. So they are also attack surface and can be compromised. So what are the threat vectors? Malware. So USB is the main delivery source for the malware spread. So spreading viruses or ransomware through infected removable devices. Remember, we studied that the most famous Stuxnet virus was spread through the USB, which was used to attack the Iranian nuclear facility and centrifuge, and it was a joint operation attributed toward Israel and USA. So again, the Stuxnet was spread to the engineer's laptop through this USB, which were then used to connect to the systems inside the nuclear facilities. Data exfiltration, copying sensitive data from devices onto an unauthorized removable data, and bad USB, attacking devices via malicious firmware on USB devices. So another system is the vulnerable software, and these are either client-based or agentless. So what are the attack surface? Client-based software or vulnerable software has attack surface, which are software installed on user devices or server. For example, desktop application, email clients. So these email clients are desktop application. These are the attack surface, and in case of agentless software accessed remotely without installation on devices, for example, the cloud-based tool or web application, these are agentless as they are also attack surface. What are the threat vectors for client-based? Exploiting on-page vulnerability in installed software. So if you have software installed on your laptop or PC, and it has on-page vulnerabilities, these are basically threat vector that can be exploited. Privilege escalation through software bugs or configuration flaws. So if these software have some bugs embedded, they can also be used for privilege escalation. And in case of agentless, the threat vectors include exploiting flaws in web application or cloud services accessed remotely. And since these applications are accessed remotely, man-in-the-middle attacks targeting unencrypted connection between client and server. Since these are agent-led and accessed over the cloud or over the internet, if the connection are unencrypted, man-in-the-middle attack can occur. Objective 2.4, Indicators of malicious activity. So what is the indicators of malicious activity? What does we mean by the indicators of malicious activity? So the definition is that observable signs or evidence that suggest a security breach or cyber attack is occurring or has occurred. And its purpose is that it helps detect, investigate, and respond to potential threats or breaches in real time. For example, some examples. So these indicators of malicious activity or indicators of compromise is also written as IOC, indicator of compromise. Example include unusual network traffic, unauthorized file access, abnormal system behavior, and unfamiliar processes running. So now we will go through some of the indicators of malicious activity. For example, the first one is account lockout. Multiple failed login attempts leading to account lockouts indicating brute force or credential stuffing attacks. So if your organization uses accounts are locking out, it means that someone is trying a brute force attack to crack the password, and as a resultant, the system has locked out the account as per the login try policy. So there is a specific feature inside Windows and other operating system that you can configure, and you can say that when user type 5 times incorrect password, the account will be locked for this much time. Let's suppose 10 minutes. So if your accounts are locking out, it means that someone is trying paid login attempts. Blocked content attempts to access malicious websites, blocked URL, or prohibited content, indicating potential malware or phishing attempt. So, if there is a attempt from your network to access blocked or malicious websites, it means that malware or phishing attempts are going on inside your network. Resource consumption, abnormal CPU, memory, or bandwidth usage, possibly due to malware or unauthorized process. So, if there is a huge resource or a huge spike in resource consumption that is abnormal, this means that something fishy is going on. Missing logs, gaps in log records, suggesting that an attacker may have disabled logging to hide their action. So, if logs are missing, or if some logs are deleted, it means that attacker is trying to remove or disable the attack tracks. Concurrent session usage. So multiple simultaneous logins to the same account from different devices or location, which could indicate unauthorized access or credential compromise. So let's suppose if user A is inside the company right now, and his account has been logged in from a distant place or from another country, it means that his account has been compromised. Impossible travel time. A user logs in from two geographically distant locations within an unusually short time frame, suggesting session hijacking or stolen credentials. So this is similar to concurrent session usage. Again, if a user logs in from a city at 1 p.m. and then at 1:30 p.m. He logs from another city whose distance is more than 2 to 3 hours travel time, it means that this impossible travel time means that his account has been hijacked or credential has been stolen. Resource inaccessibility. A legitimate user cannot access required resources due to intentional or unintentional restriction, which could indicate an attack or misconfiguration. Out of cycle logging. Logging are events occurring outside the normal operational hours or schedule, possibly indicating malicious activity or unauthorized access attempt. So, if there are some logs that are occurring at odd hours or after office hours, it means that someone is trying to break into the network after the office hours. Published documented information that is publicly available, for example, in a knowledge base or website, and potentially exploited by attackers to target systems, application, or users. So now we will go through different malware and different attack types, and we'll see that what are the indicators of compromise of these malware and attacks. The first one is ransomware. So ransomware, as we already studied, is a malicious software that encrypts a victim files or locks their system, demanding a ransom for decryption. It can be prevented through regular backing up data and storing it offline. and using endpoint protection with real-time malware detection and keeping the software and system up to date with the latest security patches. So what are the indicators of compromise of the ransomware attack? Unusual file extension or encrypted files with ransom nodes, such as this one. So this is the most obvious one, that your system has been compromised with the ransomware. Sudden system slowdown or unresponsive devices. Alert messages demanding payment in cryptocurrency, such as again this one. And suspicious processes or network traffic to known malicious IPs. So this ransomware is the type of malware. So now we are talking about different malwares, and their IOCs are indicator of compromise. So the next one is Trojan. So Trojan is a type of malware disguised as a legitimate program or file designed to gain unauthorized access to a system or steal sensitive data. What does this mean, legitimate program? For example, you may download a game from, let's suppose, Play Store. So on the front end, it may seem like a game, but at the back end, it will try or to access your system and steal sensitive data or your mobile or laptop and PC. Prevention. So install and maintain up-to-date antivirus and anti-malware. Use firewalls and restrict unnecessary systems access. So when you install program and they demand unnecessary access, don't give them blank check access. Educate users about phishing attacks and suspicious email links and attachments. What are the indicators of compromise? Unexpected system behavior or performance issues, detection of unfamiliar processes running in the background, and unexplained data transfer or connection to unknown IP addresses. So the next malware type is worm. So it is a self-replicating malware that spread across network without user intervention, often exploiting vulnerabilities in software or systems. Prevention. Apply security patches and update all systems regularly. Use firewalls and network segmentation to limit the spread, and disable unnecessary file sharing and remote access services. Indicators of compromise include unusual and rapid network traffic pattern, increased system resource usage or system slowdown, detection of unknown processes or files spreading across multiple devices, and unexpected system crashes or failures. So the next malware is spyware. So spyware is a malicious software designed to secretly monitor and collect user data such as keystrokes, browsing habits, or sensitive information without consent. Prevention. Install and update reputable anti-spyware tools. Avoid downloading software or clicking on ads from untrusted websites, and regularly update software and operating systems to patch vulnerabilities. What are the indicators of compromise? It includes unusual system slowdowns or frequent crashes, unexpected pop-ups or ads even without a browser open, increased network activity without user initiated action, and unauthorized changes to browser settings or home pages. The next malware type is the bloatware. So it is a pre-installed or unnecessary software on devices that consumes system resources and may pose security risk as well. Prevention include purchasing devices with minimal pre-installed software or opt for clean installation, regularly reviewing and uninstalling unused or unnecessary application, and using third-party tools to detect and remove bundled software. Indicators of compromise include reduced system performance due to excessive resource usage, frequent pop-ups or prompts encouraging the use of unnecessary applications, and reduced storage space from unwanted application taking up memory. The next malware type is virus. So virus is a malicious software that attaches itself to legitimate programs or files and spreads when the host is executed, causing damage or disruption. Prevention include using reliable antivirus software and keeping it updated, avoiding downloading or opening files from untrusted sources, regularly updating operating systems and applications to patch vulnerabilities, and educating users about safe browsing and email practices. Indicators of compromise include slow or crashing systems, unexpected pop-ups, error messages, or unusual system behavior, and increased network activity or unexplained data transfers. So the next malware type is the keylogger. It is a malicious software or hardware that records keystrokes to capture sensitive information such as passwords or credit card numbers. Prevention include again using reputable anti-malware tool with real-time protection enabled, regularly updating systems and applications to address vulnerabilities, and enabling multi-factor authentication to secure accounts. Indicators of compromise include unusual lag when typing or system slowdowns, unexpected pop-ups or applications running in the background, outbound network traffic to unknown IP addresses, and discovery of suspicious or unfamiliar files related to logging activity. The next malware type is the logic bomb. So logic bomb is a malicious code embedded within a legitimate program that activates when specific conditions are met, such as a date or user action. Prevention include conducting regular code audits and scans to detect unauthorized changes, monitoring system activity for unusual behavior or unauthorized modification, and implementing robust backup and recovery procedures. Indicators of compromise include unexpected system failures or performance issue when certain conditions are triggered, sudden deletion or corruption of files, and discovery of suspicious or unfamiliar code during routine audits. Another malware type is the rootkit, and it is a stealthy malware designed to gain and maintain privileged access to a system while hiding its presence from detection tools. Prevention include using secure boot features to prevent unauthorized kernel level changes, installing and updating antivirus and anti-rootkit software, and regularly patching and updating operating systems and firmware. Indicators of compromise include or un, disabling unresponsive security disabled or unresponsive security tools, unexpected system crashes or performance degradation, presence of hidden processes or files, and detection of unusual or unauthorized kernel level activity. So remember that rootkit is difficult to detect and remove because it is in the firmware and embedded at the kernel level. Such as this picture indicate, it is basically most of the time embedded inside the BIOS. So usually normal antivirus do not scan or check the BIOS. They usually work over the application or operating system. So now the indicator of physical attacks, and the first one is the brute force. So brute force basically it is physically attempting to break into devices such as guessing pins, passwords, or using tools to bypass physical locks. Since we are talking about physical attacks, and prevention include using tamper-proof hardware, biometric authentication, and account lockout mechanism. Indicators of compromise include repeated failed login attempts, physical damage or tampering with devices or locks, and sudden activation of alarm or security systems. So the next physical attack is radio frequency, that is RFID cloning, radio frequency identification or RFID cloning. So copying data from RFID tags using special equipment to replicate and misuse credential or access cards. Prevention include using RFID shields, encryption on tags, and access controls to prevent unauthorized cloning. Indicators of compromise include duplicate credentials accessing systems or facilities, unauthorized access attempts from cloned RFID cards, and suspicious proximity device activity near RFID readers. Another physical attack and its indicators include the environmental. So it is exploiting environmental vulnerabilities such as overheating, power outages, or physical damage to the infrastructure. Prevention include deploying proper environmental controls such as temperature regulation, uninterrupted power supply, that is UPS, and physical protection against tampering or natural disasters. Indicators of compromise include unusual temperature changes or alarms in server rooms, unexpected system shutdowns due to power disruptions, and physical signs of tampering with environmental controls or infrastructure. So now some of the indicators of network attacks, and the first one is DDoS or distributed denial of service attack. So it is overwhelming a target's network or services with massive amount of traffic from multiple sources to disrupt operations. And prevention include using DDoS protection services and web application firewall, that is WAF, implementing rate limiting and traffic filtering, and monitoring network traffic for anomalies. Indicators of compromise include sudden spikes in incoming traffic from multiple IPs and network slowdowns or unavailability. So there are multiple types of the DDoS attack. One is the amplified DDoS. So it is using vulnerable servers to magnify attack traffic by sending small requests that result in large responses directed at the victim. Prevention includes secure open resolvers and disable unnecessary services, and use source IP filtering to block spoofed traffic. Indicators of compromise include traffic from unknown amplification vectors such as a DNS or NTP server, and high volume of outbound responses from internal services. Another type of DDoS attack is the reflected DDoS. So it is exploiting legitimate servers to reflect traffic to the target by spoofing the victim's IP address. Prevention include configuring servers to only respond to legitimate traffic, and implementing ingress and egress filtering to block spoofed packets. Indicators of compromise include unusual pattern of unsolicited responses from trusted services, and increased traffic with spoofed source IPs. So now some of the DNS attacks, that is also in the category of network attacks. So first one is DNS spoofing or cache poisoning. So it is inserting fake DNS records to redirect user to malicious websites. Prevention include using DNSSEC or DNS security, clear DNS cache regularly. Indicators of compromise include unusual redirects and altered DNS records. Second one is DNS amplification. So this is the exploiting DNS servers to flood a victim with traffic. Prevention include disabling open recursion and rate limiting DNS requests, And indicator of compromises include traffic spikes and excessive DNS responses. Another one is DNS hijacking. It is unauthorized access to modify domain registration details, and prevention include using domain logs and enabling two-factor authentication. So now some wireless network attacks. The first one is sniffing or eavesdropping. So it is intercepting wireless network traffic to capture sensitive information. Prevention include using WPA3 encryption, which is the latest Wi-Fi encryption standard, securing the wireless network with strong passwords. Indicators of compromise include unusual network traffic, unauthorized devices connected to the network. Second wireless attack is the rogue access point. It is basically unauthorized wireless access point set up to intercept or manipulate traffic, such as this one. Prevention include implementing network monitoring, disabling unused ports, and using strong encryption. And indicators of compromise include detection of unknown SSIDs or access points and traffic routed through unknown devices. Another wireless network attack is man in the middle attack or MITM, which is when an attacker intercepts communication between two devices and tries to steal data. Prevention include using the secure protocols such as HTTPS and SSL/TLS encryption and VPNs for secure communication. Indicators of compromise include unusual traffic routing, certificate warning, and dropped connections. Another wireless network attack is Evil Twin. It is a rogue access point mimicking a legitimate one to steal data from unsuspecting users. Prevention include verifying network connections using secure passwords and avoiding using open network. Indicators of compromise include connection to unknown SSID and unusual traffic pattern. Another network attack is the on-path attack, which is when an attacker intercepts and potentially alters communication between two parties without their knowledge, such as this one. Prevention include using end-to-end encryption such as HTTPS, TLS, or VPN, enabling mutual authentication to verify identities, and using VPNs to secure traffic. Indicators of compromise includes unexpected certificate warnings or errors, unusual traffic patterns such as unexpected IP addresses or routing, and drops in connection or interruptions in communication. Another network attack include the credentials replay. So it is when an attacker intercepts valid authentication credentials and reuse them to gain unauthorized access to a system. Prevention include using multi-factor authentication (MFA), implementing encryption such as TLS to protect credentials during transmission, and applying time-sensitive tokens and session expiration policies. Indicators of compromise include repeated login attempts with valid credentials from different locations and logs showing unusual authentication behavior such as multiple sessions with the same credentials. Next one is malicious code. So it is a software or scripts intentionally designed to harm, exploit, or gain unauthorized access to a system. And prevention include regularly updating software and patching it, using anti-malware tools and firewalls, and implementing input validation and code review practices. Indicators of compromise include unexpected changes in system files or behavior, detection of malware by security software, and unusual network traffic or unauthorized system processes. So now some application attacks. And the first one is injection. So it is inserting malicious code into an input field to be executed by the application, such as SQL or command injection. Prevention include using parameterized queries, input validation, and proper error handling. Indicators of compromises include suspicious input patterns, unusual database queries, and or error messages showing system information. Another application attack is buffer overflow, which is writing more data to a buffer than it can handle, causing memory corruption and potentially arbitrary code execution. Prevention include using bound checking, secure code practices, and memory safe languages. And indicators of compromise include system crashes or unexpected behavior, errors involving memory addresses. Another application attack is the replay attack, which is intercepting and retransmitting valid communication to gain unauthorized access or disrupt services. Prevention include using time-sensitive tokens, nonces, or digital signature to ensure communication is not reused. Indicators of compromise include identical request or response being sent multiple times, repeated authentication attempts. Another attack is privilege escalation, which is gaining higher level access or permissions than originally granted, often by exploiting flaws in the system. Prevention include applying the principle of least privilege, regularly updating and patching system, and audit access control configuration. Indicators of compromise include unusual access patterns, unauthorized changes in user roles or permissions, or unexpected administrative actions. Another application attack is forgery, which is creating false data or requests to deceive the system or users, such as cross-site request forgery or CSRF. Prevention include CSRF or cross-site request forgery tokens, input validation, and proper session management. Indicators of compromise include unusual or unauthorized requests, unexpected changes in user profiles or configurations. Another application attack is directory traversal, which is exploiting an application's vulnerability to access directories or files outside the intended directory. Prevention include implementing proper input sanitization, validate file paths, and use whitelists for accessible directories. Indicators of compromise include access attempts to sensitive files or directories outside the application's designated paths. And another attack type is now the cryptographic attacks, and the first one is the downgrade attacks. So it is the definition is to force a system to use weaker encryption or security protocols by exploiting the ability to roll back to a less secure version. Prevention include enforcing strong encryption standards, disabling outdated protocols, and ensure proper validation of security versions. Indicators of compromises include detection of deprecated encryption algorithms or version rollbacks in logs. Another cryptographic attack type is the collision attack, which is finding two different inputs that produce the same hash value. So this is against the hashing algorithm. Prevention include using cryptographic hash functions with strong resistance to collision, such as SHA-256 or SHA-3. So MD5, which is also a hashing function, is an old hashing algorithm, and this is susceptible to this collision attack. So this one should not be used. Indicators of compromise include unexpected matching hash values for different data inputs. Another cryptographic attack is the birthday attack, which is a type of collision attack that exploits the birthday paradox to find matching hash values faster than the brute force. Prevention include using longer hash functions and cryptographic algorithms with a large enough output size. Indicators of compromise include repeated attempts to generate collision or hashes matching across different inputs. So now some password attacks, and the first one is password spraying. So it is attempting to access multiple accounts with a few commonly used passwords instead of trying many passwords for a one account. And prevention include implementing account lockout policies, using multi-factor authentication, and enforcing strong password policies. Indicators of compromise include multiple failed login attempts across many accounts with the same password and unusual login patterns. Another one is the brute force attack, which is trying every possible combination of characters to guess a password. Prevention include enforce strong complex password using CAPTCHA and apply account lockout after multiple failed attempts. Indicators of compromise include high volume of failed login attempts and repeated login attempts from the same source IP. Objective 2.5 Mitigation Techniques to Secure Enterprise. So far we have studied the threats and vulnerabilities in domain 2, and now the last part is how to mitigate these threats and vulnerabilities to secure your enterprise. So let's start. So the first one and most important one is the segmentation, that is divided your network into different segments. So the purpose of segmentation is that it divides a network into smaller and isolated segments. Segmentation purpose is to limit the spread of the attack. What does this mean? It means that even if one part of your network is, let's suppose, compromised, let's suppose if these servers are compromised, the compromise and attack will be limited only to this segment, and this segment will still be secure and protected from this attack because it is isolated and protected by this firewall, or maybe we have another firewall over here. Improve the network performance. So it also improves network performance. If you know the basic of networking, that there is a term broadcast. So the devices within the same VLAN where they want to send traffic to another device, they broadcast the packet if they don't know the MAC address, and this is sent then to all these devices. So let's suppose if these whole devices were in the same VLAN or in a same segment, then the broadcast will be spread to all these devices, which reduces the network performance and flood the unnecessary traffic to all devices. And control traffic flow. So again, you can control the traffic flow, that let's suppose if someone from the internet, let's suppose you have a remote employee over there and he wants to access this particular segment, you can control that this device can access only this segment and not these ones. Enhance security by containing breaches within specific area. So again, this is related to this point, that if there is a security breach in one segment, other segments are protected, and prevent lateral movement across the entire network. Again, this is also the related point, that if one server is compromised, you can prevent the spread to all other network segments because they are separated from this segment, and the lateral moment will be at max limited to only this segment. Lateral moments mean that when one server compromised, the malware spread from one to other, and then to other, and then to other. So if you have segmented the network, the spread will be only limited to one segment. Mitigation includes that it helps limits the access to sensitive data and systems, as we studied. So let's suppose if you want to restrict external access to only the required server, let's suppose these are your web servers, and you have sensitive private data in this segment, it will be prevented and it will be secure because no external access is allowed to these servers. Reduce the impact of a potential breach by restricting the scope of compromised system, limit the blast radius. So this is another term, as I already described. Blast radius means that when one server or one system is compromised, the blast radius or the damage is limited to a specific radius. Let's suppose this segment, and other servers and systems are protected, and allow far more granular control over security policies within different network segments. So when you have different VLANs and different segment, you can control the communication between them through the firewall, ACLs, and security policies. So these are some of the popular example that how we do segmentation. Demilitarized zone, this is a popular term, DMZ, that you must have heard. And this segment houses public facing servers like web and email servers, isolating them from the internal network. So when you have some server, let's suppose, for example, a proxy server or a web server that must be accessed from the external or from the internet, then you can place these servers behind a firewall, and this zone is usually known as DMZ. And this is separated from your other internal servers and internal network. So this helps the security of the internal private network, because only your DMZ servers are accessible from the external network, and even if they are compromised, your internal network won't be breached. Another zone is there, as we can see in this picture, the intranet or your internal network. This segment contains internal servers and resources accessible only to authorized user within the organization. So this file transfer server, this is accessible within the organization, not from external network. And this internal network usually contains database servers. So database servers are highly sensitive server because they contain the actual sensitive data, and maybe application server. So usually the web servers are those that are accessible from the external network, such as internet, and all other servers such as database server, file server, or even application server are inside your internal network. And management of this segment is used for network administration and monitoring, keeping it separate from general user traffic. So of course, you have to manage these servers, either the DMZ servers and the internal servers. So there is another network that is known as the management network, where basically your administrator use this network to access these servers and manage them, configure them. So this is also a separate network, and only authorized users such as the administrator of these servers can have access to these network to manage and monitor these servers. Another related term, and most usually this term is related to the SDN, software defined networking, and the cloud, and this is known as microsegmentation. So this is another level of granular segmentation as opposed to the segmentation. And the purpose of microsegmentation is that it further divides network segments into smaller, more granular, to apply security policies at very detailed level, often down to individual workloads or devices. What does this mean? Let me get back to the previous slide. Let me get back. So as I let me first clear this screen. Thank God. So, as I said, in traditionally in segmentation, we segment the network into different segment of servers or devices. So this is one segment. Let's suppose this is segment 2, this is segment 3, let's suppose this is segment 4, and so on and so forth. In micro segmentation, we further divide these each segment into individual device or at individual device or VM level. What does this mean? That you can control the traffic even between these individual devices within the same segment, and this is more secure and more controlled and granular. So as I stated in the segmentation, that if one server is compromised over here, let's suppose if this one is compromised, the attack may spread to the other servers within the same network. But in micro segmentation, the compromise is limited to the individual VM or the individual server, because if the communication between these individual VM or servers is also controlled. So if there is no need that this server and these four servers should talk to each other, you can control the communication and they won't talk to each other. And so the lateral movement within segment is also controlled. So this is the basic concept behind the micro segmentation. Mitigation, it enhances the security of applications and data by applying more specific access controls, prevents attackers from moving across the network by isolating individual workloads. As I described, by individual workloads, you may say that individual VMs or individual servers. So it is a granular control at individual server level, limits exposure to potential vulnerabilities by segmenting based on risk, sensitivity, or business need. Example, implementing micro-segmentation within a data center where each individual virtual machine or VM has its own security policies, even if they are on the same physical server or even if they are in the same virtual network or VLAN. So the next mitigation technique is using the access control or access control list. So access control refers to the methods and mechanism used to regulate who or what can view or use resources in a computing environment. And the access control is applied through access control list, which is a list of rules defining which user or system can access specific resources and what actions they are allowed to perform. For example, some user may be allowed to access some resources and some may be denied, and this is all done through an ACL or access control list. And these are usually applied through routers and firewalls. Example, a firewall ACL allows or denies traffic based on IP addresses or ports, and it protects resources by explicitly permitting or blocking access. So access control is also applied through permissions, and it is specific rights or privileges assigned to users or systems to perform certain actions on resources. For example, read, write, and execute. You may have read this file permission in Linux, where each file have these permission: read, write, and execute. Example, user has only read only permission to share to a shared folder. For example, a user may be given only read only. Another user may be given read as well as write or edit permission as well. And it is used to ensure appropriate level of access to maintain security and minimize risks. Another mitigation technique is application allow list, are also known as white listing or whitelist. So it is a security mechanism that permits only approved or whitelisted application to run on a system or network. Example include only productivity apps like Microsoft Office or Zoom are allowed on corporate devices, and it is used to reduce the risk of malware or unauthorized applications that are being executed. Application deny list, so you can control application either through whitelist or this one is known as blacklist. So a security mechanism that blocks specific application or blacklisted application from running on a system or network. Example include games or non-malicious applications are blacklisted on workstation, and use that it prevents the execution of potentially harmful or non-compliant application. So which one is more secure, whitelisting or blacklisting? So the whitelist is more secure because there are hundreds and thousands of applications. If you only allow, let's suppose, Office, Zoom, and blacklist all other applications, you are more secure. But if you want to block the malicious applications, you can do that. But again, there are thousand upon thousand of applications, and it will be very difficult for you to maintain this blacklist unless you have licensed appliances such as licensed antivirus or licensed firewall that that keep updates this blacklist through the vendor's cloud. So the next mitigation is isolation. So what is isolation? It is a security strategy that involves separating system, processes, or application to limit access and reduce the risk of spreading threats or unauthorized activities. Example include virtual machine isolation. So each virtual machine operates independently, preventing one compromised virtual machine from affecting others. And we can also isolate the network. So segmenting, as we already studied, segmenting networks to restrict access, such as separating a guest Wi-Fi network from the corporate network. Its use is that it protects critical resources by minimizing exposure to potential threats and ensures containment in case of breach or malware infection. So it is again related to our topic of segmentation. Sorry, let me get forward. So the next mitigation is patching. So it is the process of applying updates or fixes, that is patches, to software, operating systems, or firmware to resolve vulnerabilities, bugs, or performance issues. Example include installing monthly security updates on Windows to address new vulnerabilities and updating firmware on network devices to fix critical exploits. And its uses include that it prevents exploitation of known vulnerabilities and it ensures systems remain secure, stable, and compliant with security standards. The next mitigation technique is encryption. So definition is that it is a security technique that transforms data into a coded form that is ciphertext to prevent unauthorized access, ensuring confidentiality during storage or transmission. So encryption can be used for data at rest or when data is stored, or for data in transit or when data is transmitted. Example include at rest is encrypting files on a disk using AES, that is advanced encryption standard. For example, you can encrypt your hard drive using the Microsoft BitLocker on your Windows. So this is encryption of data at rest. And in transit, using the HTTPS to encrypt data transmitted between a browser and a web server. So whenever you, let's suppose, open the www.google.com, it is basically HTTPS. So when your browser connects with Google server, it is through HTTPS, and your connection in transit, or your data in transit, is encrypted and secure. Use protects sensitive information from being accessed by unauthorized parties and ensures data confidentiality even if intercepted or stolen. Next mitigation is continuous monitoring. So it is the continuous observation and analysis of systems, network, and activities to detect security incidents, performance issues, or unauthorized actions. Examples include network monitoring, which is using tools like Wireshark or Splunk to analyze traffic for suspicious behavior. And system monitoring include tracking CPU usage, disk activity, and logins for anomalies. Use includes it detects and responds to threats in real time and ensures compliance with security policies and helps maintain system performance. So in monitoring, we have specific tools and systems such as SIEM, which is Security Information and Event Management. So it is a solution that aggregates, analyzes, and correlates security events and logs from multiple sources to detect and respond to threats in real time. So the SIEM collects logs from multiple devices such as servers, firewall, IPS system, routers, switches, workstation, end user devices, etc., and then aggregates it and correlates it. And tools of some example of SIEM include popular example are Splunk, IBM QRadar, or ArcSight. So these are the most popular SIEM solutions. Functionality is that it alerts when suspicious login attempts occur across multiple servers. So this is just one example of its functionality. It has hundreds and thousands of functionalities and use cases. And its use is that it enhances threat detection and incident response and provides centralized visibility into security related data. And monitoring, again, in monitoring, the other solution that is related to SIEM. So the SIEM is different between SIEM and SOAR is that SIEMs collects logs and you can just analyze it and see that what is happening. You can say that SIEM is passive while the SOAR is active. It also acts upon the suspicious activity such as blocking IP addresses or malicious devices. So the definition is that it is a platform that combines security orchestration, automation, and incident response to streamline and enhance security operations. Example include automating phishing emails analysis and blocking similar emails, and coordinating response across firewall, SIEMs, and endpoint protection tools. Its use is that it reduces response time to security incidents, enhances collaboration and efficiency in security operations, and frees up analysts to focus on high priority tasks by automating routine processes. So instead of doing the manually through analysts that they have to go through thousands lines of logs and see manually that what is happening for anomalies, you can automate this through SOAR, which automatically detects anomalies and automatically acts upon it. So the next mitigation technique is the least privilege, and it is a security principle that restricts users, applications, and systems to minimum level of access or permissions necessary to perform their duties or function. Example include a user with read-only access to a database instead of full administrative rights, and a backup software granted access only to specific directories it needs to back up. And it uses that it limits potential damage from accidental or malicious actions and reduces the attack surface by minimizing unnecessary access to sensitive resources. Another term or mitigation technique is configuration enforcement, and it is the practice of ensuring that systems and devices adhere to defined security and operational configuration, typically through automated tools or policies. So you have a baseline of security configurations that must be applied on all through all devices, and this is done usually through automated tool and policies. Example include using a configuration management tool such as Ansible and Chef to enforce standardized firewall rules across all servers, applying group policy objects, so this is specifically for Windows, in Windows to ensure users cannot disable antivirus software. Uses include that it maintains consistency across systems to reduce misconfiguration and ensures compliance with security standards and policies and minimizes the risk of vulnerabilities caused by incorrect or unauthorized settings. Decommissioning. So, what is decommissioning? It is the process of safely retiring or removing outdated, unused, or obsolete hardware, software, or system from active service while ensuring that data and configurations are securely handled. Example, it include hardware decommissioning, which is physically removing old servers and securely wiping their storage drives. Software decommissioning include uninstalling unsupported software and securely archiving data before removing the application. Uses include reduces the attack surface by eliminating outdated or unsupported system and ensures that sensitive data is securely destroyed or transferred. It helps with compliance by properly handling retired systems and data. So now some of hardening techniques. Hardening is securing the system or devices through different security techniques, and the first one is encryption. So encryption protects data by converting it into secure format, ensuring confidentiality and integrity. So encryption basically, the basic purpose is confidentiality, but it can also ensure integrity. And its use case is that it secures sensitive data both at rest and in transit, making it unreadable to unauthorized parties. Another hardening technique is the endpoint protection. By deploying antivirus, anti-malware, and other security software on endpoints to detect and block threats. And use is that it protects devices like computers and mobile phones from malware, viruses, and unauthorized access. The next hardening technique is using host-based firewall. It is a firewall installed on an individual host or devices to monitor and control incoming and outgoing traffic. So when we use simply the term firewall, it is basically we are referring to the hardware firewall that is basically used to protect or monitor the whole network. Host-based firewall basically means individual firewall inside a host, such as your Windows Defender inside your Windows PC. And its use is that it provides an additional layer of security, preventing unauthorized access to the host while allowing legitimate communication. So you should use both the perimeter firewall or the network firewall and the host-based firewalls, which then acts as a layer defense. So this is, let's suppose, first layer, then the host-based firewall may be second layer, then maybe other layer in between. The next hardening technique is the host-based intrusion prevention system, which is a security system that monitors host activity to detect and prevent malicious actions or intrusions. Again, this is host-based intrusion prevention system. There are whole network-based intrusion prevention system, or you can say NIPS, which protects or monitors the host whole network. And its use is that it identifies and blocks suspicious activity or potential attacks based on predefined security rules. So we can call the anti-malware or antivirus as host-based IPS because it detects any malicious malware and promptly blocks it. Another hardening technique is disabling ports or protocols. So it is turning off unused or unnecessary ports and protocol to reduce exposure to potential attacks, or this term is also known as reducing the attack surface. We have already studied these terms. When you disable or turn off unnecessary ports and protocol, you are actually reducing the attack surface. And it is already mentioned here. It minimizes the attack surface by limiting access points for hackers to exploit. The next hardening technique is default password changes. So changing the default password on system, devices, and application to prevent unauthorized access. And use include that it reduces the risk of attackers gaining easy access to systems through commonly known or easily guessable default credentials. And the next and the last hardening technique is the removal of unnecessary software, and it is basically uninstalling unused software, services, or application to limit potential vulnerabilities. So it decreases the attack surface again and ensures that only essential software is running and reducing the chances of exploitation. So that's all for the domain 2. Thank you for watching and stay tuned and subscribe for the next video on domain 3. Course, and today we will study the domain 3, that is security architecture, and the first objective 3.1 is compare and contrast security implication of different architecture models. So let's get started. So first we will go through different architecture and infrastructure concepts. And the first we will get the concept of the cloud, the different cloud service models, the responsibility matrix between the cloud service provider, that is CSP, and the user. Then we will study the hybrid considerations of different cloud deployment models, and then the security consideration and implication of third-party vendors. But first, let's go through the cloud service models. And as you can see, we have these three popular cloud service models: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And the first one is infrastructure as a service. So IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, basically provides virtualized computing resources like servers, storage, and network. And its popular example are the Amazon Compute, that is EC2, and the Microsoft Azure VM. And the most important point is that in IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, the user is able to manage the operating system, the application, and the middleware, while the provider manages basically the underlying hardware infrastructure. So besides these middleware, of course, the user also manages the data and the user management as well. So this is important point, and we will also study it in the upcoming slides. As I flashed in the first slide, that about the shared responsibility model. So in this model, the user has the most flexibility in terms of managing the resources, such as the user can install its own operating system. The user can configure operating system as per their own requirements, and then application, middleware, and so on and so forth. And as we go to other cloud services model, these responsibility, or the resources that user can manage, it will decrease, and the CSP, or the cloud service provider, responsibility will increase. So in the next one is platform as a service, and this basically offers a platform to develop, test, and deploy application without managing the underlying infrastructure. For example, Google App Engine and Microsoft Azure App Service, and it includes tools, frameworks, and runtime environments. So here, as we see in this first point, that without managing the underlying infrastructure means that user no longer have to manage the operating system and the middleware. These are taken care of by the cloud service provider. The user only gets the software development environment, and then the user develop and test and deploy their application. So that is the main difference, as I said earlier, that the user responsibility or user management responsibility decreases as we go from infrastructure as a service to other models. And the next one is the SaaS, or software as a service, which delivers fully managed applications over the internet. Example include Gmail, Microsoft 365, and Salesforce. And the user has user access software via a browser, with the provider handling maintenance and updates. So here the user has the least responsibility. User do not have to manage anything. Even the application is being delivered and managed by the cloud service provider. User only needs a client or a browser to access this application. And the last one is the function as a service, which is basically this platform provides an environment where the user executes code in response to events without managing servers, often called serverless computing. Again, here user run their code without managing the underlying VMs or underlying infrastructure. Example include AWS Lambda and Azure Functions, and it basically focuses on specific tasks, paying only for execution time. What does this mean? That when the user executes code, then the VMs or the required resources are activated, and the user are only charged for that specific time when these servers or VMs or storage, etc., are activated during the runtime. When the code is not executed, the user is no longer charged for the resources such as compute or VMs. So, what is the shared responsibility model? So now we will again go through each service model and describe or explain the responsibilities of the customer, the cloud, and some shared responsibilities. So in the infrastructure as a service, the CSP or cloud service provider is responsible for basically the physical hardware such as the server, network switches, firewall, etc., the networking, the underlying networking, including routers, switches, firewall, load balancer, the virtualization software such as the hypervisor, and of course the physical security of the data center. While the customer is responsible for the operating system, the application, the middleware, the data, user access or user management, as well as the configuration of these application, operating system, and the virtualized network as well. So what are the some shared responsibilities? The shared responsibility includes security of the cloud infrastructure, for example, network security and storage encryption. So here the security of the cloud infrastructure does not mean the physical security, which is the responsibility of the cloud service provider. Remember, the physical security of the data center or these infrastructure is always the responsibility of the CSP. Here we are talking about the security configuration of the network appliances such as the ACL or the firewall security policies configuration are enabling the encryption on the storage. Sometimes the encryption will be enabled by default by the CSP, and sometimes the user may be given the flexibility to use its own encryption or its own encryption configuration of the storage. So the next one is the platform as a service, and in this the CSP handles underlying infrastructure, but this time the operating system as well, the runtime for the application development and running, the middleware and the platform update. So now we can see that CSP has more responsibility in PaaS as compared to IaaS, and the customer focuses on application development, deployment, and securing the application and data. So here the customer only develop the application, then deploy it, and the security of the application and data. And what are the shared responsibility? The shared responsibility include the identity and access management, that is IAM, and data protection. So as you can see, the data protection is shared again between the CSP and the user. The next one is the SaaS or software as a service, where the CSP has the most responsibility and the customer has least. The CSP manages everything, including the application, platform, infrastructure, and everything else, such as the physical security, physical hardware, as well as the virtualization operating system, meaning the hypervisor, as well as the OSs of the VMs as well. While the customer basically manages the data, user access, and compliance with the regulation. And what are the shared responsibilities? These include the data security, user authentication, and access management. And the last one is the function as a service, where the CSP manages the serverless infrastructure, runtime environment, and the scaling, while the customer only writes and secures the code and configures, triggers, and manages data access. And shared responsibility includes security of the application logic and API integration. So again, as we studies, this graphic shows the responsibilities, shared responsibility in different models between the customer and the CSP. So the blue one are the customer responsibility, and this color, you can say this is orange or brown, this is the CSP responsibility. So as we see in the infrastructure as a service, the user or customer has the most responsibility up to virtual networking, operating system, middleware, runtime application, etc. While the underlying physical hardware as well as the virtualization OS, such as the hypervisor, physical server, storage, and physical networking, as well as the physical security. Remember, physical security is always the responsibility of the CSP. In the past, the user is only again responsible for the people identity or user access, the data and the application, while the rest, so as we can see that now the customer takes care of these things as well, as opposed to in infrastructure as a service. And in the SaaS, the user has only to manage the people identity and the data, while the rest, everything is taken care of by the CSP. And again, this is the summary of what we have studied so far in the shared responsibility model. So again, these are the same thing, but summarized in this table. You can pause the video and go through if you want. So we are talking about cloud services model now, different cloud deployment models, that how cloud is deployed differently in different models. And these models include the public cloud, the private cloud, the hybrid community, as well as the multi-cloud model. So we will go through each of these one by one and explain that what does we mean by these different deployment models. So the first one is the public cloud. So as the name indicates, it is publicly available to everyone. So definition is that a cloud environment where resources like servers, storage, and application are owned and managed by a third-party cloud provider and shared among multiple tenants over the internet. So as this diagram shows, the public cloud is accessible over the internet all over the world by anyone, and these resources are basically shared among multiple tenants, which are basically in thousands. And these, the IBM, Amazon, VMware, and Google are some of the most popular public cloud providers. So key features include scalability, cost efficiency, and no need for hardware maintenance by the customer. So since these are very huge cloud provider, they have the capability of scalability, and they have cost efficiency because they have thousand upon customers. So their resources are cost efficient, and of course they are managed by these provider as well, and user do not need to maintain the physical hardware or the physical security of these cloud data centers. Use cases include hosting websites, application development, and backup solution. What does backup solution mean? If let's suppose you have an organization that have an on-premise data center, or you have traditional infrastructure, but you want that your backup be stored inside the cloud. So you can use one of these providers for storing your backup so that it is easily accessible from anywhere. Example include Amazon Web Services, AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform, that is GCP. So these three are the most popular public cloud provider. Consideration include that the user has limited control over infrastructure and potential security concern for sensitive data. Since your data is shared with multiple tenants and it is available inside the cloud, you have of course security concern for your sensitive data. But nonetheless, these cloud providers have very robust and very advanced security measures. Second deployment model is the private cloud. As the name indicates, it is private to an individual organization. So a cloud environment dedicated to a single organization, either hosted on premises or by a third party provider. Key features include greater control. So of course, it is owned by the organization. So organization has the 100% control over their cloud, customization, and enhanced security for sensitive workload. So if the organization have very sensitive data and they do not want to share it or store it inside the public cloud, they may deploy their own private cloud, and again they can then share their sensitive workload in their private cloud. Use cases include industries with strict regulatory requirements, for example, finance, healthcare, or business needing high security, as well as, let's suppose, we can include the military. If military is required a higher security requirement, so they can have their own private cloud. Example include VMware private cloud, Microsoft Azure Stack. So again, these provider can give you private cloud deployment, such as VMware has the private cloud and the Microsoft Azure Stack. Consideration include, of course, they have higher cost and maintenance responsibility compared to public cloud. So if you want to deploy your own cloud, again, you will need to deploy all the physical as well as virtual infrastructure. It means it will have the CapEx, mean the capital expenditure, as well as OpEx, that is operational expenditure. So these both will be high. These are two terms used for capital expenditure, that is the initial deployment expenditure, while the ongoing operational expenditure is known as OpEx. So these both will be high. While in the public cloud, you have no CapEx, because of course the cloud is already deployed by the provider, and you have very little OpEx of the, you can say, pay as you use or pay as you go cost. And again, you have all the other responsibility of the security, including the physical security as well as the security of the virtual infrastructure as well. The second deployment model is the hybrid. As the name indicates, it is the combination of multiple clouds. So it is a cloud environment that combines basically the public and private clouds, allowing data and application to be shared between them. And the key features include flexibility to balance workloads, scalability of the public cloud, and security of the private cloud. So what does this mean? That let's suppose there is an organization that has both the requirement for scalability, that wants that when their requirements increases, they can have the resources as needed. And they have also some very sensitive workload that they want to use the private cloud for these sensitive workload. So when an organization uses these both, then this type of setup is known as hybrid cloud. Of course, the organization may have traditional infrastructure as well. So the combination of these two or these three is known as the hybrid cloud. Use cases include businesses needing to run sensitive operations privately inside the private cloud while leveraging the public cloud for scalability. Examples include Microsoft Azure Hybrid as well as AWS Outpost and Google Anthos. And the consideration include that this requires effective integration and management of both environments. So since the organization is using both these cloud, this integration between these two must be effective and seamless so that there are no technical hiccups. Another is the community cloud. As we see that it is owned by community, or you can say multiple organizations or multiple users. So a cloud environment shared by several organizations with common interests such as regulatory requirement or similar goals, often managed by a third-party provider or managed internally. Key features include collaborative, cost sharing, and tailored to specific community needs, for example, healthcare or government. So this is a cloud that is used by multiple organizations that have similar interests or similar requirements. Use cases include joint ventures, research organizations, or industries with shared compliance requirements. And the examples include government cloud services. So, of course, when government has cloud service, it may be shared among multiple government organizations. Healthcare data sharing platform. So, this healthcare data share platform may be used by multiple healthcare providers and hospitals. Considerations include cost are shared, but governance and security need careful coordination among community members. Another deployment model is the multi-cloud, which is the use of multiple cloud services from different providers to avoid vendor lock-in, enhance redundancy, and optimize performance. Vendor lock-in means that when a user organization is restricted or locked with a single provider, while the multi-cloud means that the user or the organization is getting services from multiple cloud providers such as, let's suppose, IBM, Azure, as well as, let's suppose, AWS. So key features include the flexibility, risk mitigation, and the ability to choose the best services for specific needs. So let's suppose there may be one service that is best provided by the Azure, or maybe it is most cost effectively provided by Azure. So the user organization may choose service number, let's suppose one from Microsoft Azure, well, there may be another service that suits the organization from IBM, and the service number two then may be taken from the IBM by the organization. Risk mitigation is it means that, let's suppose, if you are using a single cloud provider and this cloud provider services goes down due to any reason, you can always switch these services to the second provider, since you are also using the second provider, and your risk of unavailability is mitigated. And these other redundancy as well as the performance optimization. Key features include, as we study, the risk mitigation and ability to choose best services from each provider. Use cases include large enterprises or businesses with diverse needs for different workloads. For example, one provider for storage and another for compute. Example include using AWS for computing, Microsoft Azure for AI, and Google Cloud for analytics. And the consideration include, of course, if you are using multiple cloud provider, you have increased complexity in the management as well as integration across multiple platforms. Another cloud related term is the infrastructure as a code, or IAC, which is the practice of managing and provisioning cloud infrastructure such through code rather than through manual process. What does this mean? That, let's suppose, you want to create 4 VMs, and let's suppose some other configuration. Then instead of configuring these VMs through manually, you can write a code, a template that is already available, or you can write one custom template, and when you run these code, these VMs are automatically created. And of course, you have to write this code once or customize it once, and then you can always run it again and again as per your requirement. So it means you are creating the infrastructure through the code. That is why it is infrastructure as a code. Key features include automates infrastructure setup and management. It enables version control and consistency across environments. So if you have one template for infrastructure creation, you can use that template across multiple environment, and they will be consistent because you are using the same template, and there will be very less chance of human error. Increase efficiency and reduces human error. Tools for the infrastructure as a code include Terraform, AWS Cloud Formation, and Ansible. And the benefits include faster deployment and scaling, easier management of complex infrastructure, and improved collaboration between development and operations team. The next cloud related concept is the serverless. So what is the serverless? It is basically a cloud computing model where the cloud provider manages the infrastructure and the user only focus on writing and deploying code. So the serverless give a meaning that it is without any VM or server. What does this mean? This means that the user does not have to manage any server. For user, it is serverless. But of course, in the background, the servers are running and are managed by the CSP. Key features include that the user have no need to manage servers or infrastructure, automatically scales based on demand, and pay per use model that is charged only for actual compute time. Examples include AWS Lambda, Azure Function, and Google Cloud Functions, and benefits are it has simplified deployment and reduces operational overhead. It has faster development cycles and cost efficiency, and scalable and flexible for variable workloads. Another related term is the microservices, which is a design pattern where an application is built as a collection of small independent services that communicate over APIs, that is application programmable interfaces. Key features include each service is focused on a specific business function. Services are loosely coupled and can be developed, deployed, and scaled independently, and enables continuous delivery and DevOps practices. What does this mean? It means that instead of deploying or developing a huge application, instead what microservices do that it develops individual microservices for a specific functionality, and then these communicate with each other through APIs. So this has the flexibility that you can independently develop and deploy these individual modules and gives the flexibility. Features include or benefits include improved scalability and fault isolation. Of course, if you have a fault, you don't need to disrupt the whole application. You will just work upon the individual module or the individual microservice that has the fault, enable faster development and deployment cycle, because you won't need development of the whole monolithic application. Rather than you will work on individual microservices module. Facilitate technology diversity, such as service can use different technology. You can use different technology for different services. Example include e-commerce platform and online payment systems. So now some concepts about the network infrastructure, and the from the security point of view, there is the requirement of physical isolation of the network infrastructure, which means that the practice of separating network resources physically to prevent unauthorized access, enhance security, and ensure data protection. Key features include it involves the use of separate hardware such as routers, switches, and servers for different network segments. It protects critical systems and data by ensuring they are not connected to the same physical network as less secure systems. And then another related term in the physical isolation is the air gap network. So what is the air gap network? It is a specific type of physical isolation where a network is completely disconnected from other networks, including the internet. As we can see here, so this is a network of an organization, and this is wholly solely a private network. It is not connected to other network such as the internet or another organization network. When it is connected to an internet, of course it is connected to the whole world, and this is then no longer an air gap network. This is a non-air gap network. It provides the highest level of security typically used for sensitive or classified information, prevents external attacks by isolating the network from all external connections. So of course, since your network is not connected to external networks such as internet, There are no chance of accessing or launching attacks from external networks such as internet. Benefits include it enhances security by reducing exposure to cyber threats and limits the spread of malware or attacks within the network. So now the logical segmentation. In the previous two slides, we were talking about the physical segmentation or physical isolation. Now is the logical segmentation in the network infrastructure, which is the practice of dividing a network into smaller, isolated segments. Uses software-based methods to improve security and manageability. It means you have shared physical resources such as shared switch or shared firewall, but you can logically separate different workloads. Key features include achieved through the virtual LANs or VLANs, subnets, or access control lists, that is ACLs. And it does not require physical separation of hardware. You may have the same switch, but you can configure different VLANs inside the switch. You may have the same firewall or router, but you can configure ACLs among different workloads to block communication between them if required and enable better traffic control and monitoring. Benefits includes it enhances security by limiting access to sensitive resources. It improves performance by reducing unnecessary traffic and simplifies management of different user groups or applications. Example of logical separation includes separating guest and employee network using VLAN. So the VLAN separation or segmentation is very basic, and I must say that it is not a very secure method. Other methods include such as this one in this diagram. Let's suppose you have this physical firewall, and then you can separate multiple different workloads such as the HR, the marketing, and the sales workloads using ACLs or security policies. So these may be not physical firewall. These are basically or maybe virtual ACLs, or you can say virtual firewalls, so that you can configure policies between these workload. And if you want that the HR department should not talk to the marketing, the salesperson, you can block communication between them. So it is then more secure than simply using VLANs. Another network infrastructure related concept is the software defined networking or SDN. So it is a networking approach that separates the control plane, that is decision making, from the data plane, that is traffic forwarding, to enable centralized network management. So traditionally, inside a network switch or a network router, both the control plane and the data plane, they were available inside the same switch or same network device. In SDN, we physically separate the control plane, that is the decision making plane, and the data plane, that is the forwarding plane, from each other. So here, as you can see, the control plane is physically separated from the infrastructure or the data plane. The infrastructure plane is also known as is basically the data plane. So again, these communicate through APIs, but they are physically separated. And it is called the decision making because all the decision, let's suppose the routing decision, the policy decision, are taken here, and then these are pushed in the infrastructure or the forwarding plane. Key features include that it has centralized control where software-based control. So here we have a controller, and all the control decision or the control of the infrastructure or data plane is taken by this controller. Dynamic programmable network configuration. So it is dynamic and configure whole infrastructure. Let's suppose here we may have 100 upon 1000 of switches. So we can configure their configuration from here and then push it downward instead of individually configuring each switch or router. use APIs to communicate between applications and the network. As I already studied, that there are APIs between these layers that they communicate with. Benefits include simplified network management and provisioning, enhance scalability and flexibility for modern workload, and facilitate automation and reduces manual errors. Use cases include the SDN are used inside data centers, specifically software defined data center or SDDC. This is a concept known as the software defined data center where SDN is used, cloud environment. So again, the SDN is used in clouds and dynamic traffic routing. Example include OpenFlow, Cisco ACI, and the VMware NSX. So in the infrastructure concept, we studied cloud, and the opposite of the cloud infrastructure is the on-premise infrastructure. And this is a setup where all network, hardware, software, and resources are hosted and managed locally within an organization's premises. Traditionally, this was the way. And the key feature include that user or customer has the full control over infrastructure and data, requires in-house IT expertise for management, and higher upfront cost for hardware as well as the software. Benefits include enhanced security and compliance for sensitive data, customizable to specific business needs, and no dependency on external cloud providers. Considerations include limited scalability compared to cloud solutions and higher operational and maintenance costs. And again, these are this is another infrastructure concept, that is decentralized and decentralized infrastructure. So you can pause the video and study this self-explanatory, that what is the benefit of the centralized as compared to decentralized. Another infrastructure concept is the containerization or the containers. So what the definition is, that it is a lightweight method of packaging applications and their dependencies into isolated units called containers, ensuring consistency across different environments. Key features include uses OS level virtualization for resource isolation. Containers are portable and run consistently on any system with a container runtime, which is known as, for example, Docker, efficient and lightweight compared to virtual machines. So we had traditionally physical servers or physical infrastructure, then we went to VMs, which were efficient than the physical server, and after VM we can say that these are even more efficient and lighter than VM, which are the container. Because inside the VM we have, each VM has its own OS, while here we can see that it is the virtualization at the operating system layer. What does this mean? That you may have multiple containers inside a single OS. And benefits include that it simplifies application development, deployment, and scaling. It enhances resource utilization and reduces overhead, and enables microservices architecture by isolating services. So tools include the Docker, Kubernetes, and Podman, and use cases include cloud native applications, CI/CD pipeline, and multi-cloud. CI/CD is continuous integration and continuous deployment or continuous delivery. Another infrastructure concept is the virtualization, which is the process of creating virtual versions of physical resources such as servers, storage, or network to improve efficiency and flexibility. So what does this mean? That traditionally we had the physical, let's suppose, server, and we will install an operating system on this server. But in virtualization, we install a hypervisor, or you can say this is a virtualization OS on this physical server. And then on this one server, we can deploy multiple VMs, with each VM acting as a isolated or separate server having its own resources such as storage, networking, as well as its operating system. Key features include that it uses a hypervisor to run multiple virtual machines on a single physical machine. Each VM operates independently with its own operating system and application and supports resource sharing and optimization. Benefits include that it increases hardware utilization and reduces cost. It simplifies resource management and disaster recovery and enhances scalability and faster provisioning of resources. So types include the server virtualization, storage virtualization, and network virtualization. And tools are popular virtualization tool virtualization software are VMware, ESXi, Microsoft Hyper-V, and Oracle VirtualBox. Use cases these are used inside data centers, testing environments, and cloud platforms. Testing environment include that let's suppose you want to test a malware, so you can configure VMs where you install OS and study the behavior of malware or other application without damaging your main host operating system. Another infrastructure concept is the IoT or Internet of Things, which is a network of interconnected physical devices that collect, share, and act on data through the Internet. Key features include devices equipped with sensors, software, and connectivity capabilities. It enables real time data collection, analysis, and automation, and operates across various domains like smart homes, healthcare, and industry. Benefits include that it enhances efficiency and automation in daily tasks. It provides actionable insights through data analytics, and it supports remote monitoring and management. Examples include smart thermostats such as the Nest wearable fitness tracker Fitbit and connected car and industrial IoT sensors. Challenges include security concerns, data privacy issues, and scalability. Another infrastructure concept is the Industrial Control System ICS or SCADA. So ICS or Industrial Control System refer to systems used to monitor and control industrial processes, while SCADA, that is supervisory control and data acquisition, is a subset of ICS focused on supervisory level monitoring and data collection. Key features include the ICS features include that it encompasses a range of control systems like DCS, that is distributed control system, and PLC, that is programmable logic controllers. While SCADA enables centralized monitoring and control of remote equipment via sensors and communication network used in critical industries such as energy, water, manufacturing, and transportation. And the benefits include that it enhances operational efficiency and reliability, it provides real time monitoring and automated control, and reduces human intervention and errors in complex systems. Challenges include it is vulnerable to cyber attacks due to increased connectivity, and it requires robust security and regular updates. Examples include power grid control, water treatment systems, and oil pipeline monitoring. Real-time operating system, that is RTOS, it is a specialized operating system designed to process data and execute tasks within strict timing constraints. Key features include that it prioritizes deterministic behavior and timely task execution. It includes real-time scheduling algorithms to meet deadlines and optimized for embedded systems and IoT devices. Benefits include that it ensures high reliability and predictability, and it is ideal for time sensitive applications like automotive systems, robotics, and medical devices. And it supports multitasking with minimal latency. Examples include FreeRTOS, VxWorks, and QNX. Embedded system. So it is a specialized computing system designed to perform dedicated functions within larger mechanical or electrical systems. And key features include that it typically consists of hardware and software tailored for specific tasks, often have real-time constraints and limited resources such as CPU and memory, and not intended for general purpose use. Benefits include that it is efficient and reliable for specific functions such as controlling machinery and processing sensor data. It requires low power, or it has low power consumption and compact design, and often integrated into consumer electronics, vehicles, or industrial machines. Examples include microcontrollers in appliances, automotive control systems, wearable devices, and medical equipment. So another infrastructure concept is the high availability, which is a design approach that ensures a system or service remains operational and accessible with minimal downtime. So as the name indicates, it is highly available all the time, and it has minimum downtime, and key features include that it involves redundancy. So of course, if you want minimum downtime, you need to have redundant resources, such as if the user require one server, you have multiple servers, so that if one fails, you have redundant server available. Aims for 99.9% or higher uptime, for example 3 nines availability, and typically implemented with clustered server or distributed system. So cluster servers mean that you have multiple servers clustered together that work together, and if one server fails, the user services are uninterrupted and seamlessly shifted to other servers. Benefits include that it minimizes service disruption and ensures continuous access. It provides reliability for mission critical application and enhances user experience and business continuity. Examples include cloud services, data centers, and financial transaction systems. And another related term is the availability, which ensures that services and systems are operational and accessible when needed, often measured by uptime percentages. So uptime is basically an institute, and for example, 999 or 99.9% availability. Resilience. So it is the ability of a system to recover quickly from failures and continue operating, ensuring minimal disruption to services. Cost. So we are talking about some consideration of the infrastructure. It is the financial implication of maintaining infrastructure, considering both initial investment and ongoing operational expenses, including the hardware, software, and human resources. So for the cost for the initial investment, we have the term that is used in the industry, which is a capex, which is the capital expenditure, and the OPEX, which is the operational expenditure. Capital expenditure is the initial investment, and the operational expenditure is the ongoing operational expenses. Responsiveness. So it is the speed and efficiency with which a system reacts to requests or changes in condition, critical for user satisfaction and system performance. Scalability. It is the capability to handle increased loads or demands by expanding resources, for example, adding more servers or bandwidth without significant performance degradation. Ease of deployment is the simplicity with which systems, services, or applications can be set up and integrated into existing infrastructure, impacting time to market and operational efficiency. Risk transference is the shifting the financial or operational risk of certain effects such as data loss, hardware failure to third parties such as through cloud services or insurance. So it is this term is used in risk management. You can mitigate the risk through transferring by buying the, let's suppose, insurance. Ease of recovery is the ability to quickly restore services or system after a failure, often involving backup strategies, disaster recovery plans, or redundant system. Patch availability is the timely availability of software updates or patches to fix vulnerabilities or improve functionality, ensuring system security and reliability. Objective 3.2, applying security principle to secure enterprise infrastructure. Now we'll study some infrastructure consideration, and the first one is device placement. So what does we mean by the device placement? It refers to the strategic positioning of network devices, for example, firewall, routers, servers, to optimize security and minimize exposure. Proper placement can isolate critical assets and prevent unauthorized access. So as we can see in this diagram, for example, if we want that these devices, the different group of devices should not communicate with each other, we can place firewalls between them and block any communication between them. But if, let's suppose, our purpose was to only block external, let's suppose, access to these devices, but these devices can communicate with each other, then we only would need to place a firewall at the perimeter of the network, and we won't need these placement of firewalls between these different sections. So this placement is very important for the security as well as the other implications such as the performance and as well as the availability, etc. Another term is the security zone. So it is logical or physical segment of a network designed to separate system based on security requirements. Common zone include DMZ such as demilitarized zone, internal or external networks, each with different access policies. So again, you can divide different network segments based on their security requirements, and you can call them security zones. So one of the popular security zone is, of course, the DMZ, and it is basically the security zone inside an organization which is accessible from external network or which is accessible outside the organization, where you typically place your web server or let's suppose email server that are need to be accessed from the outside your organization, while you may have other critical secure systems such as your database, which must be placed inside a higher security zone, which you can call a private security zone or internal security zone. So this is the concept, and based on this concept you can have multiple security zone inside your organization based on the requirement of different devices and users. Another concept is the attack surface. So it is, we have already studied this, I think, in domain 2, and it is the total points where an attacker can attempt to exploit vulnerabilities in a system or a network. Reducing the attack surface involves minimizing the number of accessible services and interfaces. So, as the name indicates, it is basically the total number of paths or ways where an attacker can exploit your systems. So, how to reduce? The less the attack surface, the more secure is the system. So, you always need to reduce the attack surface, and it is done through removing or disabling unnecessary services, uninstalling unnecessary application, disabling the unnecessary open ports, and so on and so forth. Connectivity, it refers to the pathways through which devices and network communicate. Secure connectivity involves using encrypted channel through VPN and SSH TLS and monitoring traffic to prevent unauthorized access. Another term is the failure modes. So it is basically the behavior of system or devices when they fail, impacting the security and reliability infrastructure. So when devices fail, they can have two options, either fail open or fail close. So the fail open One, in this scenario, in a fail open scenario, a system remains accessible or operational even if it fails, often for the sake of availability. However, it can create security risk if critical security measures are bypassed during failure. And another is the fail closed. So in a fail closed scenario, system automatically block access or cease operations in the event of failure to ensure that no unauthorized access occurs. While the fail closed is more secure, it may cause service disruption during failure. So it is always a trade-off. If you want fail open, your services will be available, but you may have security implication or security breach. While in fail closed, your system will be more secure, but you may have availability issue. Another term are the device attributes, that is the active and passive devices. So active devices are basically those that actively participate in processing, controlling, or managing traffic and communications. They make decisions based on inputs, for example, firewalls, routers, and switches, and they require power and can block, filter, or modify data as needed to maintain security. While passive devices, these are the devices that only observe and monitor traffic without altering it. They collect data or provide information for analysis, for example, network taps, intrusion detection systems. And they do not require power for operation and cannot interfere with the network traffic. Now, some network appliances, the first one is the jump server. So it is a secure intermediary system used to access other system in a restricted or isolated network. It acts as a hopping point for administrators to manage servers or system in a sensitive environment, minimizing direct access to production system. So as the diagram indicates, let's suppose this is a administrator or a developer that wants to access these production system. So we have this jump server. This is basically the jump server. In between, the admin first accesses this. He logins onto this server. This is a hardened and secured system, and from here, the admin can access this system. So the admin or developer is not allowed to directly access this system, and this jump server acts as a, you can say, a proxy or a hopping server to secure this system for any direct external exposure. Proxy server is again a server that acts as an intermediary between the clients and the internet, providing control over network traffic. It can enhance security by filtering requests, hiding client IP addresses, and caching data for faster access. So it has the same concept as the jump server. When the clients, let's suppose, want to access the internet, there is an intermediary, that is the proxy server, and its purpose is the security. For example, let's suppose you want your employees to prevent them from accessing certain websites, such as, let's suppose, social media websites. So this filtering can be done here. This also provides the client IP can also be hired. This proxy server can have a public IP, and it can apply netting, that is network address translation. So this internal external network, only this IP is visible. And it can also provide the cache purpose. So let's suppose the user are accessing, let's suppose, a company website or some data more often. So this website or this data can be cached here, and when the user accesses it, it is readily available instead of going to the internet each time. The data is cached over here. So that is the concept of the proxy server. Another network appliance or appliances are the network intrusion detection system and prevention system. So the IPS intrusion prevention system is a network security appliance that monitors as well as analyzes traffic to detect and prevent potential threats or attack in real time. It can block malicious traffic based on the predefined rules. So this is the IPS or intrusion prevention system. It basically sits between your corporate LAN or your private network and the outside network such as the internet. And this placement is important. It is, you can say that this sits in line, and each and every traffic passes through it. And if some malicious activity or malicious traffic is detected, it can block it, as opposed to the IDS, which simply detects. It does not sit in line. It does only receive the traffic goes directly over here. Only a copy of this traffic is sent to the IDS, as opposed to the IPS, where traffic directly passes to the IPS. So a system designed to detect and alert on potential security breaches or attacks. Unlike IPS, it does not block traffic but instead notifies administrator of suspicious activities. So some other network appliances, another one is load balancer, a very important one. It is a device or software that distributes incoming network traffic across multiple servers to ensure even load distribution, improve performance, and ensure high availability of services. It helps prevent overloading any single server and can be used for redundancy. So this is how it works. So you have a load balancer that sits in front of your servers. You have multiple, let's suppose, servers. Let's suppose these are web servers. And when your clients accesses these servers, the load balancing basically divides the traffic between them so that each server gets equal traffic, so the load is evenly distributed. It also provides high availability. What does this mean? That if, let's suppose, this server fails, the traffic is then distributed between these three servers and it is no longer sent to this server, and the user does not feel any service disruption or downtime. Another network appliance are the sensors, which are devices or software tools used to monitor network traffic, detect anomalies, and collect data for security analysis. Sensors are often used in conjunction with IDS and IPS to capture and analyze network activities for signs of malicious behavior or security threats. So what does this mean? That you can have sensor inside, let's suppose, these servers, and these sensors can monitor and send the data to, let's suppose, you have an IDS over here. So this is how the sensors work. You can also call them agents. Another concept is the port security, and the standard for port security is 802.1x. So it is a network access control protocol, also known as NAC, network access control. It authenticates devices attempting to connect to the network, such as this one. Let's suppose these are the devices and they want to connect to the internet. So they first go through this uh, network access control system, where you have the switch that is basically connecting these devices to the network. And once these devices want to connect to the network or the internet, the switch authenticates these devices from the authentication server. Let's suppose it is a radius. And this authentication can be done on through multiple methods, such as, let's suppose, these devices may have certificates, and these certificates are verified over here, or they can simply enter username and passwords, and these username and passwords are verified over here, and then they are given the access. So it authenticate devices attempted to connect to network commonly used in Ethernet and wireless networks involve three components. So the supplicant, so these devices that want to connect to the network are the clients, they are known as the supplicant. The authenticator, which is basically the switch that gives these devices access to the internet, and the authentication server that authenticate the devices, such as the radius. So a protocol is used in this whole 802.1x, and that is extensible authentication protocol. It is authentication framework supporting multiple methods. It works with 802.1x for Network Access Control or NAC. It supports methods like passwords, digital certificates, and biometrics. Now, some firewall types. So, we have multiple firewall types. One of them is Web Application Firewall, which is, as the name indicates, specifically designed to secure the web traffic. It protects web application by filtering and monitoring the HTTP and HTTPS traffic. It prevents attacks like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other web-based threats, and it operates at application layers since the HTTP or HTTPS is layer 7 protocol. Another firewall type is the UTM or Unified Threat Management. So this is a depiction of the WEF. It is basically sits in front of the web. Let's suppose you can say web server or web application, and any request goes through it. And if any malicious or unauthorized access is attempted, it is blocked. So UTM combines multiple security features into one appliance, includes antivirus, anti-spam, VPN, firewall capabilities. So you can say this is an all-in-one appliance, and it simplifies security management for small to medium-sized system. As this diagram indicates, it has firewall capabilities, VPN, this antivirus gateway, the routing capability, web security, and IPS, as well as email and anti-spam filtering. Another firewall type is the NGFW or next generation firewall, which is advanced firewall with added features like deep packet inspection and application awareness. It offers protection against sophisticated attacks such as malware and advanced persistent threats such as APTs. And it includes intrusion prevention and encrypted traffic inspection. And another term for the firewall is that layer 4 or layer 7 firewall. So layer 4 is basically the transport layer. It operates at the layer 4 firewall operates at layer 4 to filter traffic based on IP, TCP, UDP ports. So these are TCP, UDP are layer 4 protocol, while IP is of course layer 3 protocol. So this firewall basically works up to layer 4. Layer 7 firewall is more advanced because it operates at the application layer to inspect and control application traffic, and it provides more granular control over applications like HTTP, FTP, and DNS. So all these three are basically layer 7 protocols. Another secure communication access concept is the VPN, which is the virtual private network, and it encrypts internet traffic to secure data transmission over public network. It provides secure remote access to private networks and hiding IP addresses and ensure privacy. And remote access, it basically allows users to connect securely to a network from a remote location, and commonly implemented uses VPN, secure tunnels, or direct connection. Another term is the tunneling. This is also used in the network. It is a method for securely transmitting data over a public network by encapsulating it within another protocol, and it ensures privacy and integrity of data. Transport layer security, it provides encryption for data in transit, typically used in HTTPS or in web browser using HTTPS. It protects data from interception and tampering during transmission. And the IPsec, that is Internet Protocol Security, so it is also the type of VPN. So secures IP communication by encrypting and authenticating data at the IP layer, and it is commonly used in VPNs to establish secure connection between devices or networks. So this is the IPsec. It has basically two modes: the transport mode, which is basically between different clients, while the tunnel mode, it is between different gateways such as Here gateway means that you have firewall over here and a firewall over here. So a VPN is made between those two firewall, and all the devices behind these two firewall are secured. When they want to communicate with each other, the traffic goes through this VPN tunnel and it is encrypted. Software defined network, I think we already studied it, but its considerations is that it is a virtualized WAN that, no, it is SD-WAN. So we studied SDN, not SD-WAN. It is software defined wide area network. So it is a virtualized WAN that simplifies network management by using software to control traffic routing. It enhances security, improves performance, and optimizes the use of multiple network connections such as MPLS and broadband and LTE. So here I have included the diagram of this is basically SDN. This is not SD-WAN. So SD-WAN is typically a technology that manages the WAN connection more efficiently. For example, let's suppose an organization has multiple WAN connections such as MPLS, LTE, and let's suppose another one that is broadband. So what does the SD-WAN one? That first it distribute the traffic between these different networks. It does the, you can say, the load balancing, and it can also do the high availability, that if one connection is down, the traffic is routed to the next available connection or ISPs. Risk assessment, another, so we have now the topic of the selection of effective security controls, and the first terminology is the risk assessment, which is to identify and which identifies and evaluates potential risk to the organization, and it prioritizes threats based on their likelihood and impact. So you first identify the threats and then prioritize it based on their likelihood, that how likely it is this threat to occur and what is the impact. Regulatory compliance, so it ensure controls align with the industry standards and legal requirements, that is GDPR and HIPAA, and it helps avoid penalties and legal issues. Layered defense, that is also known as defense in depth, which is to use multiple layers of security controls to protect against various threats. Example include using firewalls, IDS, IPS, and endpoint protection, all in conjunction. So another consideration is the cost versus benefit analysis, which evaluate the cost of implementing control against the potential losses they prevent, and the focus on high impact and cost effective solutions. Scalability and flexibility, choose controls that can grow with organizations needs and ensure they adapt to new technologies and threats. Ease of implementation, consider how quickly and easily a control can be deployed, and balance complexity with effectiveness. Usability and user experience, so ensure controls do not hinder productivity or frustrate users, and implement user friendly measures like single sign on. So what is this is a user friendly? So if you have multiple application, let's suppose app 1, app 2, and let's suppose up to 10, you have 10 applications. So if you, the user need to log into each application, it means they need to remember 10 password and username. Instead, you can do is implement an SSO, where user logins only once through SSO and then have the access to all the application. Effectiveness against threats, so select controls proven to mitigate specific risk, for example phishing filters for email security, and use threat intelligence to guide decisions. Monitoring and maintenance, ensure controls include mechanisms for continuous monitoring and updates, and regularly review and test controls for effectiveness. Objective 3.3 of the Domain 3: compare and contrast concepts and strategy to protect data. So now we'll talk about different data types, data classification, and how to protect data. So let's get started. So first of all, let's go through some of the data types that we use in our systems. The first one is the regulated data, and it is the data governed by laws or regulation to ensure privacy and security. For example, personally identifiable information, that is PII, like names, social security numbers. And this PII is basically governed by one of the most popular law, that is GDPR. And GDPR is basically applicable on the EU citizen or any company organization that deals with the EU citizen, and it basically deals with the privacy and protection of personal identifiable information of EU citizen. Similarly, HIPAA deals with the patient health record, and it is basically a US based law that governs the protected or sensitive data of patient. Another data type is the trade secret, which is confidential business information that provides a competitive edge to an organization. Examples include the Coca-Cola secret formula. So it is a trade secret for Coca-Cola, and they will make sure to protect this formula at any cost. And the proprietary algorithms in software development. So the source code or the algorithm used in software, for example, let's suppose we can say that the Microsoft Office or Microsoft Windows, so they are proprietary, and these also comes inside the trade secret. Another related data type is the intellectual property or IP, which is legally protected creations of mind that prevent unauthorized use. So it is the creations of mind, or you can say that the ingenuity of mind that has been created inside an organization, and it is protected against unauthorized use or exposure. Example include patents for a new smartphone design and copyrighted books, songs, and software. Another data type is the legal information, which is the documentation and records related to legal and regulatory matters. And examples include the employment contracts that the employees made with the organization that employs them. And the NDAs, again, NDAs is basically made it is a contract between the employees and the organization, which makes sure that the employee does not disclose the sensitive information outside the organization. Financial information, which is data associated with the financial transaction, budgets, or accounts. An example includes the bank account statements. So these may be of the individual customers or of the organization, and corporate budget reports and investment portfolios. And human and non-human readable data. So some data may be readable by the humans, such as this English language, while some may be not human readable, and they are basically machine readable. So human readable data is basically formatted for easy interpretation by people. For example, plain text documents such as this slide, the spreadsheets such as the Excel sheets, and emails. Non-human readable data includes, and this data is basically designed for machine processing or for storage. Example include the binary code and the encrypted files. So now data classification, and data can be classified based on its sensitivity levels, and these include the sensitive data, which includes the data that requires protection from unauthorized access but may not be legally regulated. Example include the internal company memos, employees ID numbers, and unpublished business strategies. Another is, so we are going from lower sensitivity to a higher sensitivity. So confidential is more sensitive than the sensitive. It is a highly sensitive data that, if disclosed, could harm an organization or individual. Example include the trade secrets, the financial reports, the customer lists, and the legal documents. We studied these data types in the previous slides. So these all comes in the confidential classification. And the next one is, this one is least sensitive, and it is the data that is openly or publicly available and does not require any protection. These are basically published by the organization for the public consumption. Example include the press releases, marketing brochures, and publicly posted product prices. Another type is the restricted data type, which is the data with the highest level of security that must only be accessed by the authorized personnel. Example include government classified documents, encryption keys, and top secret research. Another one is the private, which is the personal data associated with individuals that must be protected to ensure privacy. Private, as we earlier talked about the PII, the personal identifiable information. So this is basically the private data of the users or of individuals. Example include the social security number, the personal contact information, and health records. And the last one is the critical, which is data essential to an organization's operation where loss or compromise would cause severe harm. Example include database of patient records in a hospital, payment transaction data, and emergency response systems. So now some general data considerations. And first one is the data state. So we have basically three basic data state, that is data at rest, data in motion or data in transit, and data in use. So first one is the data at rest, which is the data stored on devices or server not actively being transmitted or processed. So this is basically the data in storage form. When you, let's suppose, store some data inside your hard drive or inside the cloud storage, this data is basically at rest. And example include files on a hard drive, database on cloud storage, etc. Consideration for data at rest include that for protection, encryption such as AES 256 should be used to secure the stored data. For example, if you have hard drive on your laptop or PC, you can use the BitLocker to encrypt your data. Implement strong access controls and audit logs to track unauthorized access. Another data state is the data in transit, or also known as data in motion. This is the data moving across networks or between devices such as this one. If you are, let's suppose, transferring data from one device, let's suppose laptop, to this smartphone or vice versa, then this data is basically in transit. It may be a wireless network, it may be a wired network, but this is the data in transit or in motion. Example include emails being sent, file uploaded to a server. Consideration include that, again, for protection, use encryption protocols like TLS or IPsec. So remember the TLS, IPsec, HTTPS, these are all protection for data in motion or data in transit. Verify endpoint authenticity to avoid man-in-the-middle attacks. So you not only require the encryption of data in motion, you also need to make sure that the end devices are authentic. If, let's suppose, we have Bob over here and Alice over here, it must be make sure that data sent to Alice is actually sent by the Bob. And we already studied in our initial domains that to make sure the authenticity and data integrity, we have the digital signature. So for confidentiality or for data protection, we need the encryption, while for the authenticity, of the origin as well as for the data integrity, we require digital signature. And the next data state is data in use, which is the data actively being processed or accessed by application or users. For example, you have a Word document open and you are actively writing something inside the Word document, then this type of data is actually data in use. Your data is Word file is actually being used, you are editing it, and during use the data is actually inside the memory, or you can say in RAM, because this is the temporary storage that store data while it is being used. For permanent storage or for data at rest, we use the HDDs, while for temporary during processing, RAM is used. Example include analyzing a spreadsheet or running queries on a database. Considerations employ memory encryption techniques such as Intel SGX or AMD SEV. So remember that it is easy to protect data while it is at rest inside the storage, but for data protection during its live usage, such as inside the RAM, the technique is more difficult, and we have special type of encryption techniques and special types of memory storage processing storage spaces for these, such as Intel SGX and AMD SEV. Minimize the exposure of sensitive data during processing using secure environments. We already studied that for protection of data during use, you can also use the, I think, homomorphic encryption. So it is the type of encryption which when the process or the application uses the data, it is used in encrypted form. So usually when you want to use data, the data should first be decrypted, and then the application or device can use it. By using the homomorphic encryption, the data can be used in encrypted form, and so it is secure. So this is also another technique that can be used for data in use. Now, what is data sovereignty? So it is the legal and regulatory requirements for storing and processing data within specific geographic boundaries. For example, GDPR mandates storing European Union citizens' data within the EU or compliant jurisdictions. For example, this is GDPR requirement that the EU citizen data must be stored inside EU boundaries. If an organization, let's suppose, is based in US or in another continent such as Australia, and it collects the EU citizen data, the data must be stored within EU boundary. Consideration include understand and comply with local laws and regulation. Choose cloud providers with data centers in regions meeting compliance needs. So for example, if you are using AWS, you should select the AWS region that is available inside EU for processing the or storing the EU citizens' data. Geolocation, another consideration, which is the geographic location of where data is stored or processed. As we studied in the previous slide, this is also important from the context of different laws and regulation that governs the data. For example, cloud providers offering regional data centers such as AWS hosted data in US East or EU Central. So for example, if you are dealing with the EU citizen data, you must select this region so that you are compliant with the EU law, that is GDPR. GDPR, by the way, stands for General Data Protection Regulation. Consideration include assess latency and performance implications based on the data's location, and consider geopolitical risk and the potential impact on data availability. Another data consideration is the geographic restriction, which is enforce data access or storage limits to specific region to comply with regulation. Again, as we studied like the GDPR, example include configuring a cloud service to restrict data storage to EU servers. Encryption, convert data into an unreadable format. So encryption is another is a method to secure data. So now we are talking about different methods to secure data. First one is that you can restrict data to a specific region. Second is the encryption. which converts data into an unreadable format without the decryption key to protect its confidentiality. An example includes using AES 256 to secure files in transit and at rest or at storage. Another data secure method is the hashing is basically primarily used for data integrity, so that data is protection against unauthorized alteration or corruption. Transform data into a fixed length hash that is irreversible, ensuring data integrity. Example includes storing passwords as hashed value with SHA-256. Masking, another data secure concept which hides sensitive data by substituting it with fictional or scrambled characters. For example, showing only the last four digits of a credit card number. So this is basically the masking technique. Tokenization, another method to secure sensitive data. It replaces the sensitive data with a token that has no exploitable value outside its specific context. Example, replacing credit card number with tokens during transactions. So remember, we have studied all these concepts in our previous sessions. Obfuscation include it makes data harder to understand and reverse engineer without altering its functionality. Example include representing an IP address like this one with this. Segmentation, as we have already studied multiple times, it divides data into segments to limit access and exposure to specific groups or system. Example, using VLANs to separate sensitive data traffic from general traffic. And the last method to secure data is the permission restriction, which limits data access to authorized user or system based on roles and privileges. For example, granting read-only access to employees who do not need to edit sensitive data. The last objective of our domain 3 objective 3.4 is the importance of resilience and recovery in security architecture. And the first topic is high availability. So what is high availability? High availability is basically refers to a system's ability to operate continuously with minimal downtime or disruption. It is achieved through redundant components and failover mechanism that ensure seamless operation even in the face of hardware or software failures. So as you all know that the IT system basically are composed of hardware and software components. So the high availability ensures that all these systems work seamlessly, and if there is a component failure either in the hardware or the software, the user services are not disrupted, and this is achieved by employing multiple redundant hardware components. Redundant means that you require two physical server for all the user, but you have, let's suppose, employed 2 plus 2 4. So even if both these servers fail, you still have two servers that can keep the operation running, and similar is the case for the software. And so that's why the term is the high availability, that your services or IT services are intended to be highly available or all times available. Key concepts in the high availability is the redundancy, as we studied that having multiple components of hardware, storage, and network devices to back up each other. Failover, the automatic switching to a backup component if the primary one fails. So as we study, let's suppose you have a cluster of 3 servers and they works as a failover group. It means that if one of them fails, all the services of the user are shifted to the remaining 2. And the minimizing downtime, of course, the main concept or purpose behind the availability is to minimize the unintended or unplanned downtime. The goal is to keep the system operational with a little interruption as possible. So another term in the high availability, so the high availability is achieved through the load balancing and as well as clustering. So what is the difference between these two? First, let's go through the load balancing. So load balancing basically distributes incoming network traffic across multiple servers to prevent overload on a single server. It improves performance, scalability, and resource utilization. And methods includes hardware load balancer, dedicated devices that handle traffic distribution, and software load balancer, software installed on server to distribute traffic. So the concept behind the load balancer is that we have, let's suppose, multiple clients, maybe in dozens or in hundreds, and they want to access certain services, such as, let's suppose, these are, let's suppose, web servers. So the purpose of the load balancer is that there are multiple servers behind this load balancer, and all the incoming client traffic is received by the load balancer, and it is evenly distributed among these servers, so that not a single server is overloaded or overburdened with the client's request. Another purpose of the load balancer is, again, it achieves high availability, such that if one of these server fails, the client traffic is no longer sent to this server, and it is distributed among the remaining available servers. So in this way, it first gives seamless services by distributing the traffic evenly, and again, it also provides high availability, such that if a server fails behind the load balancer, its traffic is distributed among the remaining available server, and the user sees no disruption or downtime of the services. And again, the load balancer may be in the form of hardware, such as this one, or it can be in the form of a VM form factor, or even if the load balancer may be installed on servers as well. So another related term is the clustering, and it is a group of interconnected servers that work together as a single system. So what does this mean? That you have, let's suppose, these three servers, although they are three separate physically servers, but they work together as a single group, and they form a cluster. So the basic purpose of this cluster is that the services are served through all these servers, and if one of them fails, the services are shifted to the other two. So it is this uh, concept is also known as fog or failover group. What does this mean? That you have this group of multiple servers, and if one server fails, the services are shifted to other servers, and the user does not see any disruption of the services. Goal is, again, the high availability. If one server fails, other can take over its workload. Scalability, add more server to the cluster, increase capacity. So of course, let's suppose if your users are increased and you want to increase the capacity, you can add another server over here, or even you can make another fog. For example, this is fog 1. If the user are increasing and you want to add another fog, you can add another fog. You can shift the user, 50% user maybe served through this fog, and remaining 50% through this, and so on. You can either increase the number of servers in a fog, or you can increase the number of fogs. And it also, as we studied, provide the fault tolerance, because the system can continue operating if some components, or if some of the member of the fog or the group or the cluster fails. So sites consideration. So the sites here means we are talking about the redundant sites or the recovery sites. For example, you have one main data center. Let's suppose you have your production data center, and you have another DR, disaster recovery data center, somewhere else. So what are different type of sites, so that if there is a disruption or disaster at the primary data center, you can recover your services from these sites. So the sites consideration are crucial for ensuring the resilience and the recovery of security architecture. They involve strategic planning to minimize the impact of potential disruptions, and ensure business continuity. Here is a breakdown of the key sites consideration. So these are the different types of sites. We will now study one by one. The first one is the hard site. So it is a fully operational facility with all necessary hardware, software, and infrastructure to quickly take over operation in case of a disaster. So the key feature of the hard site is that it is the exact replica of the primary site. Let's suppose this is your primary production site, and you have a similar copy including all the hardware, software, infrastructure component at a remote location, so that if there is a disruption, you can seamlessly and very quickly resume services from your this hot site. Key features include that it is fully equipped with redundant system and real-time data replication. So the data over here from the databases is real-time replicated over here. For example, if a user saves something or writes something through the data storage, it is in real time replicated over here as well. So that if a disruption occurs at any time, you have the complete data copy available over here and ready to assume operation within minutes or hours, and ideal for business that cannot afford any downtime. So of course you have all the component over here, so you will incur minimum downtime, but the downside is that it is very costly because you are completely deploying a replica of this original data center having all the components. So another site type is the cold site. So this one is a basic facility with minimal infrastructure, primarily consisting of space, power, and connectivity. So here in the cold site, you have space. For example, you have the facility, physical facility or building. You have power connections over there, and you have the network connectivity over there, or you can say your ISP connectivity. Beside that, you don't have the database backups, you don't have the servers installed over there. So this is the least costly, but it also the side that will require the longest time to recover your services from this side. The key features include it requires significant setup time and become operational. It is suitable for a business that can tolerate some downtime, or it means that they can tolerate a longer downtime, and it is cost effective option compared to the hard side because you are not completely installing all the components in this sites. You only have these three: space, power, and connectivity. So in between the cold side and the hard side, we have the warm side. It is a hybrid approach that combines element of both hot and cold. You can say that it is neither very hot or not nor very cold. It is between them. And features include that it is partially equipped with hardware and software. It means that besides these three, you also have hardware and software components as well. Requires less setup time as compared to cold side, but more than a hard side. Offers a balance between cost and recovery time. So you require less cost as compared to the hard side, but more as compared to the cold, and recovery time is less from the cold side, but more as compared to the hard side. Another side consideration is the geographic dispersion. This means that distributing critical infrastructure and data across different geographical locations. And this is, of course, for the purpose that, let's suppose, if there is a major disaster at your primary site, let's suppose a typhoon or a storm, and it physically destroys the data center, so this natural disaster will not be limited to your data center. It will of course hit the whole city or the near vicinity. So you need another site that is at least hundreds of kilometers away from this site or in another city, so that it is not impacted by the same disaster. So benefits include that it reduces the impact of localized disaster. As I said, it improves resilience against natural disaster and other threats, and ensures business continuity even in the face of widespread disruption. In essence, hard side provides the fastest recovery but are the most expensive. So this is the summary. Cold sites are the most cost effective but require longest recovery time. Warm sites offer a balance between the cost and recovery time. And geographic dispersion is a strategic approach to enhance overall resilience. So what is the platform diversity? It is platform diversity basically involve using different hardware, software, or system configuration across primary and backup sites to increase resilience and reduce risk. This strategy ensures that if one platform experiences a failure, such as a hardware fault, software vulnerability, or configuration issue, the backup system remains unaffected by the same problem. You can say that you have different vendors. Let's suppose you have a firewall from Cisco at the primary site, and let's suppose at the DR or the recovery site you have a firewall from the Juniper. So if there is some vulnerability or some hardware issues with the Cisco devices, you will hope that same vulnerability or hardware issue is not available in your alternate vendor or platform, that is Juniper firewall. The benefits of platform diversity is that it reduces risk of single point of failure. By using multiple platforms, the impact of a vulnerability or attack affecting one platform is minimized. Improved resilience. Diverse platforms provide alternative paths for operations, ensuring business continuity in the face of disruptions. Enhanced security. Different platforms often have unique security features and vulnerabilities, making it harder for attackers to exploit common weaknesses. And flexibility and adaptability means that platform diversity enables organizations to choose the best platform for specific tasks, optimizing performance and efficiency. An example is that a primary site running Linux with the backup on Windows ensure that issues specific to one operating system won't affect both the environments, improving overall system availability and reliability. So what is a multi-cloud system? Multi-cloud system basically involve using services from multiple cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. So when you use services of multiple cloud provider, this system is known as multi-cloud to avoid reliance on a single provider for infrastructure and data storage. So the purpose is that it enhances the resilience by distributing workloads and data across different cloud environments. If one cloud provider experiences a failure, other clouds can continue operation, ensuring minimal downtime. Benefits include reduced risk of single vendor lock-in. By distributing workload across multiple providers, organizations avoid being tied to a single vendor's infrastructure or services. Enhanced fault tolerance. So if one cloud provider experiences issues, workloads can be seamlessly shifted to another, ensuring minimal downtime and business continuity. And optimized cost management. By leveraging the competitive pricing and service offerings of multiple providers, organizations can optimize costs and avoid vendor lock-in pricing. So I hope it is self-explanatory that using multiple cloud provider give you the benefit of a vendor lock-in. It means that you are no longer restricted to a single vendor. You can always shift your services to the second provider that you are using. And it has the fault tolerance, because if there are some issue with your one provider, you can shift your services to your backup provider or the second provider. And the cost optimization means that, let's suppose if AWS is providing a service that is costly, but same services with similar efficiency and lower cost is provided by another cloud provider, you can always use the services of the cost efficient provider. So what is the continuity of operations. So it is the continuity of operation basically refers to the ability of an organization to maintain essential functions and services during and after a disruption or disaster. It means that you want to continue your critical business operation and services when a disaster or disruption occurs. So that your minimum essential services are operational in any case. Purpose is that ensures that critical business operations such as communication, data access, and key processes continue without significant downtime during emergency, for example, natural disaster, cyber attacks, or hardware failure. Important is that continuity of operation is vital for resilience and recovery, ensuring that organizations can quickly recover from disruptions while maintaining essential services to customers, employees, and stakeholders. Example is a company with a continuous operation plan might have remote work capabilities, backup data centers, and alternate communication systems to continue operations if the main office is rendered inoperable. So what is the capacity planning? So it is capacity planning basically involves forecasting and managing the resources, that is the people, technology, and infrastructure an organization will need to maintain operation, especially during disruption or period of growth. So as we all know that nowadays the holidays are approaching, the Christmas holidays, the 25th December is approaching, and during this time there is a high load on the e-commerce website. So if these e-commerce websites do not foresee these capacity planning and they don't see this upcoming increased need, their systems will be choked and their customer they will face backlash from their customers. So this is the capacity planning and forecasting the growth during special needs or during special occasion. And this capacity planning may include the capacity planning of the people, ensuring the organization has the right number of skilled staff to handle operations and recovery tasks during disruptions. This includes having trained personnel for critical roles and backups for essential functions. Example include cross-training staff to perform multiple roles in case key personnel are unavailable during a crisis. And the second capacity planning component is the technology, ensuring that the organization's technological systems, hard software, and tools are sufficient to meet the demands of both normal and recovery operations. This includes scaling up technology during high demand or after a disruption. Example include having scalable cloud storage and computing resources to handle increased load during system recovery. And the third component is the infrastructure, ensuring that physical and virtual infrastructure such as servers, networks, and data centers are adequate for normal operations and recovery scenarios. This involves planning for redundancy, failure, and sufficient capacity to handle peak loads. So, as we were talking about the load during the holiday season. Examples include deploying multiple data centers across different geographic regions to prevent downtime in case one facility is compromised. So now we are talking about different testing technique to test the resilience or your recovery procedures. And the definition is that testing in resilience and recovery involves conducting planned exercises to evaluate how well an organization, systems, processes, and personnel can recover from disruptions or disaster. And now we are talking about different exercises. The first one is the tabletop exercises. So it is a discussion-based testing method where key personnel gather to review and discuss the organization's response to hypothetical disaster scenarios. It helps identify gaps in the recovery plan and improve coordination among teams. Example include a team discussing how they would respond to a cyber attack on critical system without actually executing the steps. The second test type is the failover. It is testing the automatic switching from a primary system to a backup system in case of failure. This ensures that backup systems are ready to take over operations when the primary system goes down. Example include testing a database failover from a primary server to a standby server to ensure minimal downtime. Simulation. This is another testing exercise, which is a realistic test of recovery procedures where actual systems and processes are activated to simulate a disaster and recovery situation. This tests how well the organization can perform in a real world scenario. For example, running a full recovery drill including data restoration and system failover to simulate an actual outage. And another testing type is the parallel testing. It is running recovery operations alongside regular business operations to ensure that backup systems and processes work effectively and efficiently without disrupting normal workflows. This helps test the system's capacity to handle both recovery and regular activity simultaneously. So the parallel processing is that your production side is also running, but you also simulate the recovery side and run some services from the recovery side so that your actual services are not disrupted while you also test the recovery side. Example include running a backup data center while keeping the primary side operational to ensure that recovery procedures do not interfere with the day-to-day activities. So now some different types of backups strategies. So backups are critical for ensuring data integrity and availability during system failures, disaster, or data corruption. They involve creating copies of data that can be restored when needed. So the backup can be on-site or off-site. So the on-site backup is storing backups at the same location as the primary system, such as in local servers or storage devices. It's fast but vulnerable to site-specific disasters. So as we already studied that when you store the backup inside your primary data center, you are liable to the natural disaster. For example, an external hard drive connected to the company's main server. Offsite backup is storing backups in a different physical location, often in the cloud or remote data centers to protect against localized disaster. Examples include cloud storage backups stored in geographically dispersed data centers. And what should be the backup frequency? So it refers to how often backups are performed. A higher frequency reduces data loss but can be resource intensive. So resources mean that you will of course require very large amount of storage since you are taking the backup very frequently. An example include daily backups for critical data versus weekly backup for non-essential files. And another consideration is encryption, which is protecting backup data by encrypting it to ensure that it remains secure even if it is lost, stolen, or accessed without authorization. Example include encrypting backup file with AES 256 encryption. And another terminology is the snapshot, which is creating a point-in-time copy of the data or system state, allowing for quick restoration to a specific moment, often used in virtual environments, such as you can create snapshots of VMs or virtual machines. Example, taking a snapshot of a virtual machine before making major changes to ensure a rollback option. So recovery, the process of restoring data or system from backup to return to normal operation after a failure or disaster. For example, restoring files from a backup after a server crash. Replication, so it is continuously or periodically copying data from the primary system to a backup system to ensure data availability and reduce recovery time. Example, replicating a database across multiple servers for redundancy. What is journaling? It is keeping a log or journal of changes made to data, allowing for recovery of data to its exact state at any point in time. Example is using a journaling file system that tracks changes to ensure consistency during recovery. So, what are some power considerations? So, power solutions are critical to ensuring continuous operation during power outages or fluctuations, preventing downtime and maintaining system integrity. So, power is very essential for the operation of data center. And the power components include, of course, the power from the grid, but as a backup, you also need to have generators. So, provide backup power during long term power failures by converting fuel into electricity. They are essential for maintaining operations when the primary power source is unavailable. So, of course, this is your primary power source, but the generators are your backup power source. So, if this is not available, you will draw power from these generators. Example is a diesel or gas powered generator used to keep data centers operational during an extended power outage. And another component is the UPS or uninterrupted power supply. It is a device that provides immediate short-term power during a power outage or disruption. UPS systems are typically used to bridge the gap until a generator kicks in or to safely shut down system. So when the power suddenly goes out or disrupts, the generator needs time to kickstart. So in this gap, during this meantime, for few minutes, the UPS are used to keep the critical system and servers and machine as well as all the equipment running. So remember, UPS are for the short term, while the generator are for the extended outage. Example include a UPS used in a server room to provide backup power for a few minutes, allowing time to switch to generator power or safely power down equipment. So if you don't have the generator, your equipment will shift to UPS, and meanwhile you will safely shut down the equipment so there is no data corruption or deletion if the power is out or gone for a extended or longer period of time. So that's all for the domain 3. Thank you for watching, and please subscribe, and we'll see you in the next video of the domain 4. So today we will go through the domain 4, that is security operations. And the first objective in this domain 4.1 is, given a scenario, apply common security techniques to computing resources. So let's get started. And our first topic is basically the security baselines. So what is a security baseline? First, let's go through its definition, and then we will go through its implementation steps. So secure baselines are basically predefined standardized configurations or settings that ensure systems and networks are securely configured and comply with security best practices. They deserve a reference point for maintaining consistent security across an organization. So, for example, from this definition, you can see that you can use industry best practices. For example, let's suppose you want to harden your Windows operating system. So you can choose the best hardening techniques of Windows. Let's suppose you have the Windows OS. And then this hardened OS, once you apply all the security settings and configuration, then you can use this as a reference point, and you will implement this hardened operating system across the whole organization. And any new system, if it comes inside your organization, is procured, you will again use this reference point for its security and for this baseline implementation. So let's suppose you are doing audit and you come across, let's suppose, Windows PCs. So to check the compliance with this hardened baseline Windows OS, you will use these hardened settings, this hardened operating system to check this PC for compliance. So I hope you get the point. And how will an organization implement the secure baseline across its organization? So it have the following steps. The first one is that you have to establish the baseline. And the establishment or the established steps include defining the minimum security requirement for systems and applications, using industry standards, for example, CIS benchmarks, NIST guidelines as a reference. So when we say that we will use the security best practices, it means that you will use the industry best practices that are available, such as CIS benchmarks, NIST guidelines, etc. Of course, you will customize these settings according to your own requirements and your own organization. Include the OS settings, access control, patch level, and software configurations. So the second step in the secure baseline implementation is the deploy or deployment. So apply the secure baseline configuration across systems and devices that were established during the first phase, and then use automated tools like group policy. This is basically used inside Windows, Ansible or SCCM for consistent deployment. So instead of manually deploying these secure baseline, you can use automated tool like Windows group policy, Ansible or CCM for consistent deployment and automatic deployments across the whole organization, and then validate that configurations are correctly applied on all targeted systems. So you can then choose a random system to check whether these configuration which you applied through these automated tools are applied correctly and consistently. And the third and the last step is the maintaining of the secure baseline. So it is the maintaining step include regularly reviewing and updating baselines to address new vulnerabilities and threats, and monitoring the systems for drift from the baseline and remediate the deviation, and redeploy updated baseline after patches or system upgrades. So the next topic is the hardening targets. So the hardening targets and the secure baselines go hand in hand. So you use the secure baseline basically to harden your system, and hardening system is basically the process of securing system, devices, and applications by reducing their attack surface through the removal of unnecessary features, services, and vulnerabilities. So the basic purpose is to reduce the attack surface of an application, device, or system so that it is not easily exploitable by the attackers. So we are talking about the target. So now we will go through different devices, applications, network, system, etc., and we will see that how we can harden them. So the first one is the mobile devices. So for mobile devices hardening, it is necessary that you enforce strong passcodes and encryption. Encryption means that you apply the encryption to the storage. So if the device is lost or is in possession of unauthorized user, they cannot read or see the data. Apply mobile device management or MDM policies. So this is MDM is used by organization for consistent policies and applying security setting to all the mobile devices across their organization. It is basically a central management and control point for mobile devices. Disable unnecessary features like Bluetooth and NFC when not in use. So it is risky to keep the Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and NFC on all the time. The second target device are the workstations. So for workstation, install endpoint protection and configure firewalls. So for example, if you have Windows, you should turn on the firewall of the Windows, and you should install the endpoint protection such as a reputed licensed antivirus. Regularly update the OS and application that are installed on your workstations. Implement user access controls and restrict admin rights. The next devices are basically the switches. So we are talking about the network switches. So disable unused ports and use port security features. So the switches usually have 24 ports or 16 ports or 48 ports. So normally you will not be using all the ports all the time. So the ports which are unused and are not used by the devices, you should physically disable them. And then the ports that are being used by the devices, you should use the port security features such as 802.1x, or you can also say that network access control to for secure access to your network. Configure VLANs for network segmentation. Apply strong management interface credential and restrict access. So the management interfaces such as the web GUI or the SSH or SSH CLI, they should have strong credential and strong password for access. Again, the network router, these are related devices. Switches basically a layer 2 devices. Routers are layer 3. So for both the switches and the router, you should change the default credential and disable unused services. Enable encryption such as WPA3 for wireless access points or for wireless routers, and strong ACL access control list, and regularly update firmware to patch vulnerabilities. Cloud infrastructure should use identity and access management policies to enforce least privilege. Enable logging and monitoring, such as, for example, CloudTrail, which is a feature in cloud offered by the AWS. And secure storage and database with encryption and access control. So the data at rest, which is the storage, it should be encrypted by default. Similarly, the database, which is the actual place where data is stored, it should also be encrypted, and access control to the accessing this database and storage should be applied, strict access control. Next devices are the servers. So in the server, you should disable unnecessary services and ports. So here we are talking about the logical ports, such as, let's suppose you may have telnet port 23, or let's suppose port 80 for HTTP, and if these are not used, they should be disabled. Use secure protocols, so such as SSH and telnet. These are the unsecure version of SSH and telnet. SSH and HTTPS 23 is for telnet, and 80 is for HTTPS. So you should not use these ports in any case. You should use the secure alternatives such as SSH and HTTPS. Regularly apply security patches and implement file integrity monitoring. The next target devices or system are the SCADA, or industrial control system. Isolate system from the corporate network. So these systems are highly sensitive. They should be secured from your corporate network. Use firewall and intrusion detection and prevention system. Apply vendor recommended security updates cautiously. What does you mean by cautiously? If you apply every security update without testing it, you may break these system, and these are highly sensitive, a high available system. Organization cannot afford the downside or breaking these system. Next one is the embedded system. So use secure boot and encrypt firmware. Disable debug interfaces like JTAG or Telnet, and ensure strong access control for remote management. Next devices are the RTOS, or the real-time operating system. So minimize system services and libraries to reduce, again, attack surface. apply memory protection techniques, and use secure development practices to prevent vulnerabilities. IoT devices are Internet of Things devices, so change default credential and use strong passwords. So you will notice that changing the default credential is almost applicable to all the devices and systems. Secure communication channels with TLS or VPN. So for the data in transit, you should always use VPNs or TLS, which is specifically used for the web traffic. You can say that TLS is a type of VPN, while VPN is the generic term for encrypting the traffic over the public media such as internet. Regularly update firmware and monitor for unusual activity. So now some wireless device installation consideration. It means that how will you install the wireless devices? For example, you want to install an access point or a wireless router. What are the considerations? So first one is the site survey, which is a site survey assesses the physical environment to determine the optimal placement of wireless devices. How it is done? So it identifies potential interference. Let's suppose if there are other radio frequencies in the same range, it identifies those. Signal coverage gaps, it identifies the places where the signals are not available. It means the gaps. Obstacles, for example, walls, furniture, affecting wireless performance. And the outcome is that it provides data to ensure reliable connectivity and minimize dead zones. So the purpose of the site survey is that you have reliable connectivity everywhere without any gaps and dead zones. The next thing is the heat map. So it is visual representations of wireless signal strength and coverage in a specific area. Purpose is that it helps identify weak signal areas, overlapping coverage, and interference sources. Outcome is that it guides precise placement of access points to ensure uniform and efficient coverage. So it is self-explanatory. I hope you get the point. And now some mobile solutions. The first one is the mobile device management. It is a security and administration solution for managing mobile devices within an organization. You can say that it is a centralized management and security solution to manage and secure all your organization devices centrally. Purpose is that it ensures devices are configured, secured, and compliant with corporate policies. Key features include remote device provisioning and configuration, enforce security policies like encryption and passcodes, enable remote wipe or lock in case of theft or loss, monitors and controls application installation and usage, and provides real-time tracking and reporting for devices. Benefits include enhances data protection on mobile devices, simplifies management of diverse mobile platforms, and improves compliance with regulatory standards. Another mobile solution is the Bring Your Own Device or BYOD, which is a mobile deployment model where employees use their personal devices such as smartphones, tablets, or laptops to access corporate resources. Advantages include that it reduces company hardware costs and increases employee satisfaction and productivity. Challenges are that security risks from unvetted devices and applications, and difficulty in enforcing consistent security policies. Mitigation include use MDM solutions to manage and secure devices, implement strict access controls and endpoint security, and enforce clear BYOD policies to outline acceptable use and responsibilities. The next one and a related mobile solution is the corporate owned and personally enabled. So these are a mobile deployment model where the organizations provides devices for employees, allowing both corporate and personal use. Advantages include that it creates control over device security and configuration, It provides greater control over security and configuration as compared to BYOD. It ensures compliance with corporate policies while enabling personal usage. Challenges include higher upfront cost for purchasing devices for the organization and potential privacy concern for employees regarding personal usage. Mitigation include that again use of MDM mobile device management to separate personal and corporate data, that is containerization. Clearly define policies for acceptable personal use and monitoring, and regularly updating the device to maintain security standards. Another mobile solution is the Choose Your Own Device or CYOD, which is a mobile deployment model where employees select a device from a list of company approved options for work use. Advantages include balance employee choice with corporate control and simplifies management and security since all devices meet predefined standards. Challenges include higher cost compared to BYOD as the organization often subsidizes devices and requires ongoing management to maintain an up-to-date approved devices list. Mitigations include again use MDM to manage and secure selected devices and standardize policies and configuration across all approved devices. So now some connection methods in mobile solution, and the first connection method is the cellular, which is uses mobile network, for example 4G, 5G for internet and voice communication. Advantages is that it works almost anywhere with mobile network coverage, and it is ideal for mobile worker or users on the go. Challenges include data limits and higher cost compared to other methods, and signal strength may vary in remote areas or densely populated regions. Another connection method is the Wi-Fi, which is the wireless internet connection through local area network or LANs, typically using the 2.4 or 5 GHz frequencies. And advantages include that it provides high-speed internet without any data limitations, and it is suitable for home, office, and public networks. Challenges include that it has a limited range from the router or access point, typically 100 meters, and it has the potential for interference from other devices or networks. Another mobile connection method is the Bluetooth, which is a short range wireless communication between devices, typically up to 100 meter. It is even less than 100 meter, maybe 100 feet. 100 meter is typically for the Wi-Fi. Advantages include low power consumption and easy connection for devices like headphones, speakers, and peripherals. Challenges include limited range and slower data transfer speeds. So Wi-Fi has a slower data transfer speed as compared to, Bluetooth has the slower data rate as compared to Wi-Fi and can be affected by interference from other wireless devices. Now some wireless security settings, and the first one is the Wi-Fi Protected Access 3 or WPA3, which is the latest secure standard for the Wi-Fi. So it is the latest Wi-Fi security protocol defined or designed to enhance the security of wireless networks. Key features include that it has strong encryption. It uses 256-bit encryption for improved data protection. Simultaneous authentication of equal, that is SAE, a more secure key exchange method that prevents offline dictionary attacks. It has the forward secrecy, which ensures that even if a key is compromised, past communication remains secure. And improved public Wi-Fi security uses individualized data encryption to protect user traffic on public networks. So WPA3 has the benefits of increased security against brute force attacks and eavesdropping, and it provides a more secure experience for both home and enterprise networks. Compatibility include WPA3 is backward compatible with WPA2, Though older devices may not support all WPA3 features. And the next wireless security setting is the AAA, that is authentication, authorization, and accounting through remote authentication dial-in user service, that is Radius, which is an authentication, or you can say AAA protocol. Definition is that a network protocol that provides centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting, that is AAA, for users accessing network devices. So here we have shown the wired network using the Radius. The same can be used for the wireless network as well. Key features include authentication. It verifies user credential, for example, username and password, before granting access. For example, if this client wants to connect to this switch, the device first must authenticate using username and password, and this user and password is authenticated through this Radius server. Authorization. So again, determine what resources or service user is allowed to access once authenticated. So after the authentication, the client is given some access to resources, and then which is known as authorization, which is also controlled through this Radius server. And the last one is accounting, which is the tracking of user activity and resource usage for auditing and billing purposes, usually through logs. So the Radius server also logs each and every activity carried out by the client, such as logging in, logging out, resource usage, resource deletion, creation, etc. So what are the benefits of Radius? So it is a centralized management of user access across multiple devices and services. So even if this device again wants to connect to some other, let's suppose, server or resource, the authentication is again through the same centralized Radius server. Secure transmission of authentication data between the client and the Radius server. So when the password is sent by this client to this Radius server, it is encrypted. So this channel is encrypted, and the data transmission with the client and Radius is secure. Usage is commonly used for managing access to VPNs, Wi-Fi networks, and other remote services. Example is a user logs into a corporate VPN where Radius authenticates their credentials and grants access based on predefined roles and permissions. Network is the next one, is the cryptographic protocols, again in the wireless security setting. So definition is that these are the protocols that use cryptography to secure communication and data integrity in networks and systems. And these protocols include the SSL/TLS, that is secure circuit layer or transport layer security, which purpose is to secure communication over the internet, often used for HTTPS. Key features include that it encrypts data, authenticates endpoints, and ensures data integrity. So these are all the um, uh, function, or these are, you can say, the two main pillar of the CIA, which is the confidentiality and then integrity. A is for availability, which is usually not given by the SSL or TLS. Benefit include that it protects sensitive data during transmission, such as in online banking or e-commerce. So the SSL and /TLS is basically used for protection of data during transit or during transmission. Next related protocol is the IPsec, that is Internet Protocol Security, which provides security at the IP layer, commonly used for securing VPNs. Key features include that it encrypts data and authenticates IP packets between devices. Benefits include ensure secure communication over untrusted networks, for example, the internet. Next protocol, cryptographic protocol, is the Secure Shell or SSH, which provides secure remote access to systems or an unsecured network, again, internet or any other public media. Key feature includes that it uses encryption to protect commands and data sent to and from remote devices. For example, this is an SSH client and these are, let's suppose, servers, and you want to configure these servers through SSH. So all the commands sent by this client to these servers are encrypted and secure. Benefits include commonly used for secure command line administration and file transfer. Another secure or cryptographic protocol is the PGP or Pretty Good Privacy, which basically used for email security. Its purpose is that it encrypts emails and files to protect content from unauthorized access. Key features include it uses asymmetric encryption and digital signatures. So asymmetric encryption is used for confidentiality and digital signature are used for integrity, data integrity, as well as the authenticity, endpoint authenticity. Benefit include ensure confidentiality and authentication of email communication. Benefit of cryptographic protocol. So we studied multiple cryptographic protocol. What are their benefits? The main benefits are, of course, the CIA, which is the pillar of the information security, that is data confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. So data confidentiality prevents unauthorized access to sensitive data. Integrity ensures data has not been tampered with during transmission. And authentication verifies the identity of communicating parties. So now some key authentication protocol. So what are the authentication protocol? These are protocol used to verify the identity of users, devices, or system before granting them access. And now we will study some of these authentication protocol. The first one is the WPA2 or Wi-Fi Protected Access 2, which is a security protocol used to secure Wi-Fi networks by encrypting data and authenticating users. Key features include that it uses AES, that is Advanced Encryption Standard for strong encryption, and provides stronger security than its predecessor, that is WPA. Advantages include that it is highly secure and widely used for home and enterprise networks and provides robust protection against unauthorized access. Next one is the WPA3 or Wi-Fi Protected Access 3, which is the latest Wi-Fi security protocol offering stronger protection than WPA2. Key features include enhanced encryption using 192-bit security and improved protection against offline password guessing attacks. Advantages include that it provides better security for both personal and enterprise networks and stronger safeguards against brute force and man-in-the-middle attacks. Another authentication protocol is the WEP or WEP, Wired Equivalent Privacy, which is an outdated encryption protocol that was once used to secure protocols. So remember, this is outdated and vulnerable. This is no more a secure protocol, but we will study it here just for the so that you don't use it inside your organization. Key features include that it uses RC4 for encryption, but it has known vulnerabilities. Advantages include that it is simple to configure, no longer recommended due to security weaknesses, and challenges are that it is easily crackable with modern tools, providing minimal security. Another authentication protocol is the 802.1x, which is an authentication standard used in enterprise networks to control access to network through a centralized authentication server. You can also say that it is a network access control or NAC. Key features include that it works with Radius, that is remote authentication dial-in user service for user authentication, and supports both wired and wireless network access control. Advantages include it provides stronger authentication, often used in WPA2 and WPA3 for secure wireless access, and ensures that only authorized users and devices can access the network. Next one is the EAP or Extensible Authentication Protocol, which is a framework used in 802.1x for carrying out authentication procedures. Key features include that it supports multiple authentication methods such as certificates, passwords, and biometrics, and it is used in conjunction with 802.1x to secure wireless networks. Advantages include it is highly flexible and scalable for various types of authentication and widely used in enterprise environments for secure access. Another one is the LEAP or Lightweight Extensible Authentication Protocol, and it is a wireless authentication protocol developed by Cisco for use with 802.1x networks. Key features include that it uses a challenge response mechanism for authentication, and it relies on MS-CHAP version 2 for actual user authentication process. Advantages include it provides secure authentication over wireless networks and well suited for networks using Cisco equipment. Challenges are that it is vulnerable to certain attacks, for example, dictionary attacks, and considered less secure compared to newer protocols like EAP-TLS. So now the PEEP or Protected Extensible Authentication Protocol, which is a secure version of EAP that encapsulates EAP within a secure TLS tunnel to protect authentication information. Key features include that it encrypts the entire authentication process to prevent eavesdropping, and it is commonly used with EAP-MS-CHAP version 2 for user authentication. Advantages are that it provides enhanced security by protecting the authentication exchange with a TLS tunnel, and it is widely supported across different devices and platforms. Challenges include that it relies on a server-side certificate requiring proper infrastructure setup. So for certificate, you use proper infrastructure such as, let's suppose, PKI. And it is vulnerable to attacks if not configured correctly. So now some application security, and the first one is the input validation. So it is the process of ensuring that data received from users or external sources meets the expected format, type, and length before being processed. Purpose include that it prevents malicious input such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting from compromising the application, and it ensures data integrity and security by rejecting invalid or harmful input. Best practices include use whitelisting over blacklisting and validate both client side and server side. Secure cookies. So, which is what is the secure cookies and how to use them? Cookies that are configured to enhance security by protecting sensitive information stored in them. Key features include HTTP only, which is it prevents access to cookies via JavaScript to mitigate cross-site scripting attacks. Secure. So it ensures cookies are only transmitted over secure HTTPS connections. Same site, which is the which is same site limits the sending of cookies in cross-site requests, reducing the risk of cross-site request forgery. And purpose is that ensures that cookies containing sensitive data, for example, session tokens, are securely transmitted and stored. static code analysis, another application security technique. So it is a method for analyzing application source code without executing it to identify security vulnerabilities, coding errors, or potential flaws. Purpose is that it detects vulnerabilities early in the development process before deployment, since you have access to the source code, so it is before the application is actually deployed or during the development phase. It helps identify common issues like buffer overflow, SQL injection, and other security flaws. Tools include popular static analysis tools include SonarQube, Checkmarks, and Fortify. Another application security technique is the code signing, which is the process of digitally signing code to verify its authenticity and integrity. Purpose is that it ensures that the code has not been tampered with and is from a trusted devices. Provides assurance to users that the application has not been altered by the attackers. This is how it works. Developers sign their code using a private key and users can verify it using the corresponding public key. This is how the code signing, or you can say, we have also studied this in the case of digital signature. So digital signature provides both the authenticity of the sender as well as the integrity of the data. So in this case, the code signing gives us both the integrity of the code as well as the code signer authenticity. It prevents malware injection or distribution of untrusted software. Another security related term is the sandboxing, which is a security technique that isolates programs or processes from the rest of the system to prevent them from affecting other parts of the system or accessing sensitive data. Purpose is that it contains potentially harmful applications, limiting their access to system resources and data. It prevents malware or vulnerabilities in applications from affecting broader system. This is how it works. It runs untrusted code or applications in a restricted environment with limited privileges, also known as the sandbox. It ensures the application can only interact with specific controlled resources. The benefits of sandbox include that it protects system from exploitation or damage by isolating risky behavior. It enables safer testing of applications or running potentially malicious content without risk to the main system. Examples include browser sandboxes for isolating web pages content, and virtual machines are containerized environments used in development and testing. What is the monitoring? So, monitoring is the continuous observation and tracking of systems, applications, and networks to detect anomalies, performance issues, or security threats. And its purpose is that it ensures system reliability, availability, and performance. And it is used to identify and respond to security incidents or operational issues in real time. Key activities include it collects logs and metrics, for example, CPU usage, network traffic, and system errors, and analyzing patterns for abnormal behavior or security breaches, setting up alerts for predefined thresholds or suspicious activities. So, what are some tools that can be used for monitoring of your system, applications, or your network? So, popular monitoring tools include the Nagios, the Prometheus, and the Splunk. So, Splunk is a SIEM solution. Another popular SIEM solution is the Q Radar. So we have monitoring here. We are since we are talking about security. So all these monitoring are relating mostly concerned with the monitoring of the security related events. Benefits include the early detection of issues to minimize downtime or breaches, data breaches, and provides insight into system health and performance for proactive management. Objective 4.2 Security implications of proper hardware, software, and data asset management. So what is the asset management? So the asset management life cycle represents the stages assets go through during their existence within an organization. It typically includes the following phases. So these are the phases of the asset management life cycle. These basically include the initial stage of acquisition and procurement, then assignment of the asset to their proper owner and their classification. From then onward, we monitor and track the asset, and the last stage is basically the disposal and decommissioning. So the first one, the acquisition and procurement process, it basically identifies the need for an asset and procuring it through approved channel. The second step is the assignment and accounting, and this step has two further many steps. First is the ownership, assigning responsibility for the asset to individuals or departments, and the classification, which characterizes the assets based on type, value, or sensitivity. So once you procure the asset, then you must give the responsibility to some personnel or some department for their continuous monitoring and management. And the third step is basically the monitoring and tracking. And this involves the inventory, which maintains a detailed list of all assets. So at any time, the organization must have the complete list of all assets at their disposal, and the enumeration, which is systematically tracking assets for updates, usage, and audits. And the last step is when the asset is no longer required, it has spent its useful life cycle, then the last step is the disposal or decommissioning, which involve the sanitization, which is securely erasing data from the assets before disposal, destruction, physically destroying assets to prevent data recovery, certification, documenting proper disposal for compliance, and data retention, which is ensuring necessary data is archived before asset disposal. And our next objective 4.3 is explain various activities associated with vulnerability management. So now we will talk about the vulnerability management and its different steps. So vulnerability management is the process of identifying, assessing, and addressing security weaknesses to reduce risk and protect systems from threats. And it has the following steps, and these steps are: the first one is the identification of the vulnerabilities. So these steps involve detecting vulnerabilities in systems, networks, and applications using tools like vulnerability scanners, penetration testing, or threat intelligence feeds. And once you identify the vulnerabilities, the next step is the analysis, which assesses the risk level of each vulnerability by determining its severity, exploitability, and potential impact on the organization. After analysis, you have to respond and mitigate the effect of the vulnerability, which involve developing and implementing a plan to address vulnerabilities, including applying patches, changing configurations, or deploying mitigation controls. And the next step is the validation of remediation. So this step involves verifying that the applied fixes have successfully resolved the vulnerabilities through rescanning and testing. And the last step is basically the reporting, which documents the findings, actions taken, and overall progress to maintain records for compliance and to inform stakeholders about the risk posture. So, how do we identify the vulnerabilities? So, in this slide and the upcoming slide, we will study the different methods of identification that can be used during the vulnerability management process. And since identification is the first step in vulnerability management, so what are the different methods to identify vulnerabilities? The first one is the vulnerability scan, which uses automated tools to scan systems and networks to identify the known vulnerabilities. And then the application security. So, how do we identify vulnerability inside the application? We have different techniques. One of them is the static analysis, which analyzes the application code without executing it to detect flaws. So, the static analysis involves basically you require the original source code. You do not use the deployed version of the application during and do not detect the vulnerabilities during its running or execution process. You instead use the source code to detect the vulnerabilities. And so, as you require the source code, this method is usually applicable during the initial stages of the application development. The next is the dynamic analysis, which require the testing application during runtime. So once you deploy and develop the application, then you can run the dynamic analysis, which is testing application during runtime to identify vulnerabilities in operation. And the next is the package monitoring, which involve monitoring third-party libraries and dependencies for vulnerabilities. So each application requires some third-party libraries. So scanning and analyzing these library for any vulnerabilities. Next is the threat feeds, which involve the open source intelligence or OSINT, gathering publicly available data on threats and vulnerabilities, and the proprietary or third party feed subscribed services providing curated threat intelligence, information sharing organizations, collaborative groups sharing industry specific threat data, dark web monitoring, which identifying vulnerabilities or leaked data shared in underground forms, and presentation testing, which involves simulating real world attacks to identify and exploit vulnerabilities in systems. Next one is the responsible disclosure programs, which involve the bug bounty program, which is incentivizing the external researchers to find and report vulnerabilities ethically. And the last one is the system or process audit, which involve reviewing the configuration, processes, and security control for gaps or non-compliance. So the next step after the identification was the analysis step in vulnerability management, and this step involved the confirmation. So the confirmation involved the false positive, which is verifying and dismissing incorrectly flagged vulnerability. So your scanner may incorrectly flag some false positive or identify some incorrectly flagged vulnerabilities. The next one is the false negative, which is the opposite of false positive, which involve identifying overlooked vulnerabilities for accurate assessment. So your scanner or your tool may sometime overlook or miss some vulnerabilities. So once you identify the vulnerabilities and during analysis step, you must prioritize them. So prioritizing involves ranking the vulnerabilities based on severity, risk, and potential impact. Next is the Common Vulnerability Scoring System or CVSS, which is the standardized scoring to measure vulnerability severity. So it is a system where you score each vulnerability, let's suppose from 1 to 10. For example, if its score is 2, it means that this vulnerability is of low severity, low impact. And if it is closer to 10, for example 9, it means it has a high severity and high impact. Common vulnerability enumeration CVE, which is unique identifiers for known vulnerabilities to add tracking and communication. So using CVE, you number each vulnerability uniquely, and when you see this number, you can easily identify the year the vulnerability was identified, its severity and its impact, etc. Vulnerability classification. So characterizing vulnerabilities by type such as configuration, software, or human error. Next one is the exposure factor, which is estimating the degree of impact if a vulnerability is exploited. Environmental variable, which is assessing the organization's specific conditions that may affect risk, such as network architecture or system configurations. Industry and organizational impact, which is evaluating the potential effect on business operations, reputation, and compliance. And the risk tolerance, which is aligning remediation effort with the organization's acceptable level of risk. So now is the response and the remediation step, and this involves patching, which is applying software updates to fix vulnerabilities and prevent exploitation. Next is the insurance, which is using cybersecurity insurance to mitigate financial risk associated with potential breaches. Segmentation, so isolating vulnerable system or networks to limit the impact of exploitation. So all the systems that have been affected by this particular vulnerability, you can separate it from your production network or from your sensitive network so that other systems are not impacted. The compensating control, which involve implementing alternative security measure, for example, installing and configuring the firewall or installing monitoring systems such as IDS when patches cannot be applied immediately. Exceptions and exemptions, which is all documenting approved cases where vulnerabilities are not addressed due to operational constraints or low risk. So if there is such a case that you cannot address a vulnerability, then you must include them in exception and exemption and must document them, including the reasons as to why this vulnerability were not addressed. Next is the validation of remediation step, which is rescanning. So conducting vulnerability, once you remediate, you apply the patch or you install, let's suppose, a compensating control such as firewall, you must validate this remediation step, and this involves usually through scanning. Conducting vulnerability scan to confirm that applied fixes have resolved the identified issue. The second remediation step can be the audits, which is reviewing logs, processes, and configuration to ensure remediation actions were properly implemented. And the next one is the verification, which is testing system to confirm the effectiveness of remediation and ensure no residual vulnerabilities remain. The last one is the reporting inside the vulnerability management, which is documenting identified vulnerabilities and remediation actions, tracking the status of each vulnerabilities and its resolution, providing visibility into organizations' security posture, ensuring compliance with policies and regulatory requirements, and including details on risk levels, remediation efforts, and validation results. So objective 4.4 is explain security alerting and monitoring concepts and tools. So the first topic is the monitoring the computing resources such as systems. So the definition is that monitoring the performance and health of servers, desktops, and other computing devices. So you can divide the computing monitoring resources into multiple categories. The first one is the systems, the next may be the infrastructure or the networks, and so on. So for system, you can use tools like SNMP. SNMP is basically the protocol that is used to monitor the tools, to monitor the systems, which is not actually a tool, but it enables the tools to monitor the systems, and it is a very popular protocol for monitoring systems. The actual tools can be Negoios or Zabbix for system monitoring. So what are the key metrics for system monitoring? The key metrics: you can monitor systems for its CPU utilization, memory usage, disk space usage, or the uptime status. What are the alerts? So alerts are trigger alerts for anomalies. You can the monitoring tools can trigger alerts for anomalies like high CPU usage, low memory, or system crashes. So the purpose is that it is to ensure smooth operation and minimize downtime. So the next monitoring resource may be the application, which is observing the performance and behavior of software applications. And you can utilize tools such as APM, that is application performance monitoring, including the New Relic, Dynatrace, or Datadog. So these are the tools that you can use to performance the performance of the applications. So the metrics for monitoring of the application may include the response time of the application, the error rates of the application, such as the number of times the application give error or it crashes, the transaction volumes, and the application logs. And it can give alerts such as notify for issues like high latency, errors, or resource bottlenecks. And the purpose of the application monitoring is to improve user experience and application reliability. So the next one is the infrastructure monitoring, which is monitoring the underlying hardware, networks, and other foundational components. And you can use tools like the SolarWinds and PRTG network monitor. So PRTG is used to monitor the network resources or infrastructure such as routers, switches, firewall, and it is a very good use to basically measure the bandwidth. Primarily, it is used to measure the bandwidth consumption of the different interfaces of the network switches and routers. Similarly, for cloud infrastructure, you can use the CloudWatch. And the key metrics for the infrastructure may include the network throughput. As I said, that PRTG is primarily used for the monitoring of the network throughput and bandwidth usage, and the hardware temperature as well as the storage health. Alerts may include the detecting the hardware failures, network outages, or overutilization of resources, such as the bandwidth. Purpose is to maintain the integrity and availability of IT resources. So now some activities in alerting and monitoring, and the first one is the log aggregation, which is centralizing logs from systems, applications, and infrastructure into a single location for analysis. And the purpose is that it simplifies monitoring, enables correlation of events, and enhances threat detection. And the tool for log aggregation is the SIEM. The SIEM is basically used to SIEM solutions are used to aggregate logs from diverse type of resources. And some of the example of SIEM solution include the Splunk, Elk Stack, as well as the QRadar from IBM. Alerting include notifying administrators of abnormal activities or potential threats, and purpose is to that it ensures rapid response to incidents. And the alerting may include the email alerts through SMS or dashboard notifications. Scanning. So scanning is done through automated checks to identify the vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, or malicious activities. And this is usually done through tools. So some of the tools that can be used for vulnerability scanning include the popular Nessus and the Qualys. And again, the purpose is to proactively address weaknesses before their exploitation. And another activity related to the alerting and monitoring is the reporting, which is generating summaries or detailed logs of activities, alerts, and trends. And the purpose is that it provides insights into the system performance and potential risks. And the types of reports include the schedule reports, on demand reports, or the compliance specific formats. Another activity is the archiving, which is the storing of logs, alerts for future reference or compliance needs. And its purpose is that it supports forensic investigation when required and regulatory compliance. So, some laws or regulatory requirements may require for the logs to be maintained for a specific period, for example, 5 years. So these logs are then archived in order to be compliance in order to be in compliance with these regulatory requirements. And retention is a similar term, which is the retention of logs that are basically retained for months or years, that depends upon the policies of the organization. So alerts, response, and remediation or validation. So what is quarantine? Quarantine is basically isolating affected system or application to prevent further damage or to spread the damage to other systems. And its purpose is that it limits the spread of malware or lateral movement by attackers. So this term is used time and again, the lateral movement. So it is basically when, let's suppose, inside your network you have multiple systems. By system I mean maybe servers or application server, database server. So let's suppose if your this systems is compromised or it is infected, so this malware may spread to this system and then to this and then to this. So this movement is basically known as the lateral movement, that is a movement within your organization system. So in order to curb this lateral movement, the system that is infected is quarantined and isolated. Alert tuning, which is the adjusting alert thresholds and rules to minimize false positives. And purpose is that it reduces alert fatigue and ensures focus on genuine threats. Example is adjusting CPU utilization thresholds to avoid alerts during routine maintenance. So now some tools that are used in the alerting and monitoring. And the first one is the Security Content Automation Protocol, or SCAP. This is basically a framework for automating the management of security configuration and vulnerabilities. And the purpose is that it standardizes vulnerability assessment and compliance reporting. Examples include tools like OpenSCAP uses the SCAP protocol for configuration validation. What are the benchmarks? These are basically predefined standard for secure configuration, such as CIS benchmarks. So these benchmarks basically contain certain configurations, certain settings that can be used as a benchmark inside your organization. And the purpose is that it helps ensure systems and applications meet industry security standards. Example is applying benchmarks to harden operating systems and software. For example, you can use these benchmarks, the CIS benchmark, to harden your organization PCs and their operating systems and other software as well. So the alerting and monitoring system may be agents based or agentless. So the agents based system are basically software installed on endpoints to collect and transmit data. So the agent based application basically require that these agents will be installed all on the endpoints, and these endpoints then collect the data and transmit it to their central application or central monitoring system. Example include the antivirus or endpoint detection agents. The agentless are basically agentless software monitor system remotely without installing software. For example, SNMP based monitoring network. So in this case, let's suppose you are monitoring a network switch through SNMP, so you don't need to install any agent or software on this switch. You just need to enable the SNMP protocol on this switch, and it will be monitored remotely through SNMP protocol without the need of installation of any agents. Purpose is that it enables flexibility in monitoring based on organization's needs. So some organization may need the agents based application and monitoring tool, while other may require the agentless applications. Security information and event management, that is the SIEM solution. What is SIEM? SIEM is basically a centralized platform for collecting, analyzing, and managing security events and logs. As you can see in this diagram, it collects logs from all types of devices, including routers, firewalls, servers, switches, workstation, endpoints, and then it makes it available at a central location for correlation, analysis, investigation, etc. So the purpose is that it correlates data to detect and respond to threats in real time. And some of the popular SIEM solutions include the Splunk, ArcSight, and QRadar. Antivirus is basically a software designed to detect, prevent, and remove the malware. So the purpose is that it protects endpoints and systems from known threats. So why we say the known threat? Because the antivirus basically has a signature database of the known malware, and it compares the malware with that database to detect them. The antivirus features include the real-time scanning, automatic updates, and the quarantine capabilities. DLP, that is data loss prevention. So DLP are basically the tools to prevent unauthorized data transfer or access, or you can say unauthorized data exposure or data leak or data loss. So it protects sensitive data like PII, or the personally identifiable informations, or intellectual property. Examples include that it monitors data at rest, that is data that is stored in the storage. It also protects data in motion as well as the data in use. And the DLP solution can be the network DLP. It also protects data on the network, as we said that it protects data during transit or data in move. It can scan the endpoint and the system to first discover the data, and you can have then the endpoint DLP protection. Basically, these are the three steps. First one is the discover. It first discovers all the data that is available inside the organization. Then it monitors for the exfiltration or leakage of that data. And the third step is when it detects any data leakage attempt, it prevents it. So what are the SNMP, or Simple Network Management Protocol traps? So these are basically notifications sent by devices to a management system when predefined events occur. So you can say that the SNMP traps are basically sent by the devices that are being monitored. For example, the network switch. The network switch may send an SNMP trap where, let's suppose, one of its interfaces changes its state from up to down. Purpose is that it facilitates real-time alerts for network or device issues. Examples include notifications for high CPU usage or failed devices. What are the net flow? So net flow is basically a protocol for collecting and analyzing IP network traffic data. As you can see, the net flow gives us a lot of information on the network data, such as source IP address, destination, source port destination, the protocol type, type of service byte, input interface, etc. And its purpose is that it identifies the bandwidth usage, detects anomalies, and provides traffic insights. Example includes the Cisco NetFlow or the SolarWinds tools. What are the vulnerability scanners? So these are basically the tools to identify vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, or missing vulnerability patches. Purpose is to proactively address security gaps, and examples include the Nessus vulnerability scanner, the OpenVAS, or the Qualys. So now the objective 4.5, and the objective 4.5 is that given a scenario, modify the enterprise capability to enhance security. So how to enhance the security of an enterprise? It can be done through different tools such as this firewall. So what is a firewall? Firewall is basically a network security device or software that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing traffic based on predefined security rules. It acts as a barrier between the trusted internal networks and the untrusted external networks, such as the internet, to block unauthorized access. So what are the rules then that are used to monitor and block the traffic? These are basically the set of policies that control the inbound and outbound network traffic based on specific criteria. So what do we mean by criteria? Criteria maybe we can say that if the traffic is from, let's suppose, this IP address or this network, then you should allow it. And if it is from, let's suppose, this subnet, 192.168, let's suppose /16, then you should block it. So this is one of the simple criteria that you can set to define these policies. Purpose is that it allows or block traffic based on IP addresses, such as I explained here, the protocols. Let's suppose you can say that you should not allow the HTTP while allow the HTTPS, or ports. By ports here we mean that HTTP uses the port 443, so you can say that allow the port 443 while block the incoming traffic that uses port 80, that is used for HTTP. To secure the network traffic, example include blocking all incoming traffic except for HTTPS, which is the which uses port 443, and SSH, which uses the port 22, since both these are secure protocol and their traffic is encrypted. So what is the access list? So we use the access list inside firewall to block and allow certain type of traffic. So the access lists are basically lists used to specify permissions for traffic based on IP addresses or IP address ranges. So what are the access list types? We have two access list types. One is standard, which filters traffic by source IP address only. The other is extended, which filters by source, destination IP, ports, as well as protocol. So you can say that the extended one is more detailed and more advanced ACL. Purpose is that it provides granular control over who can access network resources. Example of an ACL or access list include restricting a subnet from excessive sensitive resources inside your organization. What are then ports and protocols? So these are use for configuring firewalls to allow or block specific network ports or protocol. As we studied in the previous slides, you can say that you can allow the port 443 and the port 22, or you can say that you can allow the protocol SSH and HTTPS, and you can block the traffic from port 23, which is used by the telnet, and port 80 that is used for HTTP protocol. Purpose is that it ensures only necessary communication is permitted while minimizing traffic surfaces. Example include allowing port 80 that is HTTP and port 443 that is HTTPS for web traffic, and blocking unused ports like port 21 that is used by FTP or port 23 that is used by Telenet, because these both are unsecure protocol and their traffic is unencrypted when sent over the network. Next is the screen subnet, also known as the DMZ or demilitarized zone. So these are basically the isolated network segments for hosting public facing services like web or email servers. So these are basically the DMZ basically is a concept where you place your servers or system that are being accessed from your external or untrusted network such as the internet. And the purpose is that it protects internal networks by limiting direct access to sensitive systems. So these are your internal sensitive systems, and you use a firewall so that these external network cannot access these internal systems, and the public server, the external user or external system can only access these public facing servers. Configuration is to place a firewall between the internal networks and the DMZ, such as here we have this firewall between the DMZ and your internal network, and it permits restricted access from the internet to services in the DMZ only. So in this is your organization, and inside your organization you have allowed limited access to your public servers only. Again, this access should also be limited to only the specific ports and services. Example, hosting a web server in the DMZ with firewalls limiting database access to internal network. So your internal network should not be accessible from the internet. So what are the IDS and IPS, that is intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system? So IDS basically monitors traffic for suspicious activities and generate alerts. So this is the important distinguishing point between IDS and IPS, which is that the IDS basically only generate alerts or logs. It does not actually prevent or block the intrusion, while the intrusion prevention system detects and actively blocks malicious traffic or threats. So what are the trends? So these are the patterns and behaviors in network activity that help identify anomalies and emerging threats. And the purpose is to analyze historical data to detect unusual traffic patterns such as sudden increase in network volume. Example include identifying consistent login attempts from unusual geographic locations. What are then signatures? So these are predefined patterns are known attack identifiers used to detect specific threats. As we saw previously, that in the antivirus software basically detects the malware by compare the signature of the malware with the signature stored inside their database. And the purpose is that it matches network traffic against a database of signatures to detect threats like malware or exploits. Example include detecting a non-SQL injection attack based on its payload structure. So next topic is the web filter. So a web filter is a security tool used to monitor and control access to websites based on predefined criteria, ensuring so safe and appropriate internet use within an organization. So you can say that this is a filter that your system or endpoint must go through when accessing online resources such as websites and web servers. And these are basically maybe agent based, which are software installed on endpoints to enforce web filtering policies. So this web filter agent may be installed on your system, and the purpose is that it monitors and blocks websites directly on the device even when off the network. So if it is installed, the agent is installed on your system, it will always block the blocked websites even if you are not on your organization network. Example include your mobile device or remote workforce using agent-based web filter tools like Zscaler. So another concept in the web filter is the centralized proxy, which is a network-based proxy server that intercepts and filters all web traffic. As we can see here, this is basically a centralized web server or proxy server that intercepts all the traffic from all the devices in your organization before sending it or allowing it to the internet to ensure that only authorized resources are accessed, and also prevents any malicious content access as per the policy of the organization. Purpose is that it gives the centralized control, providing a single point to enforce filtering policies for all users. So if your organization policies is that the social media sites, like let's suppose Facebook, should not be used, you can use this policy centrally here, and all the devices will be unable to access the Facebook. Example include proxy servers like Squid or Blue Coat. What is the universal resource locator or URL scanning? It is basically examining the URLs to detect malicious or inappropriate content before granting access. And the purpose is that it prevents access to phishing sites or websites hosting malware. Example include blocking URLs flagged for hosting ransomware campaigns. So it is again a similar concept like the centralized proxy. You can implement the URL scanning or URL filtering through this centralized proxy. This may have a database containing all the URLs that are flagged for the ransomware campaigns as well as the phishing sites, etc. Content categorization basically organizes websites into categories, for example, social media, gambling, or malware for easier management and filtering. So, what does this mean? It means that, let me get back to our, yes. So instead of individually blocking each social media sites and then gambling site, you have these categories of organized gambling sites, malware sites, and other inappropriate sites that are easy for management as well as filtering. So example, if your organization has the policy that all social media websites should not be accessed to your organization, you can just enable this blockage through a simple one-click operation instead of going through manually adding all the social media sites, which is cumbersome as well as very time consuming. And the purpose is that it enforces policies like blocking adult content or prioritizing business related browsing. Example include allowing education but blocking gaming categories of websites inside your organization. Block rules. What are block rules? These are basically specific policies that explicitly deny access to certain websites or IPs or domains. You can also say call this as a blacklist. For example, you can blacklist all the social media gambling and malware sites. Purpose is that it enforces stricter control over internet usage and prevents exposure to risk. Example include blocking all sites under a streaming media category. What is a reputation? It is basically evaluating the trustworthiness of websites based on their history, behavior, and user feedback. And purpose is that it dynamically blocks high risk or low reputation websites. Example include blocking sites flagged for hosting phishing attacks or frequent malware. So now coming to the OS security or operating system security, and this can be implemented through various tools, and one of this tool is the group policy. And this is basically a Windows-based feature used to manage and enforce security settings and configuration across multiple systems in a domain. So if you want to apply security setting to Windows system, you can apply them all at once through a single group policy if they are in the inside the same domain. And purpose is that it provides centralized control over user permissions, password policies, software restrictions, and more. Example include enforcing password complexity rules and disabling USB ports to prevent unauthorized data transfers. SE Linux or Security Enhanced Linux. So, what is a Security Enhanced Linux? It is basically a Linux security module that enforces mandatory access control policies or MAC policies. Purpose is that it restricts processes and users to only the resources necessary for their function, minimizing the risk of exploitation. Example include preventing a compromised web server process from. So the example include that preventing a compromised web server process from accessing any command and control server or any malicious site or from executing it. So the next topic is implementation of secure protocols. So in order to implement secure protocol, you first must select the secure protocols, that is protocol selection. So choosing secure protocols to protect data during transmission. And the purpose is that the data must have the integrity during transmission, confidentiality, and authentication. And examples include that of secure protocol. For example, when choosing protocol, you should use the HTTPS instead of its unsecure version, that is HTTP, for secure web communication. And similarly, use the secure file transfer protocol SFTP or FTPS instead of the unsecure, that is file transfer protocol, for secure file transfer. And similarly, use the TLS SSL for encrypting emails and other communications. So the port selection, it is basically configuring of secure protocol to use standard or custom ports to prevent unauthorized access. And the purpose is that it enhances security by minimizing exposed attack surface. For example, again, if you are using ports, you are, let's suppose you have to use web services, then you should use the secure port 443 that is used for HTTPS. And similarly, if you require remote management or remote management of systems or remote file transfer, then it should use the port 22, which is used by the SSH. And the unsecure version of SSH, that is the 23, which transmit data without encryption in plain text, it should not be used, and access to this port should be restricted. So the using the transport methods, it is basically determining that how data is transmitted securely over the networks, and the purpose is to ensure end-to-end encryption and secure delivery of data. Example include using the TLS, that is transport layer security, to secure data at the transport layer, and employing the IPsec, that is IP security, for secure VPN connection. Similarly, implementing the SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, along with the TLS, Transport Layer Security, for encrypting email communication. DNS filtering, another topic, which is the a security mechanism that blocks access to malicious, inappropriate, or non-business related websites by filtering the domain name system request, or DNS request. And its purpose is that it prevents user from accessing harmful websites such as phishing or malware hosting domains, and it enforces acceptable use policies by restricting access to non-productive or restricted content categories. Features include the category based blocking, which is the blocking of the website based on predefined categories, as we already studied, for example, gambling, social media, or adult content, and the blacklist or whitelist, which allow the administrator to block or permit specific domains explicitly. So you can either use the blacklist, which is the blocking of the known malicious sites, or you can only allow your whitelisted website that you use inside your organization and blocking the rest. Malware protection, which automatically blocks domains known for hosting malicious content, and content filtering, which restricts access to inappropriate or non-business related content. Examples include blocking access to known phishing domains using DNS filtering solutions like Cisco Umbrella, preventing malware infection by stopping DNS queries to command and control servers, that is C2 servers, and restricting employees' access to streaming or gaming websites during work hours. So now some email security, and the first one is the domain based message authentication, reporting, and conformance, that is DMARC. What is DMARC? It is an email authentication protocol that ensures messages are sent from authorized sources and prevents spoofing. So the basic purpose of these protocols is the authentication. So one of the most significant problem with the email communication is the spoofing and spam messages, and this protocol can be used to prevent this. So it combines the SPF and DKIM to validate emails and provides report on suspicious activities. Example include rejecting or quarantining email that fails authentication checks. Another one is the domain keys identifying mail, or DKIM or DKIM. It is an email security standard that uses cryptographic signatures to verify the sender's identity and ensure the integrity of the message. So here we are talking about two things. First one is the identification of the sender, and the second is the integrity of the message, which means that the content of the message should not be changed or altered during transmission. Purpose is that it confirms that an email has not been tampered with during transmission. Example include adding a digital signature to outgoing email to verify their origin. Remember, we studied the digital signature, and we studied that the purpose of digital signature is it provides two protection. Number one is the it provides the sender's authenticity. It gives us the confidence that the sender is the one who we are expecting to be. And second is that it provides the data integrity, which means that it makes sure give us the confidence that the data or the message has not been tampered with or changed during the transmission. Sender Policy Framework or SPF, it is basically an email validation protocol that specifies which email servers are authorized to send emails on behalf of a domain, and purpose is that it prevents email spoofing by verifying the sender's IP address against the domain's SPF record. Example include blocking emails from unauthorized servers claiming to be from your domain. Another thing is the gateway, which is a hardware or software solution that acts as a checkpoint to scan and filter emails entering or leaving an organization. Purpose is that it protects against spam, malware, phishing, and other email-bound threats. Example, using a secure email gateway like Proofpoint or Mimecast to scan attachments for malware. So another topic is the file integrity monitoring. So file integrity monitoring, let me get back, is a security practice that tracks and verify changes to file directories or operating system components to detect unauthorized modifications. Its purpose is that it ensures critical files remain unaltered unless authorized, and it detects potential security breaches or malware activity that involves file tampering. And it complies with regulatory requirements, for example, PCI DSS, which is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standards used by the credit card companies, and HIPAA, which is the US laws for the confidentiality of the patient medical records. So, this is how it works. First step is the baseline creation, which establishes a reference state for monitored file. Then is the real-time monitoring, which tracks changes such as modification, deletion, or addition. Then alerting, it notifies administrators of any unauthorized changes, and reporting include logging the events for auditing and compliance purposes. Examples include monitoring system files to detect unauthorized changes by rootkit or malware, and tracking modifications to sensitive data files, for example, financial or healthcare records, and verifying the integrity of configuration files in a web server or databases. So now DLP, that is the data loss prevention. So DLP or data loss prevention refers to tools and strategies used to protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, accidental exposure, or malicious exfiltration. The purpose is to ensure sensitive data stays within the organization boundaries. It helps comply with regulatory standards, for example, GDPR and HIPAA, and it prevents data breaches caused by human error, malware, or insider threats. Key features include first, the data classification. So, it identifies and characterizes sensitive data, for example, personally identifiable information and financial records. Content inspection, then it monitors and analyzes data in motion. For example, network traffic, at rest, that is data stored inside the storage, and in use, that is data actively used by the endpoints. The policy enforcement, which is the next step after the monitoring, which blocks or encrypts data transfer that violates predefined security policies, and alerts and reporting notifies administrators of potential data leaks and provides logs for audits. Example include preventing employees from sending sensitive files, for example, customer data via personal email, and blocking unauthorized USB devices from transferring critical files. Monitoring could upload monitoring cloud uploads Monitoring cloud uploads to detect and stop unapproved sharing of confidential information. So if some of your employees tries to monitor data to the cloud, for example, the Google Drive or other cloud storage, DLP can be used to monitor these uploads and prevent any sensitive data upload to the cloud storage. Network access control, another security solution, which is basically a security solution that regulates and manages device access to network based on security policies, ensuring that only authorized and compliant devices can connect. Purpose is that it ensures security. It restricts network access to only devices that meet security standards. Compliance enforcement, so it helps enforce compliance with regulatory requirement, for example HIPAA, PCI DSS, and it prevents unauthorized access. It protects the network from unauthorized devices or those with the vulnerabilities. So the key features of the NAC includes the authentication, which is the verification of the identity of devices and users before granting them access inside the network. Compliance checking, which ensure that devices meet predefined security policies such as antivirus status or operating system patch level. So this means that let's suppose a user have a window, let's suppose endpoint or PC that wants to connect to the network. So the NAC can check whether the antivirus software is up to date and whether the operating system has the security patches applied. Access control, it grants access based on security posture, allowing full, restricted, or guest access. And the policy enforcement, it enforces rules for network access, such as limiting access to certain resources or quarantine for non-compliant devices. For example, if the device has outdated antivirus, or the operating system has security patches not applied, it can quarantine the device. Example include restricting access to corporate network for devices that lack updated antivirus software or security patches, enforcing strict access policies for BYOD or bring your own device to ensure that only compliant devices can connect to the network, and using NAC to segment the network, limiting guest or unsecured devices. Now, some endpoint detection and response, that is EDR, and extended detection and response, that is XDR. So, what is EDR, or endpoint detection and response? EDR is a security solution designed to monitor, detect, and respond to suspicious activities and threats on endpoints. For example, laptops, desktop, or mobile devices. And its purpose is that it provides continuous monitoring, real time protection, investigation capabilities, and automated responses to security incidents at the endpoint level. Key features include real time monitoring. It constantly monitors endpoint activity for signs of malicious behavior, and threat detection. It identifies anomalies, malware, and suspicious behavior such as unusual file modification or unauthorized access. So, incident response, it allows security teams to investigate, isolate, and remediate threats. And data collection, it gathers endpoint data for analysis and forensic investigation. Example include detecting and blocking ransomware on a user's workstation based on abnormal file encryption behavior. After EDR, we have the XDR, that is extended detection and response, which is an advanced security solution that integrates data from multiple security layers, for example, endpoints, network, cloud, and server, to provide a broader and more effective response to threats. Purpose is that it expands on EDR by providing a holistic view of threat across an entire network, improving detection, investigation, and response capabilities. And the key features of XDR include that it has the cross layer visibility, which means that it integrates multiple data sources to detect threats across the entire IT environment. Automated response, it uses AI and machine learning to provide automated responses to threats across various systems. Centralized management, it centralizes threat detection and response, making it easier for security teams to manage and prioritize incidents. And threat correlation, it correlates events from different layers to provide context and improve accuracy of threat detection. Example include correlating unusual behavior on an endpoint with suspicious network activity, identifying a coordinated attack, and taking automated actions to mitigate it. So now some comparison of the EDR and XDR. So the first comparison point is the scope. So EDR focuses primarily on endpoint level protection, while the XDR extends protection across endpoints, network, cloud environment, and servers for broader coverage. So XDR has a larger scope. Response, EDR is more endpoint specific, responding to threats on individual devices, while XDR provides a more integrated and automated response across multiple layers of security. User behavior analytics. So, user behavior analytics or UBA is a security approach that uses machine learning and advanced analytics to monitor and analyze user behavior patterns within an organization. It aims to detect anomalies and potential security threats based on deviations from normal user activity. Purpose of UBA is anomaly detection. It identifies unusual behavior that may indicate a security threat, such as insider threats, compromised accounts, or data exfiltration. Risk mitigation, it helps detect early signs of attacks, preventing significant damage or data breaches. And behavioral baseline, which establishes what constitutes the normal behavior for users, allowing detection of deviations that could signal malicious activity. Key features of UBA include the behavioral profiling, which builds profiles of typical user activities such as login times, locations, file access patterns, and network storage. Anomaly detection, which uses machine learning to spot behavior that deviates from the established baseline, such as logging in at unusual time or accessing sensitive files unexpectedly. Real-time alerts, which notifies administrators when abnormal user actions are detected, enabling prompt investigation and response. Risk assessment, assigning risk scores to users based on the severity of anomalous behavior, allowing prioritized responses. And contextual analysis, which combines various data points, for example location, device, and time, to provide context around anomalous behaviors, improving the accuracy of detections. Examples of UB include inside threat detection, identifying a user downloading large volumes of sensitive data during off hours, which could indicate an insider threat. Account compromise, detecting a user logging from multiple locations in a short period, suggesting a compromised account. And abnormal access pattern, notifying administrators when a user accesses files or systems they don't typically interact with, such as financial records or HR data. Benefits include it enhances the detection of subtle hard to spot threats like insider threats or compromised accounts. It provides a proactive approach to security by monitoring user behavior in real time and reduces false positives compared to traditional signature based detection methods, as UBA is focused on abnormal activity rather than known threats. Objective 4.6, given a scenario, implement and maintain identity and access management. So the first step in identity and access management is basically provisioning and deprovisioning the user accounts. So what is provisioning and deprovisioning? Provisioning is basically creating user accounts, credentials, and assigning roles and permission for new employees or systems. Automates tasks to ensure consistent application of access policies. For example, setting up access to email, file servers, and business application for new hires or new employees. Deprovisioning is done by revoking access and disabling accounts when employees leave the organization or changes the role. It prevents unauthorized access after employment termination or system deprovisioning. Examples include deleting or disabling accounts when a user exits the organization. Permission assignments and implications. So, principle of least privilege or POLP. What does this mean? It means assigning only the minimum permissions necessary for users to perform their tasks, role-based access control. So assigning permissions based on user roles, simplifying management and improving security. Implications of over-privileged accounts. So increased risks of data breaches, insider threats, or misuse of sensitive systems. So if you provide access permission or you have over-privileged accounts, its implication include the data breaches, insider threats, or misuse of the sensitive system. Example include granting the HR staff access to payroll data but not IT system configurations. So this is the limited privilege or assigning privilege as per their roles. What is identity proofing? It is the process of verifying an individual's identity before granting access to systems or resources. Methods include document verification, which includes checking government issued IDs, for example, passport or licenses. Knowledge-based authentication, which include using personal question for identity verification, and biometric verification, which involves scanning fingerprints or facial recognition. Importance of this step is that it ensures that only legitimate users are provisions with accounts, reducing risk of identity fraud or impersonation. Examples include requiring new users to complete multi-factor authentication during onboarding. So what is the single sign-on or SSO? So SSO allows user to log in once and gain access to multiple systems, applications, or resources without needing to re-authenticate. For example, you have these multiple application or systems, so instead of the user needing to provide credential for each system, what does the user do? The user has this SSO account, and using this SSO account the user log in once and then has the access to all the systems. So it is of a very convenient to user because user does not have to remember all these credentials and passwords. So it enhances user convenience and security by reducing the need for multiple credentials. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol or LDAP. LDAP is a protocol used to access and manage directory services over a network. What is the LDAP role in SSO? So it provides a centralized directory of user information for authentication and authorization. And it works as the backend for SSO by verifying user credentials against the directory. Example include authenticating users in a corporate environment using Microsoft Active Directory, which is an LDAP-based service. So these are some methods of the SSO, including the open authorization or OAuth. So OAuth is an open standard for token-based authorization, enabling secure access to resources without sharing credentials. And what is OAuth role in the SSO? So it facilitates delegated access by allowing users to log in via third-party services, for example, Google, Facebook. So what does this mean? It means that you have the credential of Google and Facebook, and using these credentials, you can log into other application or other websites. And because these application or this site has trust relationship with the Facebook or Google. Ensure security by issuing access tokens for session management. Example include logging into an application using your Google account without sharing your password. So when you log into this application, you are using your Google credential, you do not share your Google account password with this application. Rather than access tokens are generated and used. This is the process of how this the OAuth process works. Security Assertion Markup Language or SAML. So SAML is an XML-based standard for exchanging authentication and authorization data between identity providers and service providers. And its role in SSO is that it enables federated SSO by allowing users to authenticate once with an identity provider and access multiple service providers. And it transports user credential securely via assertions. Example include accessing cloud-based application, for example, Salesforce, Microsoft 365 using your organization's SSO portal. Interoperability. So interoperability basically refers to the ability of different systems, applications, and technology to work together and exchange information seamlessly. And what is the importance of interoperability in identity and access management context? It ensures compatibility between various identity providers, service providers, and protocols. It facilitates single sign-on, SSO, identity federation, and secure communication across platforms. Key factor: use of open standards like SAML, OAuth, and OpenID Connect, and compatibility between on-premises and cloud-based systems. Example include allowing an organization's Active Directory to integrate with cloud services like AWS or Azure. With cloud services, example include allowing an organization's Active Directory to integrate with cloud services like AWS or Azure. So what does this mean? That it means you have an Active Directory over here, and of course you have user accounts and credential registered and stored in this Active Directory. So instead of creating all the user or cloud where you are using some services, you can integrate this Active Directory using the protocols such as SAML, OAuth, and OpenID with these cloud services. And then you can use the same credential to access these cloud services. Attestation. So attestation is the process of verifying and validating the identity, credentials, or compliance of a system, user, or device. And the identity and access management context. It confirms that users or systems meet security requirements before granting access. It includes reviewing and approving permissions or roles assigned to users. And what are some type of attestation? First is the user attestation, which validates user identity or roles, and the device attestation ensures devices comply with security policies before access. Example include a user must validate their identity via multi-factor authentication using during onboarding or an annual review of access permissions to ensure compliance. So what is it's important in identity and access management? We are talking about the importance of interoperability and attestation. So interoperability enables seamless and secure collaboration between diverse systems, enhancing user experience and operational efficiency. While the attestation reduces risk by ensuring only verified and compliant user and devices access sensitive systems or data. So now some access control and some access control types. First one is the mandatory access control or MAC, which is the access that is determined by strict policies set by the organization and cannot be modified by the user. Or you can say that they are not at the discretion of user as opposed to the DAC or discretionary access control. Its characteristic includes that it has a centralized control. It uses security classification, for example, confidential, top secret, secret, etc. User and resources have predefined security labels. Example include a military system where only individuals with top secret clearance can access sensitive files. Another access control system is the DAC or discretionary access control, which is the access that is determined and managed by the resource owner, or you can say that it is at the discretion of the resource owner, which decides who can access their resources. And the characteristics of DAC include that it is flexible but potentially less secure. It is flexible because the owner can grant access to whichever user or groups he or she wants. But again, it is also less secure because the owner may grant some user the access which are not authorized to access this object, or the owner may grant excessive rights to the users. Access permissions can be shared or modified by the owner. So the owner has the complete authority to change the permission or grant the permission or remove the permission to this specific object or resource. Example include a file owner grants read-write permissions to specific colleagues on a shared drive. Another access control system is the RBAC or role-based access control, which is access control system that is assigned based on the roles of users within an organization, and its characteristics include that roles are linked to job function. For example, you may say that we have an HR role, a finance role, an admin role, etc. It simplifies permission management. Example including finance team member automatically receives access to payroll software. So you have defined the role. For example, this is an admin role. So any user that is given this role has automatically access to all the resources which are granted access to this admin role. So it is easy to manage because you do not need to manage the permission or access for individual user. Instead, it is managed through this role, and any user that is given this role has automatic access to all the resources. Rule-based access control, which is access that is determined by a set of predefined rules, often based on conditions like time, IP address, or actions. Characteristics include it enforces dynamic control based on environment or context. Example, a rule that denies access to a VPN if the user's IP address is from an unauthorized region. Another access control is the attribute-based access control, or ABAC, which is access that is granted based on user's attribute, for example, department, role, or clearance, and resource attribute, for example, sensitivity or location. Characteristics include it is highly granular and flexible, and the policies are dynamic and context aware. Example include a policy that allows access to HR files only to users in the HR department and during office hours. So this airbag, as we see, it is more complex because it takes input from multiple sources and multiple attributes, and then we have the authorization engine that decides upon these criteria whether to permit or deny the access. So time of day restriction is basically limiting user access to specific times of the day or week. Characteristic, it enhances security by reducing access outside regular working hours. Example include preventing non-critical system access between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Multi-factor authentication. So what is MFA? MFA requires user to verify their identity using two or more independent factors from different categories to increase security. It protects system from unauthorized access by requiring multiple layer of validation. So how to implement the MFA? So we have the biometrics, which uses unique physical or behavioral characteristics for authentication. Example of biometric include fingerprint scanning, facial recognition, retina scan, or voice recognition. And advantages include that it is difficult to forge and provides a strong authentication factor. Another authentication factor is the hard or soft authentication tokens. So what are the hard tokens? They are physical devices, for example, this one, such as smart cards or key fobs that generate or store credentials. Example, a time-based one-time password that is TOTP generator, such as this one. Soft token includes software-based credential delivered via app or devices. Example include the Google Authentication or Authy. Secure keys. So these are the physical devices compliant with standard like FIDO2 or U2F used to verify identity. Example include YubiKeys, USB or NFC based keys. Advantages include it is resistant to phishing and man-in-the-middle attacks. So now some factors in the multi-factor authentication. So these are different factors that can be used in the multi-factor authentication. The first one is something you know. So it is the information that only the user knows. For example, the password, pins, or security questions. And its weakness is that it is vulnerable to guessing or theft. So your password or your pins or security question can be guessed or can be hacked by the hackers. Second one is the something you have. So it is basically a physical item in the user's possession, such as the key fobs as we saw in the previous slides. Example includes smartphones, smart cards, or token, and its strength is that it requires physical theft for the compromise. And the next one is the something you are, which is the unique biological characteristics of the user. An example include fingerprints, facial features, and iris patterns. And its strength is that it is extremely hard to replicate or forge. So the fingerprint are unique to each user, and they are very hard to replicate or to steal them. And the last one is, or another one is the somewhere you are, which is the geographic or network based location of the user or the device. An example include that access granted based on the IP address, GPS, or Wi-Fi location. Use cases include denying access if a user's location deviates from expected parameters. So the summary of MFA is that MFA combines factors. As we saw, the four factors, so different factors can be combined. Minimum may be two, they may be more. So enhances security by requiring at least two independent factors. Effective implementation, so balance user convenience and security using suitable technology, for example, biometrics, tokens, or security keys. And factors reduce risk. So even if one factor is compromised, other layers prevent unauthorized access. What are password best practices? So these are some best password secure or best practices. First one is the length. So it is longer the password, the more secure they are, as they are harder to crack. And best practice is to use password with a minimum length of 12 to 16 characters. Second factor is the complexity. So it includes a mix of uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. And best practice is to avoid predictable patterns and include varied character types. Third best practice is the reuse, which is the using the same password for multiple accounts, which is a security threat because it increases the vulnerability. If the password is compromised, your multiple account will be compromised, and the best practice is to avoid reusing password for multiple accounts and creating unique password for each account. Expiration. So definition is the periodically changing password to prevent prolonged unauthorized access. What does this mean? That if your password is compromised and you don't change it or it does not expire, the hacker or the intruder will have the prolonged unauthorized access. So best practice is to implement password expiration policies, but ensure they don't encourage weak or repetitive patterns. Password age is the time a password has been in use before it is changed. So the best practice is to balance between security and usability. So avoid forcing changes too frequently. Password managers. So these are the software tools that store, generate, and manage complex passwords securely. Benefits of the password manager include that it eliminates the need to remember multiple passwords. It ensures strong, unique passwords for each account, and it offers secure storage with encryption. What is the passwordless authentication? These are the authentication methods that eliminate the need for traditional passwords. Example include the biometrics, so fingerprints and facial recognition, security token, hardware-based or app-based one-time codes, and push notification, which approve login requests via mobile devices. Advantages include improved user experience and reduces the password-related vulnerabilities like phishing. Summary. So some of the best practices of password include the using the required length of the password, using required complexity, uniqueness while balancing the expiration policies. Tool, you should use the password managers to enhance security and convenience. And feature of authentication is transitioning to passwordless methods, which improve security and user experience. So now privileged access management tools or PAM tools. These are include just-in-time permissions. So just-in-time permission basically grants elevated access rights only when needed and revokes them automatically after the task is completed or after a certain period of time. Benefit include that it reduces exposure to sensitive systems. and minimizes risk of privilege abuse or compromise. Example include a system administrator gets temporary access to modify network settings during a maintenance window. What is password vaulting? So it securely stores and manages password privileged accounts credential in an encrypted vault. Benefits include centralized password storage, allows secure access to shared accounts without revealing the password, and facilitates audit logging to track credential usage. Example include a PAM tool or privilege access management tool stores and autofills password for administrator accounts without exposing them to users. What are ephemeral credentials? Ephemeral credentials, so these are temporary credentials generated for specific sessions or tasks which expire automatically after use. Benefit include it reduces risk of long-term credential exposure and it prevents reuse of compromised credential. Example include cloud providers issue short-lived API tokens for accessing resources which are valid only for a few hours. Summary, so the PAM tool or privilege access management tool, it enhances security by restricting and controlling access to privileged accounts, and its key features include just-in-time permissions, secure password storage, and short-lived credentials reduce attack surface while maintaining operational efficiency. Objective 4.7, which is explain the importance of automation and orchestration related to secure operations. So automation and orchestration for secure operation, use cases of automation and scripting. So some use cases where automation and scripting can be used. First one is the user provisioning, which is automating the creation, management, and deactivation of user accounts. Benefits include it reduces human error and accelerates onboarding and offboarding processes. Resource provisioning, so it automatically allocates resources like virtual machines, storage, and network configurations. And benefit include it ensures efficient and consistent resource deployment. Guardrail, which are automation enforces security policies to prevent misconfiguration, and benefit include it maintains compliance by preventing deviations from established rules. Use cases of automation and scripting. Again, the next use case is the security groups, which are automating the creation and management of network access control. So these are basically used inside network devices like firewalls. It ensures consistent application of security policies across systems. Another use case is the ticket creation, which is automatically generating support tickets for identified issues or anomalies. Benefit that it enhances incident tracking and prioritization. Escalation, so automating the escalation of unresolved issues to higher level support or management, and benefit include it reduces response times for critical incidents. So enabling and disabling services and ports. Remember, we are studying the use case of automation and scripting. So enabling and disabling services and access is automating the activation or deactivation of services and user access based on predefined triggers. Benefit include mitigate risk by restricting access during unusual activities. Continuous integration and testing, it is automating code integration, testing, and deployment pipelines. Benefit ensure secure, error-free code while accelerating deployment cycles. Integration and application programming interfaces, that is APIs. So using APIs to integrate and automate processes across different security and operational tools. Benefits include streamlines workflows and improves the efficiency of security operations. So what are the benefits of the automation and orchestration? So it gives efficiency, it is efficient and time saving. So automates repetitive tasks to free up time for critical operation. Benefit include increases productivity and reduces human error by handling tasks like provisioning, patching, and monitoring automatically. Enforcing baselines, which is ensure systems adhere to predefined security configurations, and benefit include reduces configuration drifts and maintains compliance with security standards and policies. Standard infrastructure configurations, so automates consistent deployment of infrastructure with predefined templates. Benefits include enhanced reliability and security by ensuring uniformity across environments. Scaling in a secure manner, so automates the secure deployment of traditional resources as demand increases. Benefits include it prevents vulnerabilities during rapid scaling by applying security controls consistently. Employee retention, so it reduces mundane repetitive tasks, enabling employees to focus on high value work, which increases the job satisfaction and reduces burnout, leading to better retention rates. And reaction time, which is the automation of incident detection and response workflows. And benefit is that it minimizes downtime and mitigate risks by responding to threats faster than manual processes. Workforce multiplier, so it extends the impact of a team by automating routine tasks and workflows, and benefit include it enables smaller teams to manage larger, more complex environments efficiently and effectively. So the summary of automation and orchestration is that it significantly improves efficiency, enforces consistency, and enables secure scalability. And these benefits not only enhance security posture but also improve operational workflows and employee satisfaction. Now, some other considerations. First one is the complexity, which is automation systems can become intricate, requiring advanced skills to implement and maintain. And impact is the increased complexity might lead to misconfiguration or difficulties in troubleshooting. Another consideration is the cost. So initial investment in tools, training, and implementation can be high, and the impact can be that the organization must weigh the upfront cost against long-term savings and efficiency gains. Another consideration is the single point of failure. So the automation systems, if not redundantly designed, can create critical dependencies, and failure in automation system can disrupt multiple processes simultaneously. Technical debt, which is poorly designed or outdated automation scripts and workflow, can accumulate over time, and impact is that it increases maintenance burden and limits future scalability or adaptability. Another consideration is the ongoing supportability. So automated systems require regular updates and skilled personnel for support, and impact is that ensures long-term reliability but demands continuous resource allocation and expertise. So the summary is that while automation and orchestration provide significant benefits, organizations must address potential challenges like complexity, cost, and support requirements. Proper planning and resource allocation are essential for sustainable implementation. Objective 4.8, explain the appropriate incident response activities. So the incident response process basically consists of these steps, that is preparation, detection, analysis, containment, eradication, recovery, and lesson learned. So we will go through all these steps one by one. So the first step in the incident response process is the preparation, which is which include establishing the policies, procedures, and tools for effective incident handling. And the key activities in the preparation step include developing an incident response plan, conducting training and simulations, and deploying monitoring and detection tools to detect any incident. The next step is the detection, which is identifying the potential security incident through monitoring and alerts. And the key activities in this step includes analyzing system logs and alerts, using intrusion detection system and other monitoring tools, and verifying and escalating suspected incidents. The next step is the analysis, which is evaluating the details of a detected incident to determine its scope, impact, and potential root cause. Key activities in this step include collecting and reviewing forensic evidence such as logs and network traffic, identifying affected system users and data, and assessing the severity and classifying the incident type. The next step in the incident response process is the containment, which is include isolating the affected system to prevent further damage. And the key activities in this step include applying network segmentation, disconnecting compromised systems from the network, and using temporary fixes to limit the spread. The next step in the incident response process is the eradication, which is removing malicious elements from the environment. And key activities in these steps includes eliminating malware or compromised account, patching the vulnerabilities, and performing a thorough system cleanup. Next step is the recovery, which is restoring normal operations while ensuring no residual threats. And key activities in this step include rebuilding or restoring systems from backups, validating the integrity of data and systems, and monitoring the systems for signs of recurrence. And the last step is the lesson learned, which is reviewing the incident to identify improvements for future response. And key activities in this step includes conducting the post-incident reviews, updating the incident response plan, and sharing the findings with stakeholders and improving the training. The next activity in the incident response is the training, which is educating teams on incident response procedures and tools to ensure readiness. And the key activities in training include regular workshops and hands-on exercises, and keeping staff updated on emerging threats and tools. Now, the testing. The testing of the during incidents, you can say before the incident, include, or the testing is basically evaluating the effectiveness of the incident response plan through different exercises. And these exercises include, the first one is the tabletop exercise, which is a discussion-based activity where team members walk through a hypothetical incident. And the purpose is to assess communication, coordination, and decision making in a controlled environment. And the next testing type or exercise type is the simulation, which is a hands-on exercise replicating the real-world attack scenarios. And the purpose is to test technical capabilities and the team's ability to respond effectively under pressure. Root cause analysis, which is identifying the underlying cause of an incident to prevent recurrence, and the key activities during this process includes analyzing logs, configurations, and vulnerabilities, determining process or system gaps that led to the incident, and implementing corrective actions and process improvements. Threat hunting. This is another activity during in the incident response. It is basically proactively searching for potential threats or indicators of compromises within the network. And key activities include using advanced analytics and threat intelligence, identifying unusual patterns or behavior, and mitigating risk before they escalate into incidents. And summary includes these activities basically the training, testing, root cause analysis, and threat hunting enhances an organization's ability to prepare for, respond to, and mitigate security incidents. Each of these activities play a vital role in maintaining robust incident response capabilities. Now, coming to the digital forensic activities, and some of activities in digital forensic include the legal hold, which is a process to preserve all relevant data when litigation or investigations are anticipated. And key activities in this process include notifying involved parties to preserve evidence and ensuring that data remains altered or ensuring the data integrity. Chain of custody, which is a record of who accessed or handled evidence to maintain its integrity. And key activities in this process include documenting each transfer of evidence and using tamper-proof seals or logs. Acquisition during digital forensic activities, including the acquisition. So acquisition is collecting digital evidence from devices or systems in a legally sound manner. And key activities in this process include using tools to create exact copies of data, for example, disk imaging, and avoiding modifying the original data or ensuring the data integrity. Another activity in digital forensic includes the reporting, which is documenting the findings of a forensic investigation clearly and accurately. And key activities during this process including the timelines, evidence descriptions, and analysis results, and ensuring the report is understandable for non-technical stakeholders. Preservation. So maintaining the evidence integrity throughout the investigation. And key activities during preservation include storing the evidence securely to prevent alteration and using hash values to verify data remains unchanged. E-discovery, which is the process of identifying, collecting, and producing electronically stored information for legal proceedings. Key activities include reviewing and filtering data for relevance and complying with legal and regulatory requirements for evidence production. Objective 4.9, given a scenario, use data sources to support an investigation. So, log data, using data sources to support investigation. And what are these sources? First source may be the log data, and then the log data can be from multiple sources, such as the firewall logs. So the purpose of firewall log is to record traffic allowed or blocked by the firewall rules, and its relevance in the investigation is to identify unauthorized access attempts, unusual port usage, or blocked malicious traffic. Another log source or log types are the application logs, which track the activities within specific software or application and its relevance is to identify errors, access patterns, or suspicious behaviors tied to a compromised application. Endpoint logs purpose is to record activity on individual devices such as workstation, laptops, or servers, and its relevance include detecting malware activity, unauthorized software installation, or policy violation. Operating system specific security logs, and its purpose is the log security related events generated by the operating system, for example Windows Event Viewer or Linux syslogs, and its relevance is to identify failed login attempts, privilege escalations, or suspicious system changes. IPS and IDS logs, its purpose is to record alerts and detections of potential intrusions or malicious activities, and its relevance is to correlate alerts with network events so as to identify attack patterns and compromised systems. Network logs, these are its purpose is to monitor network traffic and device communications, for example router or network switches logs, and its relevance is to trace data flows, identify anomalies, and reconstruct attack paths. Metadata, so metadata purpose is it is basically data about data such as timestamps, IP addresses, and file properties, and its relevance is to help establish timelines, identify data sources, and link events during investigation. So now some data sources, and these data sources include the vulnerability scans, which are automated tools used to identify potential vulnerabilities in systems or networks, helps detect unpatched software, configuration issues, and weak security settings, and provide detailed report for investigation and remediation. Automated reports, which are generated by security tools or monitoring systems to track security events and incidents. And these reports are basically to summarize alerts, logs, and findings in a digestible formats. And these are useful for identifying trends, recurring issues, and anomalies. Another data source are the dashboards, which are visual representation of system health, security posture, and network activity. These offer real-time monitoring and historical data to track performance and incidents, and help investigators quickly identify security breaches or areas of concern. Packet capture. So these are recordings of network traffic providing detailed insight into communication between systems. These are useful for investigating suspicious activities like malware or unauthorized access. Packet captures allow for deep packet inspection to analyze network level security issues. So that's all for this domain. Thank you for watching, and subscribe and stay tuned for the next video of domain 5. And if you want to study the practice questions, I also have a video of the practice question on my channel. You can also watch this, and it will be very helpful for your exam preparation. Thank you, and see you in the next video. Domain 5 Security Program Management and Oversight. And the first objective of domain 5, objective 5.1, is summarize elements of effective security governance. So let's get started. So the first element of security governance is the guidelines. What are the guidelines? The guidelines are high-level recommendations that outline best practices and framework to follow for achieving security objectives. So remember, we will study different elements. The first one is guideline, then the policy, then standards. And some of these are mandatory to be implemented by the organization and to be followed by the employees, but some are recommendations, such as this one. They are not mandatory. So the word recommendation here is important. Some elements such as the policies, they are mandatory. They are not recommendation. They must be followed by the organization and its employees. So the guidelines are recommendations that outline best practices and framework to follow for achieving security objective. And the purpose is that it offers direction on how policies and procedures should be implemented to maintain consistent security practices across the organization. So you can say that the guidelines in effect explain the organizational policies and procedures in detail. And the flexibility guidelines have the flexibility because unlike the policies and guidelines, the unlike the policy, the guidelines are optional. As I already stated that the policies are mandatory while the guidelines are recommendation and optional, and they are flexible and adaptable, serving as recommendation rather than strict requirements. An example of the guidelines includes suggesting encryption methods for sensitive data, advising regular update for software, or recommending access control measures. So these are just recommendations. So what is the role of guidelines in governance? So these helps bridge the gap between high level policies and specific operational procedures. So the policies are very high level and very brief, while the guidelines explain these policies and bridge the gap for practical implementation. The next elements are the policies, and these are formal and high-level statements that define an organization's approach to the security and set expectations for behavior and compliance. And the purpose of policies are to establish clear rules and responsibilities to protect assets, ensure regulatory compliance, and mitigate risks. And the characteristic of the policies are that they are mandatory, so they are broad in scope and enforceable across the organization. Remember, the guidelines were optional and recommendation, but the policies are mandatory. Example include acceptable use policies, data protection policies, incident response policy, and password policies. And their role in governance is that they serve as the foundation of the security program, guiding decision making and the development of guidelines and procedures. So remember, the policies are from the top management. So what are the standards? The next element of the security governance are the standards. So these are detailed, mandatory. Remember, these are mandatory rules that specify consistent methods, criteria, or specification to ensure uniform implementation of policies across an organization. And the standard purpose is to provide clear, measurable requirements to enforce policies and promote consistency in security practices. Consistency standard provide consistency because if you implement a standard across the organization, it will provide a consistent security implementation and settings. Characteristics of the standards are that they are rigid and prescriptive, and deviations require formal approval. So in the case of guidelines, we studied that they are flexible. So is not the case with the standard. They are rigid, and deviation from standard require formal approval from the management. Example of standards include minimum encryption standards, for example, AES 256 for sensitive data, hardware configurations, and secure coding standards. And their role in governance is that they translate policies into actionable and enforceable technical or procedural controls to maintain compliance and security objectives. So remember, at the top level, we have the high level statement or the policy, and then from this policy, we deduce or we write the standards, guidelines, and procedures. Next element of effective security governance are the procedures, and these are step-by-step instructions detailing how specific tasks or processes should be performed to comply with policies and standards, and their purpose is to provide clear, actionable guidance for employees to implement security measures effectively and consistently. And their characteristics are that they are detailed, task oriented, and specific to roles or function and adaptable for operational needs. So, since these are step by step instructions, again, they are not rigid and they are adaptable. Example includes steps to configure a firewall, processes for handling security incidents, or instructions for onboarding new users securely. And their role in governance is that they enable practical implementation of policies and standards by guiding day-to-day operations and ensuring adherence. So this is the summary of the policy, standard, procedure, and guidelines. So, as we studied, policies are high-level statements that outline an organization's security objectives and rule. They are broad in scope and they are mandatory. An example include all employees must use strong password. Standards are detailed, but again, they are mandatory rules specifying uniform methods to enforce policies, and they provide measurable criteria and technical specification. Example of standard include password must be at least 12 characters long and include special characters. Next is the procedure. They are step-by-step instructions for carrying out specific tasks to comply with standards and policies. So we are coming from high level to low level. They are detailed and task oriented. Example include instructions for resetting a user's password securely. And the last element of the governance are the guidelines, which are recommendations and best practices to guide actions. They are optional and flexible and not enforceable like standards or policy. Examples include it is recommended to use a password manager to store complex passwords securely. So now some policies example, different policies that are used across the organization. We will study these in this slide. The first one is the acceptable use policy, which defines acceptable and prohibited uses of organizational resources like networks, devices, and internet access. Second is the information security policies, which are broad policies that outline how the organization protects its data and information systems from threats. Next one is the business continuity policy, which ensures critical operations can continue during and after a disruption or after a disaster. Next one is the disaster recovery policy, which specifies how the organization will recover IT systems and data after a disaster. So these are related. The you can say that disaster recovery policy is in fact part of the business continuity policy. This is broad in scope, while the disaster recovery is specific to recover the IT operation. Incident response policy establishes processes for identifying, managing, and mitigating security incidents, and software development lifecycle policy outlines security measures and standards during the development, testing, and development of software, while change management policy defines how changes to systems, applications, and configurations are requested, evaluated, approved, and implemented. Now some standards, and the first one is the password standard. So the password standard specifies requirements for password creation such as minimum length, complexity, expiration, and reuse prevention. For example, password must be at least 12 characters long and include uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and symbols. Access control standard defines how access to system data and resources is granted, managed, and revoked, including role-based access and least privilege principle. Physical security standard establishes requirements for securing physical locations such as badge access, surveillance cameras, and locked server rooms. An encryption standard specifies algorithms, key length, and protocol to protect data in transit and in rest. For example, use AES 256 for sensitive data encryption. Some procedures. So first one is the change management procedure. It provides step-by-step instructions for requesting, evaluating, approving, and implementing changes to systems or processes to minimize the risk and disruption. Next procedure is the onboarding and offboarding procedure, which details how to securely provision and deprovision user accounts, access rights, and equipment during employee hiring and termination. And the last one is the playbooks, which are prescriptive guides for handling specific scenarios such as responding to a phishing attack, managing a malware outbreak, or conducting a forensic investigation. So now some external consideration in effective security governance. The first one is the regulatory. So this is external consideration because it is implemented outside by entities outside the organization. And regulatory consideration is adhere to industry specific regulations such as HIPAA, GDPR, or PCI DSS to ensure compliance, and regularly monitor regulatory changes to update policies and procedures. So an organization must take into account these external considerations in order to be compliance with these industry specific regulations such as HIPAA, GDPR, or PCI DSS. Another consideration is the legal, which is to understand and comply with laws governing data protection, privacy, and cybersecurity, and seek legal counsel to navigate complex jurisdictional requirements. Next one is the industry specific consideration. Follow best practices and standards specific to your industry, such as NIST or ISO 27001, and participate in industry forums to stay updated on emerging threats and solutions. Next external consideration is the local/regional, and these are to align security measures with local or regional data protection and cybersecurity laws, and consider the cultural and infrastructural factors impacting security in the region. Next is the national level consideration, which are to comply with national cybersecurity frameworks such as CISA in the US or ENISA in the EU or European Union. Stay informed about government mandated security requirements and initiatives. Now, some global consideration. Address cross-border data transfer regulations and international security standards, and monitor global cybersecurity trends and collaborate with international organizations for threat intelligence. So, monitoring and revision. So, these will talk about what these also come in the elements of effective security governance. So continuous monitoring, implement real-time monitoring system to detect vulnerabilities and security breaches, and use automated tools to track network traffic, access logs, and system activity for unusual behavior. Another element of the monitoring and revision is through regular audits and assessments. Conduct periodic security audits and assessments to evaluate the effectiveness of existing policies, and perform vulnerability assessments and penetration testing to identify weaknesses. Feedback mechanism. Gather feedback from stakeholders, including the employees, management, and third-party partners, to identify areas of improvement. Use incident reports and security metrics to fine-tune security strategies. Policy and control updates. So revise security policies and procedures regularly to reflect new risks, threats, and technologies. Adopt controls based on the results of monitoring activities and audit findings. Incident and post-incident reviews. Analyze security incidents to identify root causes and make necessary adjustment to security protocols, and use lessons learned to strengthen defenses and prevent similar incidents. Adaptation to emerging threats. So stay updated on emerging security threats and update strategies to mitigate new risks, and adjust security measures based on industry trends, evolving attack methods, and regulatory changes. So now some types of organizational governance structures, and the first one is the boards. So the boards are used to oversight and strategic decision making body. Our boards are basically oversight and strategic decision making body that sets the direction for security governance. The boards typically include executive leadership such as CEO, CIO, and CISO to ensure alignment with organizational goals. The board approves budgets, policies, and major security initiatives. The next structure type inside the governance is the committees, which are specialized groups within organization often focused on specific areas of security. For example, risk management committee, compliance committee, or incident response committee. Committees provide recommendations and advice to the board on security related matters and can include cross-functional teams such as IT, legal, and compliance personnel. Next structure is the government entities, which are national or regional organizations that set security regulations, standards, and guidelines. For example, NIST, CISA, and ENISA. So these are US specific, and these ENISA is an EU entity. These entities enforce compliance through audits and legal actions and provide frameworks and resources for organizations to strengthen their security posture. So security governance is managed and controlled by a centralized authority or department. For example, a centralized security team or IT department. And the centralization ensures consistency in policies, procedures, and tools across the organization and facilitates easier implementation of organization-wide security initiatives. So the decentralized security governance is distributed across various departments or business units, with each unit managing its own security needs. And decentralization provides flexibility for departments to address specific security concerns, but it can lead to challenges in standardization and consistency across the whole organization. So now some hardening targets. So we already studied about the hardening. The purpose of the hardening is basically to reduce the attack surface of the devices or applications so that the external hackers or attackers cannot exploit them. So we will now study different devices and elements that can be hardened or that can be considered as hardening targets. The first one is the switches. We are talking about network switches. So how to harden them? So switches can be hardened by disabling the unused ports and using the port security features. So the port security feature is basically 802.1x, or you can also call this as NAC or network access control. Configuring VLANs for network segmentation, and applying strong management interface credentials and restrict access. So what does management interface credential mean? That the switches GUI, the web interface through which the switches are managed, or the CLI such as the SSH Their credential means the username, administrative username and password must be strong. By strong, we mean that they must have strong passwords, and these interfaces, the management interfaces, should be only accessible through the organizational IP addresses and not from some uh, external networks or external IP addresses, so that there are less chances of their compromise. Next related target are the routers. So switches are basically layer 2 network devices. Routers are layer 3 devices. So change default credentials and disable unused services. So this also stands true for the switches as well. Enable encryption WPA3 for wireless routers and use strong ACL, that is access control list, and regularly update firmware to patch vulnerabilities when provided by the vendor. Cloud infrastructure hardening, so use identity and access management policies to enforce the least privilege principle. Enable logging and monitoring, for example, through CloudTrail. I think CloudTrail is the AWS cloud infrastructure logging and monitoring feature. And secure storage and databases with encryption and access control. What does this mean? That whenever your data is stored inside cloud, it should be encrypted by default. So as well as the database that you are using, its data should also be encrypted. Next target are the servers, and for server we should disable the unnecessary services and ports. For example, if the server has the telnet or the port number 23, it should be disabled. Similarly, the HTTP service, if available, it should be disabled, and so on. So use secure protocol, for example, SSH and HTTPS. So the SSH is the secure version of Telnet, and HTTPS is the secure version of HTTP. So we should use the secure protocol that encrypt data during transmission over network, regularly apply security patches, and implement file integrity monitoring. Next is the industrial control system and SCADA. So isolate these systems from the corporate network, use firewalls and intrusion detection system, and apply vendor recommended security updates cautiously. Embedded systems, so use secure boot and encrypt firmware, disable debug interfaces like JTAG or Telnet, and ensure strong access control for remote management. Next hardening target is the RTOS or real-time operating system. So these can be hardened by minimizing the system services and libraries to reduce the attack surface, apply the memory protection techniques, and use secure development practices to prevent vulnerabilities. Next are the IoT devices or Internet of Things devices. So again, change the default credential and use strong password. Secure communication channels with TLS or VPNs, and regularly update firmware and monitor for unusual activity. So now some roles and responsibility inside the organization for systems and data. So the first role are the data or system owners. So these are individuals or entities with ultimate responsibility for the security, privacy, and integrity of system and data. And they are accountable for defining security policies, determining the access controls, and ensuring compliance with regulations. These owners are often senior management or department heads. So you can say that senior management include the maybe CEO, CIO, and CISO. So these are basically the overall accountable and responsible personnel for the systems and data. Next are the controllers, which are entities or individuals responsible for determining the purpose and means of processing personal data, and they ensure compliance with data protection laws and make decisions regarding data collection, processing, and storage. And they are typically found in organizations handling personal data on a large scale, for example, compliance officer or legal teams. Next are the system or data processors. So these organizations are individuals who process data on behalf of the data controller following the controller's instructions. And the processors must ensure that data is processed securely and in compliance with the agreed upon terms. Examples of the processor include third-party vendors providing services such as cloud hosting, data analysis, or customer support. And the next role inside the organization for data and system protection are the custodians or stewards. So these are individual or team responsible for the day-to-day management, maintenance, and protection of systems and data. They are responsible to implement security controls, enforce policies, and ensure data is properly handled, stored, and backed up. And these are often IT personnel or system administrators. So objective 5.2 explain elements of risk management process. So in the upcoming slides, we will study the risk management process, its steps, and its other elements. So let's get started. So what are the elements of risk management? So the first one is the risk identification, which is the process of identifying potential risks that could negatively impact the organization. Risk identification involves gathering input from various stakeholders, reviewing past incidents, analyzing business processes, and evaluating external threats. So the risk identification helps create a comprehensive risk register that lists incident identified risk and their potential impact. Next is the risk assessment. After the risk is identified, we will assess the risk, and it is the process of evaluating identified risks to understand their likelihood and impact, helping to prioritize them for mitigation. So the risk assessment may be ad hoc or recurring. So what is ad hoc risk assessment? It is a one-time assessment conducted when a specific unusual risk or change arises. Ad hoc risk assessment is focused on addressing a particular risk that is outside regular processes, for example, new technology adoption or any emerging threat. And it is typically less structured and more reactive in nature. Next risk assessment type is the recurring risk assessment, which is ongoing risk assessments performed at regular intervals, for example, quarterly or annually. And recurring risk assessment provides a consistent review of risk factors over time to ensure the risk landscape is still relevant and manageable. And it is common in compliance and audit cycles. So the risk assessment may be one time, which is a one-off assessment triggered by a significant change, event, or project, and it typically focuses on the risk associated with specific initiatives such as the launch of a new system or business operation. And it can provide a deep dive into specific risk but may not be repeated unless necessary. Next is the continuous risk assessment, which is ongoing risk assessment integrated into daily operations, and it involves real-time monitoring of systems, data, and activity to detect and address emerging risks, and uses automated tools and continuous feedback loops to provide a dynamic approach to risk management. The next element after risk assessment is the risk analysis. So risk analysis is the process of evaluating identified risks to determine their potential impact, likelihood, helping prioritize them for mitigation. So risk analysis can be qualitative or quantitative. So what is the qualitative risk analysis? Qualitative risk analysis is a subjective approach to assess risk based on their likelihood and impact using descriptive categories such as low risk, medium risk, or high risk. It focuses on expert judgment, brainstorming, and ranking risk without numerical data. And the qualitative risk analysis is useful when detailed numerical data is unavailable or unnecessary. Next risk analysis type is the quantitative risk analysis, which is a data-driven approach that assigns numerical values to risk to calculate potential loss. And the quantitative risk analysis uses formulas and metrics like SLE, which is single loss expectancy, ALE, which is annualized loss expectancy, and ARO, which is annual rate of occurrence, to prioritize risk. And it provides precise insights for decision making and resources allocation. So now we will go through some elements that are used to calculate the quantitative risk analysis, and we will go through different formulas. So the first one is the exposure factor. What is the exposure factor? It is the percentage of an asset's value that is lost due to a specific risk event. For example, if a flood damages 70% of a facility, the exposure factor is 70%. Next thing is the single loss expectancy. So it is the expected financial loss from a single risk event. For example, if the flood occurs once a year, then and it damages this percent of the facility, so this is a loss from a single risk event. And if the flood occurs, let's suppose 5 times a year, we will have different we will have ARO for that, which is annual rate of occurrence. So the formula for single loss expectancy is the asset value and the exposure factor. For example, if a server cost is or a server worth is $10,000 and it is 50% damaged due to a certain event, a risk event, then the single loss expectancy would be 5,000. So how does this work? Since the asset value is 10,000, sorry, asset value is 10,000, so SLE is equal to, this is 10,000, and the exposure factor is 50%, which is 0.5. So the resultant value is 5,000. Next is the annualized rate of occurrence, which is the estimated number of times a specific risk is expected to occur in a year. For example, if a threat happens every once 5 years, the ARO is 0.2. How it is calculated? It is ARO is in this case, so the event is occurring once every 5 years, so it is 0.2. ARO is 0.2. Let's suppose if the event was occurring 5 times a year, means in the single year it was occurring 5 times, then the ARO would be 5. Okay, I hope this is understandable. It is the number of times a specific event occurs in a year. So what is then annualized loss expectancy? So remember, we calculated the single loss expectancy. Now the loss expectancy in a complete year. It is the projected annual financial loss from a specific risk. So its formula is annualized loss expectancy is the single loss expectancy, which already calculated, multiplied by ARO, or annualized rate of occurrence. So if SLE is 5,000, which we calculated in the previous slide, and the ARO is 2, means if the event is occurring 2 times in a single year, then the ELE is 2 times 5, 10,000. What is the probability? It is the likelihood that a specific threat will occur. and it is expressed as a percentage or a decimal value. For example, 30%, or you can use it in decimals as a 0.3. And the likelihood, it is similar to probability but often described in qualitative terms such as likely or unlikely, and it helps prioritize risk based on their perceived chance of occurring. And the impact is the magnitude of the effect caused by a risk event, including financial, reputational, and operational damages. And high impact risks often demand more immediate attention and mitigation. So, what is risk register? Another concept in the risk management process. So, it is risk register is a centralized document that records all identified risks, their assessment details, and mitigation strategies. It serves as a tool for tracking and managing risk throughout the risk management process. So, key risk indicators are KRIs. These are metrics used to monitor risk levels and provide early warnings of potential issues. Examples include the number of security incidents, system downtime hours, or compliance violations. And the key risk indicators helps organizations proactively address risk before they escalate. What are the risk owners? So these are individuals or teams assigned responsibility for managing specific risks, and they are accountable for implementing mitigation strategies, monitoring risk status, and reporting updates. And they typically have authority and resources to address the risk effectively. And risk threshold, these are the level of risk that an organization is willing to accept before taking action, and these are defined based on factors like organizational goals, regulatory requirements, and stakeholder expectations. And they help prioritize risks and allocate resources appropriately. So, what is the risk tolerance and the risk appetite? So, risk tolerance is the acceptable level of variations in outcome that an organization is willing to withstand while pursuing its objective. And it focuses on the day to day operational ability to manage risk without significant disruptions. While risk appetite is the overall level of risk an organization is willing to take to achieve its strategic goals, and it helps define the boundaries of decision making and prioritization. So, the risk appetite is expansionary. It means that a high risk appetite aimed at pursuing aggressive growth, innovation, or market expansion, and accepts greater uncertainty for potentially high rewards, such as entering new markets or adopting emerging technologies. Conservative. So these are the type of risk appetite. Conservative is a low risk appetite focused on minimizing risk and preserving stability, and it prioritizes compliance, operational reliability, and risk avoidance over high returns. Neutral is a balanced risk appetite that considers both opportunities and risk equally, and it strives for steady growth while managing a reasonable level of security and compliance. So, now some risk management and risk treatment strategy. So, we identified the risk, then assessed the risk, then we analyzed the risk. Now, after all these, we also registered the risk. Now, after all this, how to mitigate or how to manage risk through different strategies or treat the risk through different strategies. First one is the transfer, which is shifting the risk to a third party, such as through buying the insurance or outsourcing it to another organization or dealing with it through contracts. It reduces the organization's direct responsibility but may involve costs like premiums or fees. Example is purchasing cyber insurance to cover data breach losses. Next, risk mitigation strategy is the acceptance or accepting the risk. It is choosing to acknowledge and bear the risk without taking specific action to address it. It is appropriate for low impact or low probability risks that are deemed tolerable. So the acceptance strategy have some exemption and exception. Exemption is a formal decision to exclude certain risks from specific policies or controls, and is often used when the risk is deemed negligible or impractical to address. Example, exempting low value assets from comprehensive security measure. Next is the exception, which is a temporary allowance for a deviation from standard risk policies, typically with additional oversight or condition. Example, allowing unsupported software temporarily while a replacement is procured. Next risk treatment strategy is to avoid the risk, which is eliminating the risk entirely by discontinuing the activity or process that generates it. And it is bad for high impact or high likelihood risk that cannot be mitigated effectively. Example is avoiding certain vendors with a history of data breaches. And the most common risk treatment strategy is the mitigation strategy, or to mitigate the risk, which is reducing the risk to an acceptable level by implementing controls or measures. It focuses on minimizing the likelihood or impact of the risk. For example, installing firewalls or anti-malware software to protect against cyber threats. And the last step in the risk management process is the risk reporting, which is the process of documenting and communicating risk-related information to stakeholders. It includes details on identified risks, their status, mitigation efforts, and potential impacts. And it helps stakeholders make informed decisions and prioritize resources for risk management. What is the business impact analysis, or BIA? So it is a systematic process to assess the effects of disruptions on business operations, and it identifies critical functions, dependencies, and the potential financial, reputational, and operational impact of interruptions. So some key business impact analysis metrics, and the first one is the recovery time objective, or RTO. So it is the maximum acceptable time to restore a system or service after a disruption, and it defines the urgency for recovery efforts and guides the selection of recovery strategies. Example is an e-commerce website with an RTO of 4 hours must resume operation within that time frame after downtime. Next metric is the recovery point objective, RPO, and it is the maximum acceptable amount of data loss measured in time before a disruption, and it determines the frequency of data backups needed. For example, if an RPO is 1 hour, data backup must occur at least hourly. So this diagram shows basically the RPO. So if you take the backup over here, let's suppose it is 3 hours between two backups, and the disaster occur anywhere before the next backup, you can have the data loss of approximately 3 hours. And if your RPO is, let's suppose, 2 hours, then you should take backup at least after each 2 hours. So what is mean time to repair? It is the average time required to identify, repair, and restore a failed system to normal operations. It reflects the efficiency of the incident response and the repair processes. For example, if a server outage is typically resolved in 2 hours, the MTTR is 2 hours. So the next metric is the mean time between failure, or MTBF, which is the average time between system failures during normal operations, and it indicates the reliability of a system or component. For example, if a hard drive with an MTBF of 50,000 hours is expected to operate for that duration on average before failures. So this is a diagram for an example. Let's suppose we have a system failure or a device failure over here, and we make it operational over here. So this is the time that was required to restore the operation or repair the system or device. So this is the mean time to repair. And then after resumption of reparation, another failure occur. So this time is the mean time to failure or time to failure, and the time between the two failure is the MTBF or the mean time between failure. Objective 5.3, explain the processes associated with third-party risk assessment and management. So the first topic in our objective 5.3 is the vendor assessment. Vendor assessment evaluates third-party organizations to identify and mitigate risk associated with their services or products. And the goal is to ensure vendors meet security, compliance, and operational standards. And how the vendor assessment is done? So it can be done through penetration testing, which are simulated cyber attacks on vendor system to identify vulnerabilities. And it ensures the vendor has adequate defenses against potential threats. Example is testing a vendor's web application for exploitable flaws. Next method for vendor assessment is the right to audit clause, which is a contractual provision granting the organization the authority to audit the vendor's processes, systems, and control. And it ensures ongoing compliance with security requirements and standards. Example is verifying a vendor's adherence to data protection policies. Next is the evidence of internal audit. So it is a documentation showing that the vendor conducts regular internal reviews of their systems and processes, and it demonstrates proactive risk management and adherence to best practices. Example is reviewing the vendor's audit reports on incident response capabilities. Next is the independent assessments. So these are external evaluation performed by a third-party organizations to verify the vendor's compliance with security standards. And these provide unbiased insight into the vendor's security posture. So remember, the third-party assessments are more, you can say, accurate or more beneficial than the vendor's own internal audits. So these are more preferable than the internal audits. Example of third-party assessment may include the certifications given by the ISO such as 27001 or reports such as SOC 2 Type 2 reports. Next is the supply chain analysis, which is assessing the risk associated with the vendors, suppliers, and their impact on the organization. And the supply chain analysis identifies potential vulnerabilities in the extended supply chain. Example is ensuring that all suppliers in the vendor's chain follow robust security practices. Next topic is the vendor selection. So vendor selection is the process of choosing a third-party organization that aligns with the organization's goals, security requirements, and compliance. And due diligence must be done during vendor selection, which is a thorough evaluation of a potential vendor's background, capability, and risk before entering into a contract. And it includes reviewing financial stability, security practices, compliance certifications, and past performance. Example is checking whether a vendor has a history of data breaches or regulatory violations. Next is the conflict of interest, which is a situation where personal or organizational interest may compromise the objectivity of vendor selection. Identifying and mitigating conflicts ensures unbiased and ethical decision making. For example, avoiding partnerships with vendors where decision makers have financial or personal ties. Agreement types. So now different agreement types between vendors, and these agreement define role, responsibilities, and expectation between organization and their third-party vendors to ensure transparency, accountability, and compliance. And the first agreement type is the SLA, Service Level Agreement, which specifies the level of service the vendor must provide, including metrics such as uptime, response times, and performance. Example include a cloud provider guaranteeing 99.9% system uptime. Next is the Memorandum of Agreement, which is a formal binding document outlining specific terms and obligations between parties. Example include agreements between government agencies for shared resource use. Next agreement type is the Memorandum of Understanding, which is a non-binding document describing the intentions and roles of parties in a collaboration. Example is two companies agreeing to explore a potential joint venture. Next is the Master Service Agreement MSA, which is a long-term framework agreement defining the overall terms of engagement between parties. Example, a managed service provider outlining all potential services under one overarching contract. Next is the work order or statement of work, which is a detailed document that specifies the exact deliverables, timelines, and responsibilities for a particular project or task. Example include a software developer contracted to build a specific application feature. So next agreement type is the non-disclosure agreement, which is a legally binding contract that ensures confidentiality by restricting the sharing of sensitive information. For example, a company sharing proprietary product designs with a vendor. Next is the business partner agreement, which establishes the rules and responsibilities for partnerships, often addressing revenue sharing, liability, and governance. An example is agreements between healthcare providers and business associates under HIPAA regulations. Now, vendor monitoring. So, the ongoing process of evaluating a vendor's performance, compliance, and security posture after the agreement is in place, and it involves the regular audit, performance reviews, and incident monitoring to ensure the vendor meets contractual obligation. Example, monitoring a cloud provider's uptime and response times against SLA commitments. Questionnaires. So these are predefined set of questions used to assess a vendor's security practices, compliance, and risk management capabilities, and it helps gather information on areas like data handling, regulatory compliance, and incident response plans. Example, sending a cybersecurity questionnaire to a vendor to understand their encryption methods and data access controls. Rules of engagement. So these are guidelines that define how interaction and activities with the vendor will be conducted, particularly during assessments or testing. And it ensures clarity and agreement on scope, timelines, and boundaries to avoid conflicts. Example, establishing rules for penetration testing, including advanced notification and specific systems to test. Objective 5.4 summarize elements of effective security compliance. Compliance reporting. So, what is compliance reporting? Compliance reporting involves documenting and communicating adherence to security standards, regulations, and organizational policies. It ensures transparency and accountability for internal and external stakeholders. So there are two parts of the compliance reporting. It may be internal to the organization or the external compliance reporting. So the internal compliance reporting includes reports designed for internal audience such as the management, security teams, and the board of directors. It focuses on tracking the organization's compliance posture, identifying gaps, and driving improvements. Example is monthly compliance status report for the IT department detailing adherence to internal security policies. Next is the external compliance reporting, which are reports provided to external entities such as regulatory bodies, auditors, customer, or business partners. It demonstrates compliance with legal, contractual, or industry specific requirements. Example of external compliance reporting is submitting a SOC 2 Type 2 audit report to a potential client to provide or to prove data security measures. So what are the some consequences of the non-compliance to rules, regulations, and standards? So non-compliance with security, regulations, standards, or contractual obligations can have significant financial, operational, as well as reputational repercussions. And these repercussions may be in the form of fines. So these are monetary penalties imposed by regulatory authorities for failing to meet legal requirements. One of the example is that the GDPR violations can lead to fines of up to 20 million euros or 4% of annual global turnover, whichever is higher. The second repercussion may be in the form of the sanction, which are restrictions or punitive actions enforced by regulators such as trade restrictions or operational limitations. Example is a company may face export bans for non-compliance with international data transfer laws. Another repercussion may be the reputational damage, which is the loss of trust and credibility among customers, partners, and the public due to non-compliance. Example is a data breach caused by poor compliance erodes customer trust and affects future business. Loss of license, so revocation of certifications, operational licenses, or permissions required to conduct business. Example is a healthcare organization losing HIPAA compliance certification may be prohibited from handling patient data. Contractual impacts, which are breaches of contractual agreements leading to penalties, loss of business relationships, or legal disputes. Example, a vendor failing to meet agreed upon security requirements may face contract termination or litigation. So now coming to the compliance monitoring, how to monitor the compliance to different rules, regulation, and standards. So compliance monitoring is the process of continuously tracking and verifying adherence to security regulations, policies, and standards. It helps identify non-compliance risks and ensures corrective actions are taken proactively. Due diligence and due care. So, due diligence is taking necessary steps to identify risks and implement preventive measures to achieve compliance, while due care is demonstrating consistent, reasonable efforts to maintain compliance and safeguard assets. Example, conducting regular risk assessment and applying security control to address findings. Another compliance monitoring method is the attestation and acknowledgement. Attestation is the formal confirmation that compliance requirements are met, often through audits or certifications, while acknowledgement is obtaining signatures or confirmations from employees or third parties that they understand and adhere to policies. Example, employees signing an annual acknowledgement of the organization's code of conduct and security policies. So these monitoring activities may be internal or external. So internal monitoring ensures that organization complies with its own security policies and procedures through internal audits and reviews, while external monitoring evaluates adherence to external standards such as regulatory requirements or contractual obligations, often involving third-party audits. Example, internal audits verify password policy compliance, while external audits check adherence to external regulations such as GDPR or PCI DSS. Automation. So, using tools and technologies to streamline compliance tracking, reporting, and enforcement reduces human error, increases efficiency, and ensures real time monitoring of compliance status. Example, deploying automated systems to monitor access control compliance and flag violations instantly. Now, some slide about the privacy. So, privacy refers to the protection of personal information and adherence to laws and policies governing its collection, storage, and use. Effective privacy management ensures compliance, mitigates risk, and respects individual rights. So, some legal implications of the privacy. Legal implication may be local or regional. So, the privacy laws specific to a state or region. For example, the California Consumer Privacy Act or CCPA. The legal implication may be national level laws that govern data privacy. For example, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, that is HIPAA in the US. While the global or the international privacy regulation for cross-border data transfer, for example, General Data Protection Regulation or GDPR in the European Union. So these are some roles that are defined in the privacy or privacy laws. First one is the data subject, which are the individual whose personal information is being collected or processed. For example, a customer whose data is stored by an e-commerce platform. What are the controller and processor? So controller determines the purpose and means of processing personal data. For example, a retail company managing customer data, while processor processes data on behalf of the controller. For example, a cloud service provider hosting the retailer company's data. Ownership of the private data. So, ownership clarifies who has the authority over data and who is responsible for its security and compliance. For example, organization own operational data but must respect data subjects' rights over their personal information. Data inventory and retention. So, data inventory is a comprehensive list of all data assets, including location and type of data. For example, tracking stored customer records, email logs, and billing information. While retention include the policies for how long data is kept and when it is deleted. For example, retaining employee tax records for 7 years as required by law. What is the right to be forgotten in the privacy? These are it is related to individuals can request the deletion of their personal data when it is no longer necessary or legally required to retain. For example, a former user requesting the removal of their account information under GDPR. So this is right to be forgotten is specifically mentioned in the GDPR, which is EU law regarding the private data of EU citizens. Objective 5.5 explain types and purposes of audits and assessment. So audits and assessment. First of all, what are attestations? So attestation is the formal process of verifying and certifying that an organization, system, or process complies with specific standards, policies, or regulations. It often involves a third party reviewing the organization's documentation, practices, and controls to provide an official statement of compliance. purpose. So, attestation provides assurance to stakeholders, for example, clients and regulators, that an organization meets required security and operational standards. Example, a SOC 2 Type 2 attestation ensures a service provider maintains security, availability, and confidentiality of data. What are the internal audits? So internal audits focus on evaluating an organization's internal processes, policies, and controls to ensure compliance, efficiency, and effectiveness. These are conducted by internal teams or dedicated audit committees. So, compliance verifies adherence to internal policies, standards, and regulatory requirements. They also identifies gaps and ensures corrective actions to mitigate risk. For example, an internal audit checking adherence to password management policies. Audit committee. So, a audit committee is a dedicated group within the organization responsible for overseeing internal audits and risk management. It provides independent insights, ensures accountability, and reports findings to the management. For example, a board level committee reviewing internal audit results and recommending policy updates. What are self assessments? So, employees or departments evaluate their own processes and control to identify weaknesses or areas for improvement. Self assessment encourages proactive risk assessment and continuous improvement. For example, a team conducting a self assessment of its adherence to data protection policies. What are the external audits? So, external audits are conducted by third parties or regulatory bodies to ensure an organization complies with industry standards, legal requirements, and best practices. These audits provide independent verification and accountability. So, regulatory external audits may be regulatory audits performed by government or regulatory agencies to ensure compliance with specific laws and regulations. For example, the US Security and Exchange Commission SEC conducting an audit of a public traded company. Examinations. So, these are detailed evaluations conducted by regulators or authorities focusing on specific areas of compliance. For example, a financial institution undergoing an examination by a Federal Reserve for compliance with banking laws. Assessment. So these are broader reviews, often less formal, to evaluate security posture, risk management, or operational processes. Example, a cybersecurity risk assessment to identify vulnerabilities and areas for improvement. And independent third-party audits. These are performed by an external, impartial entity to validate compliance, security, or operational integrity. Example, SOC 2 audits conducted by certified public accountants to assess an organization's control over customer data. What are the penetration testing? Penetration testing, are often called as pen testing, is a proactive security measure where ethical hackers simulate real-world attacks to identify and exploit vulnerabilities in systems, networks, or physical security. So, there is a slight difference between the penetration testing and the vulnerability scanning or vulnerability assessment. In vulnerability scanning, only the vulnerabilities are identified, while in the pen testing, the ethical hacker also try to exploit them. So, the pen testing may be physical. Those physical pen testing test physical security measures such as logs, access controls, surveillance to assess susceptibility to unauthorized physical access. For example, attempting to bypass a building's badge access system. Pen testing may be offensive, which simulates attacker behavior to exploit vulnerabilities and evaluate system defenses. For example, launching simulated phishing attacks to compromise user credentials. Pen testing may be defensive, which focuses on assessing an organization's ability to detect, respond to, and mitigate attacks during the pen test. Example, monitoring the incident response team's reaction to a simulated breach. It may be integrated, which combines offensive and defensive techniques to assess end-to-end security readiness. For example, simultaneously testing network vulnerabilities and the incident response plan. The pen testing may be conducted in a known environment, also known as you can say that white box or crystal box testing. In this type of testing, penetration testers have complete knowledge for the system, including architecture, configuration, and code. For example, white box testing, where the testers work with full access to internal system details. It may be partially known environment where testers have limited information about the target system, simulating scenarios where attackers have partial insider knowledge. For example, gray box testing with access to user level accounts, or unknown environment where testers have no prior knowledge of the target, mimicking real world external threat actors. For example, black box testing where testers discover vulnerabilities entirely through reconnaissance. So what is then the reconnaissance? Reconnaissance may be passive or active. So passive reconnaissance is collecting information about the target without direct interaction, avoiding detection. For example, researching public records, domain information, or social media activity. Reconnaissance may be active, which is actively probing the target to gather details, increasing the likelihood of detection. For example, conducting network scans or sending specific queries to servers. Objective 5.6, given a scenario, implement security awareness practices. So these security awareness may be done through phishing campaigns or phishing exercises. So phishing involves deceptive attempts to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information such as credentials or financial details, often through fraudulent emails, messages, or websites. Effective security awareness practices can help mitigate these risks. Campaigns, so these are simulated phishing exercises conducted within an organization to educate employees on identifying and responding to phishing attempts. Example, sending fake but realistic phishing emails to test employee vigilance and provide training. Recognizing a phishing attempt, so look for red flags such as unexpected sender addresses, generic greetings, urgent or threatening language, and suspicious links or attachments. For example, identifying an email claiming to be from your bank but sent from a non-bank domain. Responding to reported suspicious messages. So instruct employees to report phishing attempts to IT or security teams without interacting with the message or its contents. Security teams should investigate, block malicious domains, and educate employees about the specific phishing techniques used. Anomalous behavior recognition. So, anomalous behavior recognition focuses on identifying unusual activities within an organization that could indicate security threats, whether intentional or unintentional. So, it may be risky. The actions that increase the likelihood of a security breach, such as downloading files from untrusted sources or using weak passwords. For example, an employee accessing sensitive data from an unsecured public Wi-Fi network. Unexpected, so unusual patterns are activities that deviate from normal user behavior, which could signal compromised accounts or insider threats. Example, user logging in from multiple geographic locations within a short time frame. Unintentional, so mistakes are accidental behaviors that compromise security, often due to lack of awareness or training. Example, an employee accidentally emailing sensitive data to the wrong recipient. So user guidance and training. So training users on security best practices helps minimize risk and improve overall security posture. Providing clear guidance and raising awareness can prevent many common security breaches. And these guidance and training can be done through policy and handbooks. These provide user with written guidelines on acceptable use, security policies, and procedure. For example, a security handbook detailing how to handle sensitive data, report incidents, and maintain secure practices. Situational awareness encourage users to remain alert to potential threats in their environments and understand their role in maintaining security. For example, training on recognizing physical security risks like unauthorized individuals in secure areas. Insider threat. So educate employees on the risks posed by insider, both malicious and unintentional threats, and how to report suspicious activity. For example, training on recognizing signs of compromised credential or unusual access patterns within the organization. Password management. So promote strong password practices, including using complex passwords and password managers and regularly changing passwords. Example, guidelines on using multi-factor authentication to enhance password security. Removable media and cables. So advise users on secure handling of removable media such as USB drives, external hard drives, and cables to prevent data theft or malware infection. For example, ensuring USB drives are encrypted before being used for transporting sensitive information. Social engineering. So raise awareness about social engineering attacks like phishing, wishing, and pretexting, and train users to recognize and report them. For example, teaching users to avoid sharing personal information over the phone or email unless verifying the requester's identity. Operational security. So emphasize the importance of controlling access to sensitive information both physically and digitally. Example, ensuring that sensitive documents are locked away and not left on desk in plain sight. Hybrid and remote work environments. So provide guidance on securing devices and data when working from home or in hybrid settings, including VPN use, secure Wi-Fi networks, and device encryption. For example, training employees on how to securely access company resources through VPN and avoid public Wi-Fi for work tasks. Reporting and monitoring. So, effective reporting and monitoring are essential for detecting security incidents, maintaining compliance, and ensuring ongoing security improvements. It may be initial or recurring. So, the initial reporting and monitoring is the first report or monitoring activity that identifies and assesses a potential security threats or vulnerability. For example, an initial report from an employee who notices unusual system behavior leading to an investigation by the security team. It may be recurring, which is ongoing reports and monitoring to track security metrics, detect patterns, and ensure security posture remains strong over time. Example, monthly vulnerability scans and regular security audits to ensure systems remain secure and compliant with policies. So the development is the process of creating security policies, procedures, and system to address risk and ensure compliance with regulations. Example, developing a comprehensive security training program for employees, creating incident response plans, or setting up access control measures. and the execution, which is the implementation and operationalization of the developed security practices, ensuring they are carried out effectively and consistently across the organization. Example, executing regular employee security awareness training, deploying security patches across systems, or actively monitoring network traffic for suspicious activities. So that's all for this course. I hope this course has been informative and of benefit to you people. So now if you would like to practice some of your knowledge gain in this course and during these videos, I have a video containing about 100 or 105 question and answers along with their explanation on this latest 701 Security Plus course. So please do watch this video so that you can test your knowledge as well as prepare yourself for the exam. And subscribe to the channel. I will keep uploading other videos related to this course and others certification as well. Thank you and see you soon in next video.